Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be returning to our cozy cottage bakery on another rainy evening, sharing 6 more hours of soothing fairy tales to ease your mind and guide you gently toward sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share another cozy, rainy bakery scene you dream of. A story taking you to perhaps a seaside cottage where storm clouds roll in over the harbor, a forest bakery with rain dripping from ancient oak branches, a canal-side patisserie in Amsterdam with raindrops dancing on the water, or a Scottish Highlands bakery where mist clings to the heather-covered hills. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright.
Now, exhale slowly and let your mind become as still as a mirrored surface. You're entering the Library of Reflections, a quiet hall in the Timeless Tales Library where every book holds a mirror on its cover. This library contains stories of who you are, who you have been, and who you are yet to become. The air is still and calm, and the only light comes from the soft, diffused glow of the mirrored covers. Feel your body sink into your bed, your own private space in this chamber of mirrors. Relax your shoulders, your jaw, and your hands. Let the quiet stillness of the room reflect into your mind, calming any busy thoughts or feelings. Open the first book. Let the stories of the Library of Reflections show you a peaceful, true version of yourself, a reflection of pure calm. A cozy rainy day, Dorothy Bakery, on a Thanksgiving evening. The rain began just after sunset, gentle at first, then settling into that steady autumn rhythm that turns the world soft and grey and distant. By the time the street lamps flickered on along Maple Street, the storm had wrapped the neighbourhood in its quiet embrace, and every window that glowed with light seemed like a promise of warmth and welcome. At the corner where Maple Street curved toward the old town square, Dorothy's Bakery stood like a lighthouse in the gathering dark. The sign above the door, painted in cheerful yellow letters with a winding yellow brick road beneath, swayed slightly in the wind, and golden light spilled from the large front windows, making bright pools on the rain-slicked sidewalk. Inside, the ovens hummed their ancient comforting song, and the air was thick with the scent of butter and brown sugar, cinnamon and nutmeg, vanilla and chocolate, and something else. Something magical that couldn't quite be named, but made everyone who passed by pause and breathe deeply and smile. Dorothy Gale, no longer the young girl who'd been swept away by a tornado, but a young woman with the same bright eyes and practical manner, stood behind the counter arranging a fresh batch of cookies on a silver platter. She'd been up since before dawn, as she was every day, preparing for the Thanksgiving rush that would come tomorrow. But tonight, the night before the holiday, she decided to keep the bakery open late, just in case someone needed a warm place to shelter from the storm. The bakery itself was everything a bakery should be. The walls were painted a soft cream colour, and the wooden floors, worn smooth by years of footsteps, gleamed in the lamplight. Mismatched tables and chairs, some painted robin's egg blue, others butter yellow, a few left natural wood, were scattered throughout the space, each one with a small vase holding dried wheat stalks and autumn leaves. In the back corner, near the kitchen door, stood a stone fireplace, where a fire burned low and steady, casting dancing shadows across the ceiling. The mantel above the fireplace was decorated with small pumpkins, gourds in shades of green and orange and cream, and a garland of oak leaves that rustled whenever the door opened and let in a breath of storm-cooled air. The glass display cases that lined the counter were works of art themselves. The top case held the Thanksgiving specials, miniature pumpkin pies with lattice crusts, each one perfect and golden, apple turnovers dusted with cinnamon sugar, pecan tassies in fluted pastry shells, cranberry orange scones studded with ruby red berries, and sweet potato cookies decorated with tiny marshmallows and a drizzle of maple glaze. The middle case featured Dorothy's Wizard of Oz collection, yellow brick road, sugar cookies painted with edible gold, emerald green macarons that sparkled like the Emerald City itself, poppy field cupcakes with red frosting and tiny black seeds, tornado swirl cinnamon rolls, and ruby slipper petit fours, each one decorated with delicate red glitter and a tiny silver bow. The bottom case held the breads and savoury items, braided challah loaves, round boules of sourdough, herb-studded focaccia, and individual chicken pot pies with golden flaky crusts. Behind the counter, shelves lined with glass jars held loose-leaf teas, hot chocolate mix, honey in different varieties, jams and preserves in jewel-toned rows, and small bottles of vanilla extract that Dorothy made herself. But the most magical thing about Dorothy's bakery wasn't the food or the cozy atmosphere or even the mysterious way it seemed to appear exactly where people needed it to be. The most magical thing was that Dorothy always knew exactly what each visitor needed. What treat would comfort them? What drink would warm them? What moment of peace would help them find their way? The bell above the door chimed softly, and a gust of wet wind blew in along with the first visitor of the evening. The Scarecrow stumbled through the doorway, dripping and apologetic. He was still wonderfully, impossibly himself, tall and loose-limbed, with his painted face somehow capable of the most expressive smiles and frowns. Tonight he wore a worn coat over his patched clothes, and his hat, which had seen better days, drooped sadly from the rain. "Oh, Dorothy," he said, his voice warm with affection and relief. "I was caught in the storm on my way to the Thanksgiving gathering at the town hall, and I saw your light. I hope you don't mind." "Mind?" Dorothy came round the counter with a towel. "I've been waiting for you. Come stand by the fire and dry off. I've just made something special." The Scarecrow moved toward the fireplace with that peculiar grace that came from having no fixed joints, and soon he was settled in one of the chairs near the hearth, the towel draped over his shoulders. Dorothy disappeared into the kitchen and returned with a large mug of hot apple cider and a plate holding 2 pieces of something that made the Scarecrow lean forward with interest. "Cornbread," Dorothy said softly, setting the plate down, "with honey butter and herbs. I remembered how you used to stand in the fields and I thought you might like something that tasted like harvest time." The Scarecrow's painted eyes grew somehow warmer, and when he took a bite of the golden crumbly bread, he closed those eyes with a sigh of pure contentment. "Dorothy, you have the most wonderful brain for knowing exactly what people need." "I learned from the best," she said, touching his shoulder gently before returning to the counter. The rain drummed steadily against the windows, a sound less like percussion and more like breathing, like the earth itself was settling down for a long rest. The Scarecrow sipped his cider, slowly savoring the warmth, and watched the fire dance and flicker in the grate. The bell chimed again. This time it was the Tin Woodman who entered, moving carefully to keep his newly polished surface from the worst of the rain. But it was no use. Droplets of water beaded on his chest and arms, catching the light like scattered diamonds. He carried his axe as always, but tonight it seemed more ceremonial than practical, and he leaned it carefully against the wall by the door, before turning to Dorothy with that expression that was somehow gentle despite being formed from metal. "Dorothy," he said, his voice the sound of wind chimes and distant bells, "I saw you were still open. The storm caught me as well, and He paused, looking down at his hands. "I was feeling a bit lonely this evening." "Then you've come to exactly the right place," Dorothy said. She gestured to a table near the Scarecrow. "Sit with our friend. I have something for you." When she returned from the kitchen this time, she carried a small cast iron pot, still steaming, and a basket lined with a red checkered cloth. Inside the basket were biscuits, golden and buttery, and the pot held vegetable stew, thick with carrots and potatoes and herbs that perfumed the air with comfort. "You can't eat, of course," Dorothy said gently, setting the pot on a trivet at his table. "But you can enjoy the warmth and the smell, and you can share the company. That's what a heart needs most, I think. Presence, not just presents." The Tin Woodman's eyes glimmered with something that looked very much like tears, though of course he couldn't cry. "You understand perfectly," he said softly. The Scarecrow reached over and patted his friend's arm, and the two old companions sat together in comfortable silence, watching the fire and listening to the rain while Dorothy moved quietly behind the counter, humming a tune that might have been "Over the Rainbow," or might have been something older, something that existed before songs had names. Time seemed to slow inside the bakery, to become something thick and sweet like honey, flowing gently from one moment to the next without any hurry at all. The next arrival was heralded by a tremendous shake of the doorframe and a gust of wind that made the fire leap and dance. The Cowardly Lion stepped inside, his great maned head lowered against the storm, his fur matted and dark with rain. He shook himself vigorously just inside the door, sending droplets flying, then looked around with those large expressive eyes that held more courage than he'd ever believed possible. "Dorothy," he rumbled, his voice the sound of distant thunder but gentle, always gentle. "I apologize for my appearance. The storm was fiercer than I expected." "You look wonderful," Dorothy assured him, bringing another towel, this one large enough to drape across his broad back. "Come in properly and warm yourself. There's plenty of room." The Lian padded across the floor to the fireplace, where he settled on the braided rug with a contented sigh. The Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman greeted him warmly, and soon all three of Dorothy's old friends were arranged around the fire like figures from a beloved painting. For the lion, Dorothy brought a massive bowl of beef and barley soup, rich and nourishing, and a pile of fresh rolls still warm from the oven. "It's made with love," she told him, "which is the best ingredient for courage." The lion bent his great head to the bowl, and for several minutes there was only the sound of his contented eating, the crackle of the fire, the murmur of conversation between the Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman, and the endless soothing whisper of rain. The bakery was filling with warmth now, with more than just heat from the ovens and the fireplace. It was filling with the warmth of friendship, of shelter, of being exactly where one needed to be. When the bell chimed again, it admitted a young woman with two bright red braids and a face full of imagination and intelligence. Anne Shirley stamped her feet on the mat just inside the door and looked around the bakery with the kind of appreciation that came from a soul that noticed beauty everywhere it appeared. "Oh," she breathed, her grey eyes wide and shining. "This is exactly like something from a storybook. The most delightfully cozy place I've ever seen, and I've imagined quite a few cozy places in my time." She looked at Dorothy hopefully. "I don't suppose you're still serving?" "I was on my way home from the library and the storm came up so suddenly." "We're always serving when someone needs us," Dorothy said with a smile. "Please choose wherever you'd like to sit." Anne gravitated immediately to a small table near one of the front windows, where she could watch the rain stream down the glass and see the distorted, lovely patterns of the street lamps through the water. Dorothy brought her a pot of tea, Prince of Wales blend, black and fragrant, and a three-tiered serving tray that made Anne gasp with delight. On the bottom tier were tiny sandwiches, cucumber and cream cheese, egg salad on wheat, turkey with cranberry on white bread cut into triangles. The middle tier held scones, both plain and studded with currants, with small pots of clotted cream and strawberry jam. The top tier was pure whimsy, miniature raspberry tarts, lemon curd tartlets, chocolate-dipped shortbread, and tiny frosted cakes decorated with autumn leaves made of marzipan. "This is positively magnificent," Anne said, her voice hushed with reverence. "It's exactly what I would have ordered if I'd known such a thing existed to be ordered." "How did you know?" "Sometimes we just know," Dorothy said simply. Annie poured herself a cup of tea and selected a scone, splitting it carefully and spreading it with cream and jam. She took a bite and closed her eyes, savoring not just the taste but the entire experience, the warmth of the bakery, the sound of the rain, the company of strangers who felt somehow like friends, the sense of being held by the moment itself. The door opened twice more in quick succession. First came Jo March, her cheeks flushed from running through the rain, her hair in wild disarray, her eyes bright with the exhilaration of the storm and the promise of warmth. She wore a somewhat threadbare coat and carried a satchel that undoubtedly held a notebook and several pencils. "Is this Dorothy's bakery?" she asked, slightly breathless. "I've heard it mentioned, but never managed to find it before. What luck that the storm drove me this direction." "Welcome," Dorothy said. "Find a seat. There, perhaps, near Anne." Jo needed no further invitation. She claimed the chair across from Anne, and within moments the two young women were deep in conversation, discovering their shared love of stories and writing, of ambition and independence, and the struggle to be taken seriously in a world that often underestimated them. Dorothy brought Jo a mug of hot chocolate topped with whipped cream, and a slice of apple pie with a crust so flaky and perfect it might have been created by angels. The next arrival was smaller, younger, and came with a dusting of something that might have been pixie dust, or might have been just the sparkle of raindrops in lamplight. Peter Pan tumbled through the door more than walked through it, his eternal youth and energy evident even in the way he shook off the rain. "What's this place, then?" he asked, looking around with bright, curious eyes. "Some kind of never bakery." "Just a regular bakery," Dorothy said, but her smile suggested otherwise. "Are you hungry?" "Always," Peter declared. He spotted the lion by the fire and his eyes went wide. "Is that a real lion? How capital." "Quite real," the lion rumbled, amused, "and quite friendly. You're welcome to come closer if you'd like." Peter darted over to the fireplace, and soon he was sitting cross-legged on the floor near the lion's great paws, regaling the three friends from Oz with tales of Neverland while they listened with the patience and kindness of those who had been on their own adventures and knew the importance of a good audience. Dorothy brought Peter a plate loaded with treats that would appeal to a boy who never grew up. Chocolate chip cookies still gooey from the oven, a brownie cut into the shape of a star, candied ginger, and a tall glass of cold milk. Peter ate with enthusiasm, though he paused frequently to gesture wildly as he told his stories, and the Scarecrow had to duck more than once to avoid being accidentally smacked by a flying hand. The rhythm of the evening had settled into something perfect and unrepeatable. Conversations wove through the space like golden threads. Jo and Anne discussing their writing ambitions, Peter entertaining the Oz trio with increasingly improbable tales, Dorothy moving between tables and kitchen with quiet grace, always appearing with exactly the right thing at exactly the right moment. When Alice arrived, she came with the distracted air of someone who had perhaps made several wrong turns, but was delighted rather than dismayed by where she had ended up. She was older than when she'd first tumbled down the rabbit hole, but she still carried that sense of curious wonder, of being open to impossibility. "I was looking for the train station," she said to Dorothy, "but I'm very glad I found you instead. This storm is quite something, isn't it? Very definitely raining, with no chance of unraining for some time, I should think. Would you like to wait it out here?" Dorothy asked. "Oh, yes, please. That would be very sensible, which is not always my strong suit. But I'm trying to be more sensible now that I'm older. Though not too sensible, of course. That would be dreadfully boring." Dorothy led her to a small table near the fireplace, and Alice settled in with a happy sigh. For Alice, Dorothy brought a pot of chamomile tea with honey and a slice of lemon lavender cake that was somehow both sophisticated and whimsical, much like Alice herself. There were also tiny meringues shaped like mushrooms and sugar cookies decorated to look like playing cards. "These are perfect," Alice said, delighted. "Absolutely perfect in every way." More time passed in that dreamy, unhurried way. The rain continued its steady percussion against the windows and roof, and occasionally a gust of wind would rattle the sign outside, but these sounds only made the bakery feel more secure, more sheltered, more like a haven from the world. The door opened to admit Heidi, who brought with her the scent of mountain air despite the rain, and an inner brightness that seemed to warm the room even further. She wore a simple dress and a shawl, both damp from the storm, and her cheeks were pink with cold. "Guten Abend," she said shyly, then switched to English. "Good evening. I'm sorry to intrude. I was visiting a friend in town and the storm—" "You're not intruding at all," Dorothy assured her. "Please come in and get warm." Heidi gravitated to the fireplace, and the lion shifted to make more room for her on the rug. She settled beside him, her hand automatically reaching out to stroke his mane, and the lion purred, actually purred, with contentment. For Heidi, Dorothy brought a mug of hot milk with honey and a plate of treats that tasted like home: soft pretzels with coarse salt, butter cookies with jam centers, and a thick slice of fruit bread studded with raisins and nuts. Heidi ate slowly, savoring each bite, and told the lion quiet stories about the mountains and the goats and her grandfather, while Peter listened with unusual stillness, and the Scarecrow and Tin Woodman nodded their approval. The final arrival of the evening was Tom Sawyer, who burst through the door with all the energy and mischief of a boy who had never quite learned to enter a room quietly. He was drenched, his hair plastered to his head, but grinning broadly as if getting caught in a thunderstorm was the best kind of adventure. "Well, I'll be—" he started, then remembered himself. "Beg your pardon, ma'am. I didn't mean to drip all over your floor. I was headed home from fishing when this storm blew up from nowhere, and I saw your light, and I thought—" "You thought exactly right," Dorothy said, handing him a towel. "Dry off and come join everyone." Tom looked around the bakery, taking in the gathered characters with the sharp observation of a boy who made it his business to know everything interesting that happened in his vicinity. His eyes lingered on Peter Pan, the two of them recognizing kindred spirits immediately, and then on the magnificent lion, and then on the food in the display cases. "Is that pecan pie?" he asked hopefully. "It is," Dorothy confirmed. "And I think you need a large slice with vanilla ice cream if you'd like." "Yes, ma'am, I surely would." Tom claimed a chair near Peter. and soon the two boys were engaged in competitive storytelling, each trying to outdo the other with tales of adventure and narrow escapes. Joe and Anne listened with amusement, occasionally interrupting to point out logical inconsistencies, which only made the boys more creative in their explanations. The bakery was full now, full of life and warmth and the quiet joy of unexpected community. Dorothy moved among the tables, refilling teacups and coffee mugs, bringing fresh napkins, offering second helpings of this or that, always with a gentle word and a warm smile. As the evening deepened and the storm outside began to gentle itself, the conversations grew quieter, more reflective. Anne and Joe had moved from discussing their ambitions to sharing their fears, their vulnerabilities, and finding in each other a rare understanding. Alice had joined them, adding her own perspective from someone who had learned to navigate impossible situations with grace and curiosity. By the fire, Heidi had fallen into a comfortable silence with the lion and the scarecrow, while the Tin Woodman had joined Tom and Peter, listening to their stories with the patience of someone who understood that enthusiasm was its own kind of wisdom. Dorothy dimmed the lamp slightly, letting the firelight become the primary illumination. She brought out the last of the evening's special treats, a collection of Thanksgiving cookies shaped like acorns, leaves, and turkeys, each one decorated with care and artistry. She arranged them on a large platter and placed them on the table nearest the fire. "Help yourselves," she said softly. "These are my grandmother's recipe, passed down from her grandmother. They're meant for sharing, especially on a night like this." One by one, each visitor approached the platter and selected a cookie. They returned to their seats, and for a moment everyone was quiet, simply enjoying the sweet spiced flavor. Hints of molasses and ginger, cinnamon and clove, butter and brown sugar, and the sense of connection that came from sharing something made with. "I wasn't planning on celebrating Thanksgiving this year," Joe said quietly, breaking the silence. "My family is far away and I'm working on deadline, but this," she gestured around the bakery, "this feels like the real heart of the holiday." "Being thankful," Anne agreed, her voice soft and thoughtful. "Not just for the big, obvious things, but for the small moments, the shelter from the storm, the kindness of strangers, the perfect cup of tea, the perfect slice of pie," Tom added, grinning. "The perfect friends," the Scarecrow said, looking at the Tin Woodman and the lion. "The perfect place to land when you're lost," Alice said. "The perfect warmth when you're cold," Heidi whispered, her hand still resting on the lion's mane. "The perfect adventure," Peter said, though his voice was unusually gentle, even when the adventure is just sitting still and being part of something. The Tin Woodman spoke, his voice like distant music. "I spent so long wanting a heart, thinking that without one I couldn't feel or care or love. But I've learned that the heart isn't just about feeling. It's about choosing to show up, to be present, to share space with others even when it's easier to stay isolated. It's about moments like this." The lion rumbled his agreement. And courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the willingness to be vulnerable, to walk into the storm, to trust that somewhere there's a light waiting, even if you can't see it yet. And intelligence, the Scarecrow added with a gentle smile, isn't just about knowing facts or solving problems. It's about wisdom, knowing what matters, recognizing kindness, understanding that sometimes the smartest thing you can do is simply accept love when it's offered. Dorothy stood behind the counter, her hands resting on the worn wood, and felt her heart swell with gratitude and peace. This was why she'd opened the bakery, why she worked the long hours, why she poured love into every recipe. Not for profit or fame or recognition, but for moments exactly like this, when people who needed shelter found it, when strangers became friends, when the simple act of sharing food and space became something sacred. Outside, the rain had softened to a gentle patter, and between the clouds a few stars were beginning to emerge. The storm was passing, as all storms eventually do, but inside the bakery no one was in any hurry to leave. Dorothy brought out blankets from the back room, soft quilts in faded florals and plaids, and distributed them among her guests. Anne and Joe wrapped themselves in a shared blanket and settled into the corner with books they'd pulled from their bags, reading by lamplight and occasionally sharing passages that made them laugh or sigh. Alice curled into a chair with her own blanket and a final cup of tea, watching the firelight play across the ceiling with drowsy contentment. Tom and Peter had exhausted their competitive energy and now sat side by side on the floor, leaning against the lion's warm flank, their eyes heavy. Heidi had actually fallen asleep, her head resting on a cushion near the fire, her breathing slow and peaceful. The Scarecrow, Tin Woodman, and Lion kept watch over all of them, with the gentle protectiveness of those who understood what it meant to be vulnerable and far from home. Dorothy moved quietly around the space, collecting empty plates and mugs, wiping down tables, banking the fire so it would burn low and steady through the night. She worked with practiced efficiency, but there was no hurry in her movements, no urgency. This was the best part of the day, this quiet time after the rush, when the work became a kind of meditation and the bakery settled into its true purpose. When everything was clean and ordered, Dorothy poured herself a cup of tea and selected a cookie from what remained of the platter. She sat in the chair behind the counter, the one she reserved for herself, and looked out over the gathered sleepers and quiet readers. This was home, she thought. Not just the bakery itself, but this feeling, the sense of providing sanctuary, of being exactly where she was meant to be, doing exactly what she was meant to do. The tornado had carried her far from Kansas all those years ago, and the journey back had taught her that home wasn't just a place. It was a feeling, a choice, a practice of creating spaces where others could feel safe and welcomed and loved. The rain had stopped completely now. Through the windows, Dorothy could see the wet streets gleaming under the street lamps, and above, the clouds were breaking apart to reveal a sky full of stars. tomorrow would be Thanksgiving Day, and the bakery would be busy with people picking up their pre-ordered pies and rolls and stuffing bread. But tonight, this quiet night before the holiday, was its own kind of Thanksgiving, a celebration of unexpected community, of strangers gathering in the storm, of the simple magic that happened when people shared food and space and stories. Anne looked up from her book and caught Dorothy's eye. She smiled, a slow, grateful smile, and mouthed the words, "Thank you." Dorothy nodded, smiling back, and felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire or the ovens. One by one, the others who were still awake began to drowse. Joe's head tipped onto Anne's shoulder. Alice's teacup tilted in her relaxing grip, and Dorothy gently took it from her before it could spill. Peter's breathing deepened and synchronized with Tom's. The three friends from Oz remained awake but peaceful, content to sit in comfortable silence and watch over the others. Dorothy rose and moved to the door, turning the sign from open to closed, though she didn't lock it. The bakery would remain unlocked tonight, a refuge for anyone who needed it, a light in the darkness, a promise that shelter existed even in the wildest storms. She returned to her chair and wrapped her own blanket around her shoulders. Outside, the world was washed clean by the rain, fresh and ready for tomorrow. Inside, the fire crackled soft and low, and the breathing of sleepers created a rhythm like waves on a distant shore, steady and eternal and deeply peaceful. Dorothy let her own eyes close just for a moment, just to rest, and in that moment, the bakery itself seemed to sigh with contentment, its old boards settling, its walls holding everyone close, its windows reflecting stars and lamplight and the last glow of embers. It had fulfilled its purpose once again. This magical little bakery at the corner of Maple Street. It had taken people in from the storm. It had fed them and warmed them and given them exactly what they needed. And in the morning, when they woke, there would be fresh cinnamon rolls and hot coffee and the bright promise of Thanksgiving Day. But for now there was only this, the peace of the present moment, the comfort of being together, the sweetness of rest after a long journey through the rain. The last sound was the soft tick of the clock on the wall, marking time in its patient way, and then even that faded into the deep, quiet stillness of a bakery full of sleeping souls, each one safe, each one home, each one held by the gentle embrace of Dorothy's care and the magic that existed whenever people gathered with open hearts and found in the most ordinary of places something absolutely extraordinary. The fire burned low, the stars shone bright, and in Dorothy's bakery on this Thanksgiving Eve, all was peaceful, all was warm, all was exactly as it should be. Sweet dreams, dear travellers, sweet dreams.
A cozy rainy day, Little Red Riding Hood's bakery, a Thanksgiving evening. The rain began just as the afternoon light started to fade, soft at first, then steady, then insistent. It drummed against the cobblestones of Storybook Lane, creating rivers along the gutters and turning the November air cool and fresh. The wind carried with it the scent of wet leaves and wood smoke from distant chimneys, and somewhere in the growing dusk, the warm golden glow of a single bakery window cut through the grey like a promise. The rainy day Little Red Riding Hood Bakery sat nestled between a bookshop and a flower seller's stall, its red-painted door the colour of autumn apples, its windows fogged with the warmth inside. Above the door, a wooden sign swayed gently in the wind, painted with a cheerful basket overflowing with bread and a small red hood peeking from behind a loaf. The letters, though worn by weather and time, still read clearly. Little Red Riding Hood's Bakery, all are welcome. Inside, the bakery was everything the stormy evening was not. Where the world outside had grown dim and wet, here was warmth and light. A fire crackled softly in a stone fireplace set into the far wall, its flames dancing orange and gold, casting shifting shadows across exposed wooden beams and cream-colored walls. The floor was made of wide planks, worn smooth by countless footsteps, and scattered with braided rugs in deep reds and browns that seemed to absorb sound and make every movement soft. The air, oh, the air was magnificent. It carried the scent of bread baking, yeast and wheat, and that indefinable warmth that only fresh bread possesses. Beneath it lay notes of cinnamon and nutmeg, brown sugar caramelizing, pumpkin roasting, butter melting into pastry. Apple cider simmered somewhere unseen, adding its spiced sweetness to the symphony of scents. It was the kind of air that made you breathe deeply without thinking, that made your shoulders drop and your worries seem very far away. The bakery itself was small but not cramped, cozy without being cluttered. Wooden shelves lined the walls, displaying mason jars of honey and preserves, small pumpkins and gourds for decoration, bundles of dried herbs tied with twine. A long glass case stood near the front, its interior lit softly, revealing rows of beautiful things, pies with latticed tops, tarts glistening with fruit, cookies shaped like autumn leaves, and other treats that seemed to shift slightly when you weren't looking directly at them, as if the bakery knew what you needed before you did. Behind the counter, a figure moved with quiet efficiency, a young woman in a red hooded cape that never seemed to get in her way, her dark hair tied back with a simple ribbon, her movements practiced and gentle. She was the baker, the keeper of this place, and though she rarely spoke and less spoken to, she seemed to understand exactly what each visitor needed the moment they stepped through her door. Tonight was Thanksgiving evening, though the bakery kept no strict hours. Tonight the world outside was cold and wet, and the world inside was warm and waiting. And one by one, as the rain continued its steady song against the windows, they began to arrive. The first to push open the red door was a girl of about 12, with dark braids and a small dog clutched in her arms. She stood in the doorway for a moment, water dripping from her blue gingham dress, her eyes taking in the warmth and light with an expression of profound relief. "Oh," she breathed, and it was a word full of gratitude. The baker looked up from where she was arranging something in the case and smiled a small knowing smile. "Come in, Dorothy," she said softly. "You're quite wet." Dorothy Gale from Kansas, though she'd traveled much farther than Kansas, stepped inside and let the door close behind her. The sound of the storm immediately became muffled, distant, as if the bakery existed slightly outside the regular world. "I didn't mean to intrude," Dorothy said, setting her little dog Toto down gently. He shook himself, scattering droplets, then immediately trotted toward the fireplace with the confidence of a dog who knew a good spot when he found one. We were walking, and the storm came up so suddenly, and I saw your light. "You're not intruding," the baker said, coming around the counter. She moved to a coat rack near the door and retrieved a thick, soft towel in a warm cream color. "Here, dry yourself off, then sit by the fire. You look like you could use something warm to drink." Dorothy accepted the towel gratefully, pressing it to her face and hair. The fabric smelled like lavender and sunshine, impossibly fresh despite the rainy evening. "It's so warm in here," she said wonderingly, "and it smells like Aunt Em's kitchen on Thanksgiving Day, but somehow even better." The baker's smile deepened just slightly. "That's the idea," she said. "On Thanksgiving evening, everyone should feel at home, even if they're very far from the home they remember." Something in Dorothy's eyes flickered recognition, perhaps, or old sadness touched by new comfort. She finished drying off and moved to one of the small tables near the fireplace, sinking into a chair with a sigh. Toto was already curled on the hearthrug, his eyes half closed in contentment. The baker disappeared behind the counter for a moment, and there came the gentle sounds of preparation, a kettle being filled, cups being arranged, something being sliced. When she returned, she carried a wooden tray laden with wonderful things. First, she set down a large mug of hot apple cider, steam rising from it in lazy spirals. The scent of cinnamon and cloves wafted up, and when Dorothy wrapped her hands around the mug, the warmth seemed to seep into her very bones. Beside the cider, the baker placed a small plate holding a slice of something extraordinary, a pumpkin bread so rich and dark it was almost brown, studded with pecans and what looked like tiny pieces of crystallized ginger, topped with a pat of butter that was already beginning to melt into golden pools. "Pumpkin bread with brown butter and toasted pecans," the baker explained quietly. "The kind of thing you want when you've been walking in the rain and remembering other Thanksgivings." Dorothy looked up at her, eyes bright. "How did you know?" The baker just smiled and returned to her counter, leaving Dorothy to her cider and bread and the warm companionship of the fire. For several minutes, the bakery held only these sounds: rain against windows, fire crackling, the quiet hum of ovens working somewhere deeper in the building, and occasionally Dorothy's small sounds of contentment as she ate. The pumpkin bread was perfect, moist and spiced and just sweet enough, the pecans adding crunch, the ginger surprising her tongue with little bursts of warmth. The cider was exactly the right temperature, hot but not scalding, sweet but not cloying. Dorothy felt herself relaxing in a way she hadn't in days, or was it longer? Time was strange for someone who traveled through tornadoes and magical lands. But here, in this moment, with rain outside and warmth inside, time felt blessedly simple and slow. The door opened again, bringing with it a gust of wind and rain and a young woman with remarkable red hair. She stumbled in quickly, laughing breathlessly, her cloak streaming water. "Oh, my stars!" she exclaimed, pushing back her hood to reveal a riot of red braids coming slightly undone. "What a tempest! I feel like King Lear out there, raging against the storm, except I'm nowhere near as eloquent and much wetter." She stopped, seeming to notice the bakery properly for the first time, and her whole face transformed with delight. "Oh, but this is exactly like something out of a dream. Look at this place." The baker looked up, and again there was that small, knowing smile. "Hello, Anne," she said. "Hang your cloak by the fire. You'll want it dry later." Anne Shirley of Green Gables, though she was currently quite far from Prince Edward Island, did as suggested, draping her sodden cloak over a chair near the hearth. She noticed Dorothy for the first time and brightened even more. "Oh, hello. Isn't this the most wonderfully cozy place? I mean, I know wonderfully cozy is probably redundant, but some things deserve emphasis, don't you think?" Dorothy smiled, charmed immediately by Anne's enthusiasm. "It really is. I'm Dorothy. Anne with an E, though I suppose in speaking you can't tell, can you? But I always specify anyway because it's more distinguished with an E." Anne moved closer to the fire, holding her hands out to warm them. "I was walking well, more like wandering really, because I don't always have a destination in mind. I just like to see where my feet take me and what I might discover, and I saw your light through the rain and felt positively drawn to it, like a moth to a flame, except hopefully with better results for the moth. The baker had already begun preparing something, moving with that same quiet efficiency. "Sit down, Anne," she said gently. "You talk more when you're cold and overwhelmed. Something warm will help." Anne laughed, a musical sound. "You're absolutely right. I do tend to run on, don't I? Marilla always said I could talk the hind leg off a mule." She sat at the table with Dorothy, folding her hands. "Though I prefer to think of it as having an abundance of thoughts to share, rather than an inability to be quiet. I like listening," Dorothy said simply, and Anne beamed at her. The baker returned with another tray. This time there were 2 steaming cups of hot chocolate, real hot chocolate, dark and rich, topped with fresh cream and a dusting of cinnamon. Beside them sat slices of what looked like cranberry orange bread, the cranberries jewel bright against the golden crumb, with a honey butter melting into pools on top. "Oh my," Anne breathed, accepting her cup with reverent hands. "This smells like all the best parts of November distilled into liquid form. If autumn had a flavor, this would be it." She took a sip and closed her eyes, falling blessedly silent for a moment. The hot chocolate was perfect sweet, but with a hint of darkness, the cream adding richness, the cinnamon a warm accent that lingered on the tongue. When she tried the cranberry orange bread, she made a small sound of pure happiness. "This is exactly what I needed," she said to Dorothy, quieter now, more settled. "I didn't even know I needed it, but now that I have it, I realize I've been needing it for miles and miles." Dorothy understood perfectly. That's what this place does, I think. They sat together in comfortable quiet, eating their bread and sipping their drinks, while the rain continued outside and the fire crackled its endless song. Anne's exuberance had softened into something peaceful, and Dorothy felt even more relaxed than before. There was something about having company, about not being alone in the warmth, that made it even better. The third arrival came with less fanfare, a young woman in her early 20s, tall and lean, with ink stains on her fingers and a determined set to her jaw. She opened the door carefully, as if not wanting to disturb anyone, and stepped inside with an economy of movement that suggested someone used to making herself useful in small spaces. "Sorry to intrude," she said, brushing rain from her worn jacket. "I was passing through," and she stopped, taking in the scene, the fire, the warm light, the two girls at their table, the incredible smells. "Well, this is something." "Joe March," the baker said, and it wasn't a question. "You're not intruding. You're exactly on time." Joe looked surprised, then smiled a crooked, genuine smile that lit up her whole face. "On time for what?" "For what you need. Hang up your jacket. Sit down. You've been walking a long time." Joe did as instructed, moving to hang her jacket beside Anne's cloak. She nodded to Dorothy and Anne. "Mind if I join you?" "Please do," Anne said warmly. "The more the merrier, and this table is plenty big enough for kindred spirits." Joe settled into a chair with a grateful sigh, stretching her long legs toward the fire. "I'm supposed to be gathering material for a story," she said, "but mostly I've been getting soaked and feeling sorry for myself. Not very productive. Sometimes the best material comes from quiet moments," Dorothy offered. "At least, that's what I think, though I'm not a writer." "She's wise, beyond her years," Anne declared, "and she's absolutely right. Some of my favorite memories, what I call my scope for imagination moments, have come from just sitting quietly and letting the world be what it is." Joe looked at Anne with interest. "You're a writer too?" "More of an aspiring one," Anne admitted, "though I have gotten a few things published. Mostly I just love stories, reading them, imagining them, living them when I can." The baker arrived with Joe's offering before the conversation could continue. This time, the tray held a large mug of black coffee, strong and hot, with real cream on the side, and two thick slices of gingerbread, dark and moist, with lemon glaze drizzled over the top. "Oh, bless you," Joe said fervently, wrapping both hands around the coffee mug. "I was beginning to think I'd never feel my fingers again." She took a long drink, closing her eyes in appreciation, then tried the gingerbread. It was spectacular, spicy with ginger and cinnamon, rich with molasses, the lemon glaze adding a bright note that cut through the sweetness perfectly. It was the kind of gingerbread that reminded you of home and holidays and being young enough that the world still felt manageable. "This is incredible," Joe said, and the baker, wiping down the counter with a quiet cloth, just nodded as if she'd expected nothing less. The three young women fell into easy conversation, the kind that happens when strangers realize they're not so strange after all. They talked about books and writing, about traveling and home, about the strange ways life takes you to unexpected places. Anne told stories that made Dorothy laugh, and Joe offered observations that made Anne think, and Dorothy asked questions that made them both see things differently. The rain outside grew heavier, a proper storm now, but inside the bakery it only made everything feel more protected, more separate from the world's troubles. The fire burned steadily, the ovens hummed their warm song, and the three of them ate and drank and talked until they'd settled into something deeper than conversation, into companionship, into the simple pleasure of being warm and fed and not alone. Time passed in that strange, soft way it does in very comfortable places. The storm raged on, but no one inside seemed to mind. The baker moved about her kitchen, occasionally bringing out fresh treats to refill the case, always seeming to know when someone needed their cup refilled or wanted another slice of something. When the door opened again, it revealed a girl of about 7, small and proper in a damp blue dress, with blonde hair that had mostly escaped from its ribbon. She stood very still in the doorway, surveying the bakery with enormous, solemn eyes. "Curiouser and curiouser," she said finally, stepping inside. The baker smiled, and this time there was something almost amused in her expression. "Hello, Alice. Close the door before you let the whole storm in." Alice did so, then clasped her hands in front of her, very primly. "I was following a rather unusual path," she said in her serious, careful way, "and it led me here. I'm not entirely certain how, as I was just in a completely different sort of place altogether, but I've learned not to question these things too much. It only gives one a headache." Dorothy giggled, and Alice turned her solemn gaze in that direction, taking in the three young women by the fire. "Are you having a party?" Alice asked. "More of a gathering," Anne said warmly. "Would you like to join us?" Alice considered this carefully. "Will there be tea? I've had some rather unfortunate experiences with tea parties, but I'm always willing to try again, especially if there's cake." "No tea," the baker said, coming around the counter, "but hot milk with honey and vanilla, and I think you'll find the cake quite satisfactory." She guided Alice to a small armchair near the fire, a perfect child-sized chair that Dorothy could have sworn wasn't there a moment ago, and brought her a tray. The mug of hot milk was topped with foam and a dusting of nutmeg, and beside it sat a small plate holding a slice of honey cake layered with cream cheese frosting and candied pecans. Alice accepted the tray with grave politeness. "Thank you very much. This is much nicer than my usual adventures. No one here is ridiculously rude or speaking in nonsense." "Well, the evening is young," Joe said with a grin, and Alice almost smiled. They watched as Alice took a careful sip of her milk, her eyes widened slightly, and then tried the honey cake. She chewed thoughtfully, and they could see her whole body relax, her shoulders dropping, her rigid posture softening. "This is very good cake," she pronounced. "Possibly the best cake I've ever had, and I've had cake in some very peculiar places." "I'd love to hear about them," Anne said eagerly, and Alice, settled into her cozy chair with her milk and cake, began to talk in her precise, serious way about the strangest tea party imaginable, with a March hare and a Mad Hatter and a dormouse who kept falling asleep in the teapot. Her stories were bizarre and illogical, but she told them as if they were the most natural things in the world, and somehow, in the warm safety of the bakery with rain drumming outside, they didn't seem strange at all. They seemed like exactly the kind of stories you'd want to hear on a stormy Thanksgiving evening. The afternoon had fully surrendered to evening now. The windows showed only darkness and rain, making the bakery feel like the only bright, warm place in the entire world. The fire had been built up again, crackling merrily, and the five of them, Dorothy, Anne, Jo, Alice, and the quiet baker who occasionally joined the conversation with a word or two, had settled into a kind of peaceful contentment. The baker had brought out pumpkin pie, real Thanksgiving pumpkin pie with a flaky crust and filling so smooth and perfectly spiced it tasted like autumn itself. She'd served it with fresh whipped cream and hot cider, and they'd all eaten slowly, savoring each bite. Alice had curled up in her armchair with a book someone had produced from somewhere, a book of fairy tales with beautiful illustrations. She turned the pages slowly, occasionally looking up to watch the fire or listen to the others talk, her earlier wariness completely gone. Anne and Jo had discovered a shared love of Charlotte Bronte and were deep in discussion about Jane Eyre, their voices low and enthusiastic. Dorothy sat quietly, Toto in her lap, looking perfectly content to just listen and be warm. When the door opened one final time, they all looked up. The newcomer was a boy of about 13, lean and scraggly, with a mop of unruly hair and clothes that had clearly seen better days. He stood in the doorway looking uncertain, not frightened, but not quite sure if he belonged. "Is this a public place?" he asked cautiously. "Can anyone come in?" "All are welcome," the baker said simply, "especially on Thanksgiving. Come in out of the rain, Tom." Tom Sawyer, for of course it was Tom, adventurer and dreamer, troublemaker and hero, broke into a relieved grin and stepped inside. "Much obliged, ma'am. I've been walking since morning and I'm about starved." He noticed the others and nodded awkwardly. Evening. A chorus of greetings came back, and Tom moved to hang his wet jacket alongside all the others, creating a small gallery of damp clothes, steaming gently in the warm air. "There's room here by the fire," Dorothy offered, and Tom ambled over, his initial uncertainty melting away as the warmth and good smells worked their magic. The baker brought him coffee. "You look like a coffee drinker," she said, and a plate piled high with cornbread stuffing topped with gravy, alongside a generous slice of turkey that somehow appeared despite no one having seen an actual turkey. anywhere in the bakery. There were also green beans with toasted almonds, sweet potato casserole with a pecan crumble on top, and a buttery roll that was still steaming. Tom stared at the plate in something like awe. This is a whole Thanksgiving dinner. You looked like you needed one, the baker said simply. Tom didn't need to be told twice. He dug in with the enthusiasm of a boy who'd been walking all day. But as he ate, something in his manner changed. The food was working its magic, but so was the place itself, the warmth, the company, the simple fact of being welcomed without question. This reminds me of Aunt Polly's kitchen, he said after a while, speaking around a mouthful of stuffing. She makes a feast like this every Thanksgiving, all my favorites. He paused, something wistful crossing his face. I've been away from home a good while. Didn't realize how much I missed it till just now. That's what Thanksgiving does, Anne said softly. It makes you remember all the good things, even when you're far away from them. Or maybe, Joe added thoughtfully, it reminds you that the good things aren't just in one place, that you can find them again in new places with new people. Dorothy nodded, stroking Toto's ears. I used to think home was just one specific place, but now I think maybe home is wherever you feel safe and warm and like yourself. Like here, Alice said from her chair, looking up from her book with those serious eyes. Right now, this is home, even if it's just for tonight. They all felt the truth of that. The bakery had become, for this evening, exactly what each of them needed. Shelter and sustenance, yes, but also something more. A place to rest, a place to remember, a place to be exactly who they were without explanation or apology. Tom finished his meal every last bit, mopping up gravy with his roll, and leaned back with a satisfied sigh. That was the best Thanksgiving dinner I've had in years, he said. Maybe ever. The baker, who had been doing something behind the counter, emerged with one final tray. Then you're ready for dessert. She set down a large platter in the center of their gathered circle. On it sat an assortment of small pastries, each one perfect. Miniature pecan pies, apple tartlets with latticed tops, pumpkin whoopie pies with cream cheese filling, cranberry scones with orange glaze, and delicate cookies shaped like autumn leaves and acorns, each one decorated with careful detail. Oh my, breathed Anne. Help yourselves, the baker said. It's Thanksgiving. We share what we have. And they did. They passed the platter around, trying different things, sharing bites, exclaiming over favorites. Tom discovered he loved the pumpkin whoopie pies. Alice was enchanted by the leaf cookies. Dorothy found the apple tartlets reminded her of Kansas autumns. Anne and Joe both reached for the pecan pies and then laughed at their synchronicity. The conversation flowed around the treats, easy and warm. Tom told stories about his adventures on the Mississippi, making them laugh with his dramatic retellings. Anne recited poetry she'd memorized, her voice giving the words music. Jo talked about her sisters and their Thanksgivings together, her voice fond despite the distance. Dorothy spoke quietly about tornadoes and magic shoes and learning what courage really meant. Alice described impossible gardens and talking flowers and queens who were terribly fond of beheading people. The baker listened to it all, occasionally refilling cups, sometimes adding a word or two, but mostly just tending her fire and her ovens, and letting her bakery be what it had always been meant to be, a place of refuge, of comfort, of rest. Outside, the storm began to soften. The rain that had been a roar became a whisper. The wind that had howled settled into a gentle sigh. The darkness remained, but it felt less oppressive now, more like a blanket than a threat. Inside, the fire burned lower, glowing coals more than dancing flames. The lamps seemed to dim slightly, creating pools of golden light rather than bright illumination. Everything became softer, quieter, slower. One by one, they began to settle. Tom sprawled in a chair, his eyes half closed, a small smile on his face. Anne and Joe had found a shared blanket somewhere and draped it over their laps, their conversation trailing off into comfortable silence. Dorothy leaned back, Toto snoring softly in her arms, her eyes reflecting the firelight. Alice had closed her book and was simply staring into the fire, watching the patterns in the embers, her expression peaceful. The baker moved among them quietly, banking the fire, dimming lamps, covering leftover pastries with clean cloths. She moved like someone performing a familiar ritual, like someone who had done this many times before and would do it many times again. "Will you tell us a story?" Alice asked suddenly, her voice sleepy but curious. Before whatever comes next." The baker paused, considering. Then she settled into a chair near the hearth, pulling her red hood up over her hair in an unconscious gesture, and when she spoke, her voice was gentle and rhythmic, perfect for the drowsy evening. "Once upon a time," she began, "there was a girl who walked through a forest carrying a basket. She was going to visit her grandmother, bringing her good things to eat. Along the way, she met a wolf, though that's a different story, for a different time. What matters is that she learned something important on that journey." "What did she learn?" Dorothy asked softly. "She learned that the scariest paths sometimes lead to the warmest welcomes. That the dark forest is full of danger, yes, but also full of wonder. That good food and warm fires and safe places matter more than we realize. And she learned that if you survive your journey, whatever journey that might be, you have a responsibility to create safety for others, to leave a light on for those who are still walking through the dark. Like this bakery," Joe said, understanding. The baker smiled. "Like this bakery. It's here because once, a long time ago, someone needed it to be here. And now it's here for anyone who needs it. On rainy days, on holidays, on ordinary Tuesday afternoons when the world feels too big or too small or too confusing." "Will it always be here?" Alice asked. "As long as someone needs it," the baker promised. "As long as there are storms and travelers and people who need to remember what home feels like. The door is always red. The light is always on." and there's always something baking." Anne sighed contentedly. "That's the best kind of magic, the everyday, dependable kind." They sat in silence for a while, watching the fire burn down to glowing embers. The rain had stopped entirely now, leaving only the occasional drip from the eaves. The world outside was quiet and clean and new. "I suppose we should be going," Tom said eventually, though he made no move to stand. "Stay as long as you need," the baker said. "The night is still young, and the chairs are comfortable, and morning will come soon enough." And so they stayed. Some dozed in their chairs, wrapped in borrowed blankets. Others gazed into the dying fire, lost in private thoughts. Alice returned to her book, reading by lamplight. The baker moved about her kitchen, preparing things for tomorrow, humming something soft and wordless. It was Tom who finally stood, stretching and yawning. "I reckon I should get on," he said. "But thank you for all of this. I'll remember this Thanksgiving." "You're welcome back any time," the baker said, helping him into his now dry jacket. "The door knows how to find you when you need it." Tom grinned, tipped an imaginary hat, and slipped out into the quiet night. One by one, the others followed. Anne hugged the baker fiercely and promised to return. Jo shook her hand with solemn gratitude and tucked several recipes into her pocket for research purposes. Alice curtsied very properly and said it was the nicest party she'd attended in ever so long. Dorothy was the last to leave, pausing in the doorway with Toto in her arms. "Will I find it again?" she asked. "If I need to?" "You'll find it," the baker promised. "Or it will find you. That's how it works." Dorothy smiled and stepped out into the clear, star-filled night. The storm had passed completely, leaving the air fresh and cool and full of possibility. The coziest rainy day grandmother's secret recipe cottage bakery, a Christmas evening bedtime story for adults. The storm arrived at twilight, just as the first Christmas lights began to glow along the cobblestone street. Rain fell in silver sheets, drumming against shop windows and streaming down gutters in musical rivulets. The wind carried the scent of pine and winter, of cold earth and distant snow, and through it all, one small cottage bakery glowed like a lantern against the darkening evening. Grandmother's secret recipe cottage bakery sat tucked between a bookshop and an old clock repair store, its windows steamed with warmth, its wooden sign swaying gently in the wind. Painted ivy climbed the doorframe, and a wreath of dried orange slices, cinnamon sticks, and evergreen boughs hung on the heavy oak door. Light spilled onto the wet street, golden, inviting, impossibly warm. Inside, the bakery wrapped itself around anyone who entered like a favorite blanket. The ceiling beamed with dark wood, hung with bundles of dried herbs, lavender, and strings of cranberries. Shelves lined the walls, displaying vintage tins, ceramic jars labeled in careful script, and copper molds shaped like stars and hearts. A stone fireplace crackled in the corner, its flames casting dancing shadows across mismatched armchairs and a long wooden table worn smooth by years of use. The air itself was a blessing, thick with the perfume of baking bread, vanilla, brown sugar caramelizing, butter melting into flour, and something else, something mysterious and comforting, that seemed to change depending on who breathed it in. Tonight it carried notes of cardamom and orange zest, of chocolate and clove, of secrets baked into every loaf and pastry. Behind the counter, visible only as a silhouette moving between oven and work table, the baker worked with quiet purpose. Flour dusted the air like snow, wooden spoons stirred in copper pots, timer bells chimed softly, and the oven door opened and closed with practiced rhythm, releasing waves of heat and fragrance that settled over everything like benediction. The bell above the door chimed, gentle as a whisper. The first visitor stepped inside, shaking rain from a practical wool coat. Dorothy Gale paused just inside the threshold, her dark hair damp against her cheeks, her eyes, those famous Kansas blue eyes, taking in the bakery with something like relief. She was older now, perhaps 25 or 26, with the kind of steadiness that came from having traveled far and found her way home, only to discover that sometimes home wasn't quite enough to settle the wandering in one's bones. "Oh," she said softly, to no one in particular. "Oh, this is just—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Dorothy unbuttoned her coat slowly, hung it on a brass hook by the door, and moved toward the fire. Her boots, sensible, well-worn traveling boots, left small wet prints on the wooden floor. She carried a leather satchel that had seen better days, the kind that held journals and maps and letters from distant friends. "Welcome, dear," came a voice from the back, warm as honey. "Sit anywhere you like. There's hot cider on the stove, and I've just pulled something special from the oven." Dorothy chose a chair near the fire, sinking into its cushions with a sigh that seemed to release weeks of travel. She hadn't realized how cold she'd been until the warmth began to seep into her bones. Outside, the rain intensified, but here she was safe. A moment later, a cup appeared on the small table beside her earthenware, steam rising from dark amber cider dotted with whole cloves and a cinnamon stick. Next came a plate bearing a pastry that made Dorothy's breath catch. It was a miniature version of a Kansas farmhouse, constructed entirely of gingerbread, with a roof of caramel tiles and windows of clear sugar through which tiny golden lights seemed to glow. Beside it sat a small tornado of spun sugar, delicate and crystalline, beautiful rather than frightening, and scattered around both were ruby red candies that gleamed like magical shoes. Dorothy's eyes filled with tears she didn't try to hide. "How did you—" she began, but again words failed. She lifted the cider instead, letting the spiced steam warm her face, and took a sip that tasted of autumn harvests and prairie sunsets, and every good thing about the home she'd once taken for granted. The gingerbread house dissolved on her tongue, soft, rich, spiced with ginger and molasses, and something else she couldn't quite name. Memory, perhaps, or comfort, or the sweetness of arriving somewhere safe after a long, uncertain journey. She was still savoring it, eyes half closed, when the bell chimed again. The second visitor brought a gust of cold air and the scent of damp wool. Alice stepped inside, closing the door carefully behind her, and stood dripping on the mat, looking simultaneously 30 years old and somehow ageless, as people often do when they've spent too much time in places where time doesn't behave properly. Her blonde hair, now long and pinned up, escaped its moorings in damp curls around her face. She wore a blue dress under a sensible raincoat, and she carried an umbrella that appeared to have lost its battle with the wind. Her eyes, those curious, questioning eyes, scanned the bakery with the particular wariness of someone who had learned to examine new places very carefully before trusting them. "Is this?" she started, then stopped, frowning slightly. "Is this quite real?" "As real as anything," Dorothy answered from her chair, smiling. "More real than some things, I'd wager." Alice considered this with the seriousness it deserved, then nodded and removed her coat. She chose a seat at the long wooden table, running her fingers along its scarred surface as though reading its history in the grain. The baker appeared from the back, and though her face remained somehow unclear, neither old nor young, neither plain nor beautiful, but rather exactly what each visitor needed, to see her smile was unmistakable. "Tea, I think," she said, not quite a question. "And something that makes sense, even when the world doesn't." Alice's shoulders relaxed by visible degrees. "Yes," she breathed. "Please, yes." The tea arrived in a proper china teapot, painted with roses, and completely free of any mysterious labels, suggesting one should drink to grow or shrink. The cup matched the pot, and when Alice poured, the tea steamed with the scent of bergamot and honey, steady and uncomplicated, and exactly what it claimed to be. Beside the teacup, the baker placed a small three-tiered stand, though this one bore none of the chaos Alice had once experienced. On the bottom tier, perfect butter cookies shaped like playing card, suits, hearts, diamonds, clubs, and spades, each one decorated with meticulous icing. The middle tier held tiny sandwiches with the crusts neatly trimmed, filled with cucumber and cream cheese, egg salad, and smoked salmon. The top tier bore miniature Victoria sponge cakes, each one a tiny miracle of jam and cream and soft, sensible cake. It was a proper tea, an English tea, a tea that followed all the rules and made no attempt whatsoever to engage in philosophical debate or accuse anyone of being the wrong size. "Oh, thank goodness," Alice whispered, and began to eat. Dorothy watched her with understanding, sipping her cider. Neither woman felt the need to explain themselves. Outside, thunder rumbled in the distance, and the rain fell harder, but inside the bakery all was warmth and safety, and the gentle sound of tea being poured into china cups. The third arrival came 20 minutes later, entering with the confidence of someone who had walked through many doors in many places, and found most of them led somewhere interesting. Jo March pushed into the bakery with her usual energy, though she paused immediately, captivated by the scene before her. She was perhaps 28 now, with ink stains on her fingers and a worn leather portfolio under one arm. Her dark hair, shorter than fashion dictated, curled wildly from the damp, and her eyes intelligent, restless, forever observing, took in every detail of the bakery with the particular hunger of someone who wrote things down for a living. "Well," she announced to the room, "if this isn't the most perfect setting I've ever seen. Do you mind terribly if She was already pulling out a small notebook. "I promise I won't be any trouble." "Sit," Dorothy invited, gesturing to an empty chair near the fire. "We're all finding shelter tonight, and what excellent company to shelter with," Jo said, claiming the chair and immediately kicking off her wet boots to warm her feet by the fire. She set her portfolio aside with care pages she'd been working on, probably stories or essays or a new novel. Josephine March, usually called Jo, formerly of Concord, Massachusetts, currently of everywhere I can afford a train ticket to. She grinned. Writer, wanderer, perpetually cold and usually hungry. Dorothy Gale, Dorothy offered. Kansas originally, though I've done my share of wandering too. Alice, the blonde woman added, buttering a cookie with remarkable precision. From England mostly, when I'm being logical." Jo laughed, delighted. "Oh, I like you both already." The baker brought Jo's offering without being asked. A thick slice of fresh bread, still warm from the oven, with a crispy crust and an interior so soft it seemed to sigh when cut. Beside it, a small crock of butter whipped with honey and cinnamon, and another of apple butter, dark and spiced and smelling of autumn orchards. A bowl of soup followed potato and leek, rich and creamy, with chunks of tender vegetables and fresh herbs floating on top. And finally, a mug of hot chocolate so thick and dark it was almost black, topped with fresh whipped cream and a dusting of cocoa powder. "Oh," Jo breathed, setting aside her notebook immediately. "Oh, you wonderful, magical person, whoever you are." She ate with enthusiasm, alternating bites of buttered bread with spoonfuls of soup, occasionally pausing to close her eyes in appreciation. "This is exactly what my mother used to make," she said softly. "On cold nights when I'd been out too long, chasing stories or adventures or whatever seemed more important than coming home for dinner. She never scolded, just made soup and waited for me to come in and tell her everything. Mothers are wise that way," Dorothy murmured, thinking of Aunt Em. "The good ones are," Alice agreed, remembering her sister reading stories on sunny river banks. They sat in companionable silence, each wrapped in their own memories, while the fire crackled and the rain drummed its endless rhythm against the windows. The bakery seemed to breathe around them, warm and alive, holding them safe. The fourth visitor arrived as Jo was finishing her hot chocolate, and he brought with him the scent of salt air and far horizons. Jim Hawkins ducked through the doorway, a tall man now, perhaps 30, with the weathered face of someone who'd spent years squinting at distant seas. He wore a sailor's peacoat, dark with rain, and his hands, strong, capable hands, carried the calluses of rope work and adventure. "Beg your pardon," he said, his voice carrying a hint of West Country accent. "Saw your light from the street. Storm caught me between appointments, and He trailed off, taking in the scene. 3 women settled around fire and table, the abundance of food, the overwhelming comfort of the space. "I don't want to intrude." "You're not," all 3 women said at once, then laughed. "Please," Dorothy added, "there's room for everyone tonight." Jim removed his coat, hung it carefully, and chose a seat at the table. He moved with the particular grace of someone accustomed to confined spaces and rolling decks, someone who'd learned to be compact and efficient in his movements. "James Hawkins," he introduced himself. "Jim to friends. Used to be cabin boy on a ship called the Hispaniola. These days I run a respectable shipping concern, though I'll confess the paperwork is considerably less exciting than the old adventures, but probably less likely to get you killed," Joe observed. Jim laughed. "There's that." His eyes, though they still held something of the boy who'd sailed after treasure, who'd faced pirates and mutiny, and learned hard lessons about trust and greed and courage. The baker brought him a meal suited to a sailor, a pot pie with a golden flaky crust, filled with chunks of beef and potatoes, carrots and peas, all swimming in thick gravy. Beside it, ship's biscuits, proper ones, not the rock-hard variety, but fresh and buttery, made for eating rather than surviving. And to drink, a tankard of mulled wine, spiced with orange and clove and star anise, warm enough to drive away any chill. Jim cut into the pie, and steam rose in fragrant clouds. He took a bite and went still. "This tastes like—" He paused, collecting himself. "Like the Admiral Benbow. Like my mother's kitchen before everything changed." "How did you?" "The baker knows," Alice said simply. "Don't ask how. Just be grateful." Jim nodded, suddenly unable to speak, and ate his meal with the quiet reverence it deserved. Around him, the others understood without explanation. They'd all had their moment of recognition, their gift of comfort, shaped exactly to their needs. The evening deepened. The storm showed no signs of abating, if anything. It strengthened, wind howling down the chimney and making the fire dance. But inside the bakery, the gathering continued to grow. The 5th arrival came silently, as was his nature. The door opened just wide enough to admit a lean figure who moved with an economy of motion that spoke of jungles and careful stalking. Mowgli stepped inside and closed the door behind him without a sound, though his eyes, dark, intense, forever watchful, scanned the room with the wariness of someone who'd grown up where everything could be predator or prey. He was perhaps 27, dressed in clothes that suggested he'd learned to move between 2 worlds without quite belonging fully to either. His skin was sun-darkened, his hair thick and unruly, and he moved with an unself-conscious grace that reminded Joe of wild things. Many people, he observed, not quite a question. Room for one more, Dorothy assured him. Are you seeking shelter from the storm? Mowgli considered this, his head tilting slightly in a gesture that was almost, but not quite human. I am seeking something. I do not always know what, but I follow the lights that look warm. He smiled suddenly, and his whole face transformed. I am called Mowgli. I was raised by wolves in the jungles of India. Now I travel between the jungle and the world of men, belonging to both and neither. That sounds lonely, Alice said softly. Sometimes, Mowgli agreed. Other times it is freedom. Tonight it is mostly cold and wet, and I saw your lights. Then you're very welcome, Joe said. Come and get warm. Mowgli approached the fire but didn't sit in a chair. Instead, he settled cross-legged on the hearth itself, as comfortable there as most people would be in an armchair. The firelight played across his face, catching in his eyes like captured amber. The baker brought him something different, a large bowl of rice with curried vegetables, rich and complex, and spiced with all the warmth of southern lands. Alongside it, flat bread still hot from the oven, perfect for tearing and scooping, fresh mango slices, bright as gold, and to drink, chai, real chai, spiced with cardamom and ginger and sweetened with honey, served in a brass cup that seemed to hold sunshine. Mowgli ate with his hands, unself-conscious and efficient, clearly more comfortable with this method than cutlery. This tastes of home, he said between bites, of Messua's cooking. She was the woman who first taught me to eat cooked food, who tried to teach me to be human. He paused, chewing thoughtfully. I think I learned, mostly. Humanity's overrated anyway, Joe said cheerfully. I've met plenty of humans I'd trade for a good dog. Mowgli's laugh was surprised and genuine. The wolves would agree with you. The sixth and final visitor arrived as the evening settled into its deepest comfort. The door opened to admit a young woman, perhaps 23, with rosy cheeks and bright eyes, and the kind of natural vitality that suggested mountain air and clean living. Heidi stamped her boots on the mat, shaking rain from her practical cloak, and smiled at the room with uncomplicated delight. Oh, she exclaimed in lightly accented English. Oh, how wonderful. I was beginning to think I'd never find anywhere open, and then I saw your lights and smelled your baking, and I thought, surely there's room for one more. Always, Dorothy said, making space at the table. Please, come in. Heidi needed no further invitation. She shed her wet things with efficient cheer and joined the others, her presence somehow making the gathering feel complete. I am Heidi, she announced. From the Swiss Alps originally, though I live in the city now, helping my friend Clara with her children. I've been visiting family in the mountains and traveling back, and the storm caught me quite by surprise. She looked around at the assembled group with obvious pleasure. But what luck to find such company. She had the gift of immediate warmth. Heidi did the ability to make strangers feel like old friends within moments. Perhaps it came from growing up on a mountain with only her grandfather and the goats for company, learning to treasure every human interaction, or perhaps it was simply her nature, generous and open as alpine meadows. The baker brought Heidi a meal that made her clap her hands with delight, a bowl of creamy rösti, the Swiss potato dish, perfectly crispy on the outside and tender within. Beside it, slices of fresh bread with butter and honey, and a small pot of melted cheese for dipping. To drink, hot milk sweetened with honey and spiced with a hint of nutmeg, the kind of drink that promises sound, sleep, and sweet dreams. "This is exactly like grandfather makes," Heidi said, her eyes shining, "or like the Almuncle used to make for me up on the mountain. We'd sit by the fire on winter evenings, and everything would smell like pine and snow and hot milk, and I'd feel like the safest person in the world." "You're safe here too," Alice assured her. "I think that's the magic of this place." "If it is magic," Jim said thoughtfully, "it's the best kind. The kind that simply offers what you need without asking anything in return." They fell into easy conversation then, these 6 strangers who had somehow become a company. They spoke of their travels, their homes, their loneliness, and their discoveries. Dorothy told them about Kansas and Oz, about the strange homesickness one feels for a place that might not exist anymore, if it ever existed at all. Alice described the peculiar challenge of trying to live a logical life after you've been somewhere where logic doesn't apply. Jo read them a paragraph from her latest story about found family and chosen paths, and they all agreed it was quite good. Jim spoke of the sea, of the way it calls to you even when you've settled on land, and how sometimes respectability feels like a too tight coat. Mowgli told them about walking the line between civilizations, about how the jungle still called to him in dreams, how sometimes human speech felt clumsy compared to the clarity of wolf talk. And Heidi shared her belief that happiness was something you could choose most days, if you remembered to pay attention to small good things like sunlight on snow or fresh bread, or the sound of goat bells in the distance. The baker moved between kitchen and dining area, refilling cups, bringing fresh plates of cookies, Christmas cookies now, spiced with cinnamon and decorated with careful icing. Sugar cookies shaped like stars and trees and snowflakes. Gingerbread people holding hands in an endless chain. Chocolate crinkle cookies, dark and rich and rolled in powdered sugar like snow. Shortbread dusted with cardamom, delicate as lace. Everyone ate, slowly and contentedly, no longer driven by hunger but by the simple pleasure of good things shared in good company. Outside, the storm began to ease. The wind's howl dropped to a whisper. The rain softened from downpour to gentle patter, then to the occasional drop. Through the steamed windows, stars began to appear in breaks between clouds. "I should go," Dorothy said eventually, though she made no move to rise. "I have lodging reserved across town." "As should I," Alice agreed, equally motionless. "In a moment," Jo added, but none of them moved. The fire was too warm, the company too comfortable, the sense of peace too complete to disturb. They sat in drowsy contentment, watching the flames dance, listening to the rain's final soft percussion against the windows. The baker emerged from the back with a final offering, a large platter bearing slices of Christmas stollen. The German fruit bread studded with dried fruits and nuts, and dusted heavily with powdered sugar. Beside it, small glasses of cordial, something that tasted of berries and winter sunshine and promises of spring to come. For the journey, the baker said, her voice warm as the bread itself. Wherever you're going next. They each took a slice, wrapping it carefully in napkins provided. Then, slowly, reluctantly, they began to gather their things. Coats were retrieved, still slightly damp but warmed by the fire's proximity. Boots were pulled on. The fire had burned down to glowing coals, and the bakery had taken on the hushed quality of very late evening, when day has fully surrendered to night, and even the rain seems to fall more softly out of respect for sleeping things. At the door, they paused. Dorothy turned back to look at the bakery one last time, the empty cups and plates, the crumbs on the table, the chairs pushed back but still holding the impression of their occupants. "Thank you," she said to the baker who stood in the doorway to the kitchen, "not just for the food, for all of it." The baker smiled, and for just a moment each visitor saw something different. Dorothy saw Aunt Em, Alice saw her sister, Joe saw her mother, Jim saw his mother, Mowgli saw Messua, and Heidi saw her arm uncle. But when they blinked, it was just the baker again, kind and mysterious, and exactly what they needed her to be. "Come back," the baker said simply. "Whenever you need shelter, the bakery is always here, and there's always room for one more." They stepped out into a world transformed. The storm had passed completely now, leaving the air washed clean and sharp with cold. Stars blazed overhead in impossible profusion, and a thin crescent moon hung like a silver promise above the rooftops. The street gleamed with puddles that reflected the sky, turning the cobblestones into a mirror of the heavens. The six of them stood together for a moment, this unlikely company, breathing the clean air and feeling the peculiar contentment that comes from being warm and fed and safe after a storm. "Well," Joe said finally, "I suppose this is where we part ways." "Perhaps not forever," Heidi suggested hopefully. "Maybe we'll meet again, here or elsewhere." "I'd like that," Alice said softly. "As would I," Mowgli agreed. They exchanged information addresses where letters might find them, names of hotels they frequented, promises to watch for each other's names in newspapers and books. Then, with final handshakes and hugs, with wishes for safe travel and good fortune, they dispersed into the night, each heading toward their own destination, their own next chapter. But they all carried something with them, the memory of warmth and welcome, the taste of comfort perfectly suited to their needs, and the knowledge that somewhere in the world A small bakery glowed with light and promise, waiting for the next storm, the next weary traveler, the next soul seeking shelter and finding home. Inside the bakery, the fire burned down to embers. The baker moved quietly through the space, collecting cups and plates, wiping tables, preparing for tomorrow. And as she worked, she hummed a tune without words, a melody that might have been a lullaby or a folk song, or simply the sound of contentment given voice. On the mantel above the fireplace, among the garland and candles, sat a small wooden sign that none of the visitors had noticed, but that had been there all along. Its message, carved in simple letters and painted gold, caught the last glow of the dying fire. There is always room for one more, and there was. There always would be. The rain had stopped entirely now. Stars wheeled overhead in their ancient dance. Christmas was coming, as it always did, bringing its promise of light in darkness, warmth in winter, hope in weary hearts. And in a small cottage bakery on a quiet street, the scent of cinnamon and cardamom and love baked into every recipe lingered in the air, waiting to welcome the next soul who needed shelter from the storm. Sleep came easily that night to all who had found refuge in the rainy day grandmother's secret recipe cottage bakery. They dreamed of warmth and safety, of perfect bites of perfect food, of strangers who became friends in the span of an evening. They dreamed of a place where you were always welcome, always warm, always exactly the right size, and where the baker always knew exactly what you needed, even before you knew to ask. And in the morning, when they woke in their various beds in their various lodgings, they would each find in their pockets the napkin-wrapped slice of stollen they'd been given, still somehow warm, still somehow fresh, tasting of Christmas and kindness, and the promise that no matter how far they wandered, there would always be somewhere to come home to when the storms came. Outside, the first light of dawn began to paint the sky in shades of rose and gold. The street was quiet, washed clean, ready for a new day. And the bakery, the wonderful, magical, impossible bakery, sat waiting, its windows dark now, its door locked, but its heart still warm, still welcoming, still ready to open again when the next storm came and the next weary traveler needed shelter. For that's what grandmother's secret recipe cottage bakery was, in the end, not just a place, but a promise that there would always be warmth for the cold, food for the hungry, safety for the storm-tossed, and peace for the weary, a promise that no matter how far you'd wandered or how lost you'd become, there was always somewhere to rest, always someone to offer you exactly what you needed, always a place where you could simply be, without explanation or apology, and find it enough. The night settled into deep, peaceful stillness, and if you'd been walking past the bakery in those quiet hours before dawn, you might have caught just for a moment the faintest scent of cinnamon and vanilla drifting from beneath the door, and heard the gentlest whisper of a lullaby, and felt yourself wrapped in a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with love. Sweet dreams, weary traveller, sweet dreams. The coziest rainy enchanted bakery, a Christmas bedtime story for adults. The rain had been falling since late afternoon, turning the cobblestone streets into rivers of reflected lamplight. By evening, the storm had settled into a steady, rhythmic drumming, the kind of rain that makes you grateful for walls and warmth, for shelter and soft places to rest. On the corner of Whimsy Lane and Comfort Street stood the rainy day enchanted bakery, its windows glowing amber and gold against the deepening twilight. Steam rose from the chimney in lazy spirals, carrying with it the scent of cinnamon, cardamom, and something indefinable, something that smelled like childhood wonder mixed with grown-up contentment. The bakery's sign swayed gently in the wind, its painted letters shimmering with an iridescence that seemed almost alive. Open always when you need us most. Inside, the bakery was a sanctuary of warmth. Exposed wooden beams crossed the ceiling, hung with dried lavender bundles and strings of crystallized ginger that caught the light from the fireplace. The fire itself crackled in a stone hearth along the far wall, its flames dancing orange and blue, casting moving shadows that made the whole room feel like it was breathing. Deep burgundy armchairs were positioned near the fire, each with a small table beside it, each table holding a brass candle holder with a flame that never quite flickered the same way twice. The walls were lined with shelves, some holding books with worn leather spines, others displaying vintage teacups and copper molds, shaped like stars and moons and tiny houses. A grandfather clock in the corner ticked with a sound like a heartbeat, slow and steady, never rushing, always reassuring. The wooden floorboards were worn smooth by countless feet, scattered with thick woolen rugs in patterns of cream and forest green. Behind the main counter, glass cases displayed the evening's offerings, though the selections seemed to shift if you looked away and then back again. Tonight, for the storm, for Christmas approaching on quiet feet, the treats were particularly special. Enchanted palmiers twisted into impossible spirals, their sugar crusts catching rainbow light. Gingerbread cookies shaped like cottages, each one different, each one somehow familiar. Cardamom buns glazed with honey that seemed to glow from within. Chocolate tarts filled with peppermint cream that released tiny, edible snowflakes when you took a bite. And in the very center, a cake layers of spiced apple and brown butter, frosted with cream cheese that had been infused with vanilla beans and winter rose petals. The baker moved in the kitchen beyond, visible only in glimpses through the doorway, a figure in a flour-dusted apron, hands always busy, face always turned away, but presence always felt. The baker knew things. The baker always knew. The bell above the door chimed, a sound like distant sleigh bells, and the first visitor stepped inside. Gretel paused just inside the doorway, rain dripping from her dark wool coat. She was in her late 20s now, with strong hands and eyes that had seen too much when she was young, but had learned, slowly, to see beauty again. She had spent the last decade learning the art of baking herself, studying in France and Belgium, trying to understand how flour and butter and sugar could create not just food but comfort, not just treats but safety. Tonight, she'd been walking without direction, her mind full of the Christmas preparations at her own small bakery across town, when the storm had caught her. And then she'd seen these lights, these particular lights. "Hello," she called softly, unwinding her scarf. The wool was deep green, hand-knitted, a gift from her brother Hansel last Christmas. The warmth of the bakery wrapped around her immediately, and she breathed in deeply. Gingerbread, of course, but not the threatening, oversized kind from nightmares. This was the real thing, the kind that meant home and holidays, and hands that baked with love instead of malice. A figure appeared in the kitchen doorway, backlit by the oven's glow. The baker gestured toward the case, then to the fire, a silent invitation. Gretel approached the counter slowly, studying the offerings. Her professional eye caught details others might miss: the perfect lamination of the palmiers, the delicate piping on the gingerbread houses. But it was the scent that undid her. Cinnamon and clove, ginger and molasses, everything warm and spiced and safe. "I'd like," she started, then stopped. She didn't know what she wanted, only that she needed something. The baker reached into the case and brought out a plate. On it sat a gingerbread cottage, but this one was different from the others. Its windows glowed with honey-colored light. Its door stood open, and beside it, a tiny figure made of marzipan stood with arms wide, welcoming. Gretel's eyes filled with unexpected tears. "Thank you," she whispered. She carried the plate to one of the armchairs by the fire and settled in. The gingerbread was perfect, crisp at the edges, tender in the center, sweet but not cloying. As she ate, piece by careful piece, she felt something old and frightened inside her finally, fully relax. The cottage on the plate wasn't a trap, it was a gift, a memory rewritten, or perhaps just remembered differently. Outside, the rain drummed on. Inside, the fire crackled. Gretel closed her eyes and let herself simply be warm. The bell chimed again, perhaps 20 minutes later. Gretel looked up from her comfortable drowse to see a woman in her mid-30s step inside, carrying herself with the practical confidence of someone who had traveled far and learned to rely on herself. Dorothy Gale shook the rain from her silver grey coat and ran a hand through her dark hair, now cut short and practical. She'd spent the last 15 years working as a storm chaser and meteorologist, fascinated by the very forces that had once carried her away from Kansas. She understood weather now in ways most people never would, its patterns and personalities, its moods and meanings. But tonight, this storm had caught her off guard. She'd been visiting the city for a conference when the rain began, and something about it had felt different, personal, like it was calling her somewhere specific. "Quite a storm," she said to the room in general, her Kansas accent still present beneath years of travel. "It is," Gretel agreed from her chair, smiling. But it's better in here. Dorothy returned the smile and approached the counter. Through the kitchen doorway, she caught a glimpse of the baker, busy at work, and felt an odd sense of recognition, though she couldn't say why. The glass case drew her attention. Everything looked incredible, but her eyes kept returning to a particular item, a small tornado-shaped pastry made of layers of phyllo dough, filled with cream and dusted with edible silver. It spun slowly on its plate, suspended by some magic she couldn't name, its center glowing with warm caramel. "I think I need that one," Dorothy said, pointing. The baker emerged with the plate and a pot of tea chamomile with vanilla, Dorothy discovered when she poured it and gestured toward the seating area. Dorothy chose an armchair near Gretel's, setting her tea on the small table beside her. The tornado pastry was even more magical up close. When she broke into it with her fork, the layers shattered into delicate shards, and the cream inside tasted like home, like Kansas wheat fields and summer evenings, like her aunt and uncle's kitchen, like everything good she'd known before the storm that changed everything. "This is," she started, then just shook her head. There weren't words. "I know," Gretel said simply, understanding. They sat in comfortable silence, two women who had been lost when they were young, now found, now warm, now safe by the fire as the storm raged outside. The rain sounded different now, not threatening, just present, just weather, just water finding its way home to earth. The evening deepened. The grandfather clock chimed 7 with a sound like distant bells. The fire settled into steady warmth, and somewhere in the back, the baker hummed a tune that might have been a lullaby, or might have been much older than that. When the door opened again, it was with a rush of wind that made the candles gutter and dance. A young woman entered, looking slightly bewildered, slightly amused, and entirely soaked. Alice was 30 now, a mathematics professor at the university, specializing in logic and paradox, and the strange spaces where reason bends into something else entirely. She wore a practical navy dress under her raincoat, and her blonde hair was pinned back in a no-nonsense style. But there was still something about her, a sense that she existed slightly sideways to everyone else, seeing angles and possibilities others missed. "I could have sworn this bakery wasn't here yesterday," she said, closing her umbrella, which was covered in a print of impossible geometric shapes. Or possibly it was, but in a different location. Or I was in a different location. It's rather hard to say. "Does it matter?" Dorothy asked, amused. "You're here now. I suppose that's the most logical conclusion," Alice agreed. She approached the counter, studying the baked goods with the focused attention she usually reserved for theorems. Though I must say, some of these appear to violate several laws of physics. The baker appeared, and Alice could have sworn they smiled, though she only saw them in profile, in the dancing firelight, in the space between one blink and another. "I'll have whatever makes the most sense," Alice said, then laughed at herself. "Or perhaps whatever makes the least sense. I can never quite decide which is more interesting." The baker presented her with something extraordinary, a cake that was somehow both chocolate and lemon, dark and light, impossible by any culinary logic Alice knew. It sat on a blue and white porcelain plate, decorated with playing cards and chess pieces. Beside it, a cup of tea that changed color from green to gold to rose as she watched. Curiouser and curiouser, Alice murmured, delighted. She joined the other women by the fire, and as she took her first bite of the impossible cake, she sighed with genuine pleasure. It tasted like contradiction, bitter and sweet, rich and light, familiar and foreign all at once. It tasted, she realized, like the feeling of understanding something that had puzzled you for years, like the moment when chaos resolves into pattern, when nonsense reveals itself as a deeper kind of sense. "This is remarkable," she said. "Everything here is," Gretel replied, contentment in her voice. Outside, lightning flashed, throwing tree branches into momentary silhouette against the windows. Thunder followed, but it sounded distant, unthreatening, like a giant turning over in sleep. They sat together, these three women, talking quietly about their lives, their work, their journeys. Gretel told them about her bakery, about learning to love gingerbread again, about how baking for others had healed something in her that running away never could. Dorothy described chasing storms, understanding them, no longer being afraid of wind and sky. Alice spoke about teaching, about helping students find their way through logical labyrinths, about how the impossible was just the possible, waiting to be understood. The fire crackled, the rain continued its gentle percussion, the clock ticked its heartbeat rhythm, and in the kitchen the baker continued working, preparing something new, knowing without being told that more visitors would come. The bell chimed again. This time, a young woman in a forest green dress entered, carrying an air of gentle melancholy and deep strength. Wendy Darling was 28, a children's author and illustrator, known for her stories about adventure and courage and the bittersweetness of growing up. She lived in London, in a small flat full of books and art supplies, and she still, sometimes, opened her window at night, though she no longer expected anyone to fly through it. "Oh," she said, seeing the warm interior, the fire, the other women. "Oh, this is perfect." She'd been walking, trying to clear her mind. Her latest manuscript was due, and she'd been struggling with the ending. How do you end a story about someone who doesn't want to grow up but must? How do you make that feel like victory rather than loss? The scent of the bakery, cinnamon and vanilla, cardamom and honey settled over her like a blanket. She approached the counter, and the baker met her there, already holding a plate. On it sat an array of small stars, pastries shaped like stars, dusted with pearl sugar that caught the light, filled with almond cream and wild blueberry jam. Beside them, a pot of hot chocolate so rich and dark it was almost black, topped with whipped cream and a single silver sugar star. "Stars," Wendy breathed. "Yes, that's exactly right." She settled into the last empty armchair, completing the circle by the fire. As she tasted the first star pastry, she closed her eyes. It tasted like flying, like that particular kind of freedom that comes from imagination, from stories, from believing in things you can't quite see. It tasted like childhood, but also like wisdom, like knowing you can't go back, but carrying the best parts forward. "I'm Wendy," she said to the others. "I'm a storyteller. Gretel, baker, Dorothy, storm chaser, Alice, mathematician." They smiled at each other, these four women who had lived extraordinary things when they were young, who carried those extraordinary things with them still, who had learned to build ordinary, extraordinary lives. "I love storms," Wendy said, watching the rain stream down the windows. "I love being inside when they happen, safe and warm, watching the wildness outside." "The contrast makes both better," Alice observed. "The warmth is warmer because of the cold. The shelter matters more because of the storm. And the storm is beautiful because we're not lost in it," Dorothy added, her voice soft with understanding. Gretel nodded, breaking off another piece of her gingerbread cottage. "Exactly." Time passed in that gentle, undemanding way it has by firelight, in warm places, during storms. The women talked and fell quiet and talked again. The baker brought them more tea, more hot chocolate, a plate of spiced shortbread to share, cut into shapes of snowflakes and reindeer and tiny bells. And then, as the clock chimed 8, the door opened one more time. The young man who entered was in his early 30s, dressed in a worn leather jacket and carrying the air of someone who spent more time on boats than on land. Jim Hawkins worked as a maritime archaeologist now, diving for shipwrecks, documenting history that had been swallowed by the sea. He'd never quite lost his taste for adventure, but he'd learned to channel it into purpose, into preservation rather than treasure hunting. He'd been at the Maritime Museum late, going over plans for an expedition when the storm had driven him out. He'd been looking for any open cafe, any warm place to wait it out, when he'd seen these lights. Something about them had reminded him of the lanterns on the Hispaniola all those years ago, but warmer, safer, more welcoming. "Evening," he said, nodding to the room. His voice still carried a hint of the coast, of harbours and salt air. "Good evening," the women chorused, smiling. Jim approached the counter, suddenly aware of how cold he'd been, how much he'd been craving exactly this warmth, shelter, the smell of good things baking. The baker appeared, and something about their presence reminded Jim of Ben Gunn, or maybe of Long John Silver's better moments, or maybe of his own mother, who had run an inn and had always known what travellers needed. The baker presented him with a plate that made Jim laugh out loud with surprised delight. On it sat a treasure chest made entirely of chocolate and pastry, dark chocolate formed into wooden planks, golden caramel made to look like coins spilling out, tiny marzipan jewels in ruby and emerald and sapphire, and beside it a mug of mulled wine, steaming and fragrant with cloves and orange peel and cinnamon stick. "That's incredible," Jim said. "How did you—" But the baker had already retreated to the kitchen, leaving Jim to marvel at the confection. He joined the others by the fire, settling onto a padded bench near the hearth. As he carefully broke into the treasure chest, he found it filled with the most extraordinary truffle dark chocolate ganache, infused with rum and vanilla, studded with candied ginger and toasted coconut. "Oh, that's dangerous," he said after the first bite. "That's better than any treasure I ever found." "Did you find much?" Wendy asked, curious. "Enough," Jim said. "Found enough to learn that the real treasure was something else entirely. The adventure, the learning, the people you meet along the way." He sipped his mulled wine, feeling it warm him from the inside out. The spices bloomed on his tongue, cinnamon and star anise, clove and cardamom, a hint of black pepper that made everything else brighter. "I spent years looking for the next big find," he continued, his voice taking on a reflective quality, "the next treasure island. And then one day I was down in a wreck off the coast of Cornwall, and I found this ship's log, preserved in an oilskin pouch, and I spent 3 months just translating it, learning about this captain and his crew, their daily lives, their small joys and fears, and I realized that was the treasure, those stories, those lives, not the gold." "Stories are treasures," Wendy said softly. "The best kind, the most logical kind," Alice added, "since you can't lose them to rust or theft or time. They just change form. Like storms," Dorothy said, gazing into the fire. "Energy that never disappears, just transforms." "Like bread rising," Gretel murmured. "Transformation into something better." They fell into comfortable silence, 5 people who had all been changed by their young adventures, all transformed into something better, stronger, wiser. Outside, the storm continued, but it was easing now, the downpour gentling into a steady rain, the thunder moving off into the distance. The baker emerged from the kitchen carrying something extraordinary, a cake that hadn't been in the case before, that perhaps hadn't existed before this very moment. It was a Christmas cake, but unlike any they'd ever seen. Multiple tiers of spiced cake, layered with cream and jam and marzipan, frosted in white icing that seemed to shimmer with actual starlight. On top, delicate decorations made of spun sugar, a tiny cottage, a small tornado, a spinning compass rose, a pair of stars, a miniature ship, each one perfect, each one representing one of them. The baker set it on the central table, along with 5 plates and 5 forks. Then they poured 5 glasses of something that looked like liquid moonlight and smelled like Christmas morning vanilla and almond, orange blossom and cardamom, honey and winter roses. "For you," the baker said, and it was the first time any of them had heard the baker speak. The voice was everyone's voice, mother and father, friend and stranger, young and old, familiar and mysterious all at once. "Thank you," they said together, instinctively reverent. They gathered around the table, standing close, and Jim did the honors of cutting the cake. Each slice revealed layers of different flavors, apple and cinnamon, chocolate and cherry, lemon and lavender, ginger and pear, vanilla and plum. It was every Christmas cake ever baked, every holiday dessert ever loved, every sweet memory of winter, warmth and celebration. They ate standing up, talking and laughing, sharing stories now not of their adventures but of their everyday lives. Gretel told them about the regular customer who came in every Saturday for the same rye bread, and how his simple consistency had taught her about the magic of ritual. Dorothy described the beauty of ordinary rainstorms, the ones without danger, just water feeding the earth. Alice talked about her students' small breakthroughs, the moment when confusion became clarity. Wendy shared about the letters she received from young readers, their imaginative interpretations of her stories. Jim told them about teaching maritime history to school groups, seeing children's eyes light up when they touched a barnacle-covered artifact. The ordinary, extraordinary, the magical, mundane. They ate until they were full, until they were satisfied, until they were completely, perfectly content. The baker, moving quietly, began to clear the dishes, waving away their offers to help. "Sit," the baker said gently. "Rest. You've all come so far." And so they returned to the chairs by the fire, to the comfortable seats and soft cushions. The rain outside had become gentle now, just a whisper against the windows. The fire had burned down to glowing coals, radiating steady warmth. The candles flickered peacefully, their light dancing across the ceiling beams. Gretel pulled a book from one of the shelves, a collection of folk tales, well worn and beloved. She began to read aloud, her voice soft and steady, a story about a kind miller and a grateful cat. Dorothy leaned back in her chair, eyes half closed, listening, one hand wrapped around a fresh cup of chamomile tea the baker had brought without being asked. Alice pulled out a small notebook and a pencil, but instead of writing, she found herself sketching the fireplace, the shelves, the sleeping cat that had appeared from somewhere, or perhaps had been there all along, the rain-streaked windows. Her hand moved without thinking, capturing not just the room but the feeling of the room. Wendy had found a soft blanket, thick wool in cream and burgundy, and had wrapped it around herself, curling into her chair like a child, but feeling entirely grown up, entirely herself. She watched the fire's glow, letting her mind wander to her story, and suddenly she knew how it ended, not with sadness that childhood was gone, but with gratitude that it had been, that it lived on in memory and imagination, that growing up meant carrying those flights forward rather than leaving them behind. Jim stood by the window for a moment, watching the rain, watching the light from the bakery reflect in the puddles outside. He thought about all the storms he'd weathered, all the harbors he'd found, all the safe ports in his life's voyage. This one, tonight, unexpected and perfect. The baker moved about quietly, dimming some lights, stoking the fire just enough, covering the pastries in the case with cloth for the night, preparing everything for rest. "Will you be open tomorrow?" Jim asked, turning back. The baker smiled, they could all see it now, in the firelight, that gentle smile. We're always open when you need us most. Even if we can't find you the rest of the time? Alice asked, amused. Especially then, the baker replied. The clock chimed 9, its sound soft and sleepy. Outside the rain had stopped entirely, leaving only the gentle drip of water from eaves and leaves, the quiet gurgle of drains carrying the storm away. The sky was clearing, revealing stars between the breaking clouds, but none of them moved to leave. Not yet. I think, Gretel said softly, closing her book, that this is what home feels like. Not a place you were born, but a feeling you find. Warmth and welcome, safety and sweetness. People who understand, even without explanation. A shelter in the storm, Dorothy agreed, her voice drowsy with contentment. A place where impossible things make perfect sense, Alice murmured. Where the stories aren't over, just resting before the next chapter, Wendy added. A safe harbor, Jim said, after a long voyage. The baker appeared one last time, carrying a tray. On it, 5 small pastries, final gifts for the journey home whenever they chose to leave. Each pastry was different, made specifically for its recipient. For Gretel, a tiny house with windows that glowed. For Dorothy, a silver-dusted cloud that sparkled with edible lightning. For Alice, a checkerboard cookie that was somehow both dark and light in the same bite. For Wendy, a star tart with jam that glittered. For Jim, a small ship made of chocolate, its sails full of spun sugar wind. For your pockets, the baker said, for when you need a little magic. They each took their pastry, wrapping it carefully in the napkins provided, tucking them away like talismans, like blessings, like promises. Thank you, they said, each and all. The baker nodded, returning to the kitchen, leaving them to their quiet peace, their gentle completion. They sat by the dying fire as the clock ticked toward 10, none of them in a hurry, all of them exactly where they needed to be. Outside, the city was washing itself clean, the storm's last gift. Inside, the bakery held them in its warmth, asking nothing, giving everything. Gretel thought about her own bakery, waiting for her tomorrow, ready for another day of baking comfort for others. She would remember this, use this, pass this feeling forward to every customer who stepped through her door seeking more than bread. Dorothy thought about the weather patterns she would study tomorrow, the beautiful, ordinary science of rain and wind and pressure systems. She would remember that storms end, that clear skies follow, that there's always shelter somewhere if you know how to look. Alice thought about her lecture tomorrow afternoon, about paradoxes and proofs, and the strange beauty of mathematical truth. She would remember that logic and magic weren't opposites, just different ways of understanding the same mysterious world. Wendy thought about her manuscript, waiting at home, ready now to be finished. She would remember that endings were really just transformations, that growing up meant taking flight with you rather than leaving it behind. Jim thought about the dive he had scheduled next week, the shipwreck waiting in cold waters, full of stories that needed telling. He would remember that every voyage led somewhere, that every adventure, even the hard ones, even the scary ones, brought you to safe harbors eventually. The fire crackled one last time, settling into embers. The cat definitely there now, curled on a cushion, stretched and resettled. The clock's heartbeat continued, steady and sure. "I suppose," Alice said finally, "we should probably." Eventually Wendy agreed, making no move to rise. "But not quite yet," Dorothy added. "No," Gretel said, smiling, "not quite yet." Jim raised his water glass. The baker had brought water, cool and clear, at some point, perfect for the end of a perfect evening. To the rainy day bakery. They raised their glasses, these 5 travelers, these 5 adventurers, these 5 ordinary, extraordinary people who had found themselves together in this magical, mundane place. To the rainy day bakery, they echoed, and they sat together as the last of the storm dripped away, as the stars came out fully overhead, as the night settled into deep, peaceful quiet. They sat together in the warmth and the comfort and the absolute rightness of this moment, this place, this unexpected gift of shelter and sweetness. Eventually they would leave, one by one, thanking the baker, stepping out into the clean, rain-washed night, carrying their magical pastries and their full hearts and their deep contentment with them. Eventually, they would return to their lives, their work, their own stories. But for now, for this perfect now, they were simply here, together, safe, warm, home. And in the kitchen, the baker smiled and began, slowly, gently, to prepare for tomorrow's baking, for tomorrow's storms, for tomorrow's travelers who would need, more than anything, more than they even knew, exactly this: a place to rest, a sweet thing to eat, a warm fire to sit beside, and the certain knowledge that even in the darkest storm there is always light, always warmth, always shelter, always, always a bakery with its lights on, waiting. The rain began again, just lightly now, the gentlest patter, like a lullaby, like a blessing, like the sound of the world itself settling down to sleep. And in the rainy day enchanted bakery, 5 souls rested, completely at peace, as the night deepened around them and the world turned soft and quiet and kind. The end. Sweet dreams, dear listener. May you always find shelter in the storm, warmth in the cold, and magic in the simple comfort of good food and better company. Sleep well. The coziest rainy fireplace cottage bakery. A Christmas bedtime story for adults. The rainy day fireplace cottage bakery had stood on the corner of Meadowbrook Lane for as long as anyone could remember, though if you asked different people when it first appeared, you would receive entirely different answers. Some swore it had always been there. Others claimed it materialized only when it was most needed. But on this particular Christmas evening, with freezing rain drumming against window panes and wind howling through the narrow streets. The bakery glowed like an amber jewel set into the darkness, its windows fogged with warmth, its chimney sending up ribbons of sweet-smelling smoke that mingled with the storm. Inside, the fire crackled in the great stone hearth that dominated the back wall, its flames dancing in shades of gold and copper, casting shifting shadows across the worn wooden floorboards. The bakery was not large, cozy, rather, with just enough room for several small tables with mismatched chairs, a long glass counter displaying the day's creations, and shelves lined with vintage tins and copper molds that caught the firelight. Garlands of fresh evergreen draped along the beams overhead, interwoven with dried orange slices and cinnamon sticks that released their fragrance into the already perfumed air. The scent was intoxicating, vanilla and brown sugar, cardamom and clove, the buttery richness of pastry dough, the deep molasses sweetness of gingerbread, and underneath it all, the clean, bright smell of fresh fallen snow seeping in around the doorframe. Behind the counter, barely visible in the gentle dimness, the baker moved with unhurried grace, hands dusted with flour, humming a melody that seemed older than the building itself. The baker's face remained pleasantly obscure in the dancing firelight, sometimes appearing as an elderly grandmother with silver hair pinned in a soft bun, sometimes as a younger figure with kind eyes and strong hands. It didn't matter much. What mattered were the creations emerging from the enormous brick oven, spiced winter cookies shaped like stars and snowflakes, their edges caramelized to perfection, loaves of cranberry-studded bread with crispy, crackled crusts, tarts filled with spiced apples, and topped with lattices so delicate they seemed made of lace, and steaming mugs of chocolate so rich and dark it was almost savory, topped with clouds of fresh cream. The bell above the door chimed softly, and the first visitor stepped inside, shaking droplets from a well-worn traveling cloak. Jo March unwound the scarf from around her neck with cold, stiffened fingers, her dark hair escaping its pins and curling wildly from the damp. She was older now than when she'd run wild through Concord, Massachusetts, past 30, with the kind of elegant exhaustion that comes from years of writing deadlines and managing a house full of students at Plumfield. Her eyes, however, still held that familiar spark, that restless intelligence that had driven her since girlhood to devour life in great, hungry gulps. "Good evening," she called out, her voice carrying the faint roughness of someone who'd been traveling in the cold. "I hope you're still open. I've been walking for what feels like hours, and when I saw your lights—" She paused, breathing in deeply, and a smile transformed her tired face. "Oh, that smell! That's exactly what Christmas should smell like." The baker emerged more fully into the light, gesturing toward the tables near the fire. "Sit, please, warm yourself. You look as though you've come a long way." "From New York," Jo said, settling gratefully into a chair close to the hearth and stretching her hands toward the flames. "I've been at my publisher's all week, wrestling with edits. Finally finished this morning and decided to make my way home for Christmas but the storm caught me halfway. I was beginning to think I'd have to shelter in some drafty train station when I saw your bakery." She looked around with open appreciation. "It's perfect, like something from a story." "What would warm you?" the baker asked. Jo considered, her expression thoughtful. "Do you know, I haven't had a proper Christmas cookie in years. The boys at school devour them so quickly I rarely get one myself. And something hot to drink surprised me." The baker nodded and disappeared back behind the counter. Moments later, a plate appeared before Jo. 6 different cookies, each one a small masterpiece. Gingerbread men with pearl sugar buttons. Brown butter snickerdoodles rolled in cinnamon and cardamom. Chocolate crinkles with powdered sugar catching in their cracks like snow in tree bark. Jam-filled thumbprints the color of rubies. Shortbread stamped with pine tree patterns. And delicate pizzelles, thin as paper, flavored with anise and dusted with snowy sugar. Beside the plate a large mug of something that steamed fragrant and complex. Spiced cider mulled with cinnamon sticks, star anise, and a splash of dark rum, topped with a slice of orange studded with cloves. "Oh," Jo breathed, and for a moment looked much younger, like the girl who'd once sat in an attic writing stories by candlelight. "Oh, this is exactly right." She picked up a gingerbread man and bit off its head with satisfying crunch, closing her eyes as the spices bloomed across her tongue, ginger and molasses, a hint of black pepper, the warmth spreading through her chest like the fire spreading through the logs. Outside, the rain intensified, rattling against the windows, but inside the bakery, Jo settled deeper into her chair, the tension beginning to leave her shoulders. The door chimed again. This time, the woman who entered moved with an unusual grace, as though she were still learning to navigate the weight and balance of her own body. She was beautiful in an otherworldly way, pale hair that fell in waves past her shoulders, eyes the color of deep water, features fine-boned and delicate. But there was something careful about how she walked, how she placed each foot deliberately, consciously, as though movement were still a small miracle she didn't take for granted. The little mermaid, though she no longer thought of herself that way, she'd been Cordelia for nearly 15 years now, pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders. The rain had soaked through her dress at the hem, and her shoes were ruined, but she hardly noticed. She was staring at the fire with an expression of pure longing. "Please," she said, and her voice was soft, slightly accented with something that might have been Danish, or might have been something else entirely, something that belonged to no land at all. "Might I come in? I'm terribly cold." "Of course," the baker said. "Come, sit by the fire. I'll bring you something to warm you." Cordelia moved to a chair near Jo, who looked up from her cookies with friendly interest. "Dreadful night," Jo observed, "though I suppose if we had to be caught out in it, we couldn't have found a better refuge." "No," Cordelia agreed, holding her hands toward the flames. There was a faint tremor in her fingers. "I was trying to reach my sister's house. She lives just over the hill, but the storm came on so suddenly. I've always been rather sensitive to the cold. Something flickered across her face, some old memory quickly suppressed. The baker returned with a bowl rather than a plate, a wide, shallow bowl filled with something that steamed gently, its surface scattered with edible flowers preserved in honey. It was a creamy rice pudding, rich with butter and vanilla, studded with plump raisins, and topped with a generous dusting of cinnamon. Beside it, a cup of the palest golden tea, fragrant with jasmine and honey. "Oh," Cordelia whispered, and her eyes brightened with sudden tears. "I haven't had this since," she stopped, swallowed, "since I was very young." "How did you know?" The baker only smiled and retreated. Cordelia lifted the spoon and tasted, and something in her whole body seemed to ease, some ancient sorrow loosening its grip just a fraction. "It's perfect," she said quietly. "It tastes like comfort, like being held when you're small and frightened." Joe watched her with the instinctive curiosity of a writer, noting the way Cordelia moved, the faint sadness that seemed to cling to her even as she smiled. "I'm Joe," she offered, "Joe March, from Concord and New York, and points between." "Cordelia," the other woman replied, "originally from, well, very far away. I've lived here for some time now." She took another spoonful of pudding, savoring it slowly. "This bakery is remarkable, isn't it? I've passed it 100 times, but never came inside until tonight. It's as though it was waiting. For nights like this," Joe agreed, "when we need it most." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the fire crackling, the rain a steady percussion against the roof. Jo worked her way through the cookies with methodical pleasure, while Cordelia ate her pudding with small, reverent bites, as though each spoonful were precious. The warmth was sinking into both of them now, deep into cold bones and tired muscles, and the bakery wrapped around them like a blanket. The bell chimed a third time. The man who entered was lean and weathered, probably in his early 40s, with sun lines around his eyes and the kind of perpetual tan that spoke of years spent outdoors. His hair, shot through with grey, was pulled back in a queue, and he carried himself with the easy confidence of someone long accustomed to uncertain footing. Jim Hawkins stamped the water from his boots and ran a hand over his face, grinning ruefully. "Bloody awful out there," he announced cheerfully, his accent carrying hints of Bristol and other, more distant ports. "Pardon my language, ladies. I've been at sea for 3 months and my manners have gotten rusty." He looked around the bakery with evident approval. "This is a bit of all right, though. Mind if I join you?" "Please do," Joe said, gesturing to the table. "Misery loves company, and we're building quite a collection of storm refugees." Jim settled into a chair with a sigh of relief, stretching out his long legs toward the fire. "Jim Hawkins," he introduced himself, "captain of the merchant vessel Hispaniola, different ship, same name. Couldn't resist." He glanced at the women with a self-deprecating smile. Just made port this morning. Was heading to my sister's for Christmas dinner when the weather turned. Thought I'd wait it out here if the proprietor doesn't mind. The baker appeared at his elbow as if summoned. "What would you like, Captain?" Jim considered, his expression nostalgic. "You know what I haven't had in years? A proper Cornish pasty. My mother used to make them beef and potato and turnip, all wrapped up in that golden pastry. Used to eat them on the docks when I was a lad." He laughed. "Before I knew anything about treasure maps or tropical islands or any of it. I have just finished a batch," the baker said. "And to drink? Dark beer if you have it, something with body." The pasty that appeared was a work of art, large and golden, crimped along one edge with the traditional rope pattern, steam escaping from slits in its top. Beside it, a pint of stout so dark it was nearly black, with a thick cream head, and, as a bonus, a small dish of pickled onions and sharp cheddar. Jim cut into the pasty, and the filling spilled out, rich and savory, the beef tender, the vegetables perfectly seasoned. He took a bite and closed his eyes. "Christ," he muttered. "Sorry, but that's perfect. That's exactly like I remember." "You've traveled a great deal?" Cordelia asked, intrigued by this weathered sailor with his easy manner and far-seeing eyes. "All over," Jim confirmed, taking a long pull of his beer. "West Indies, South America, even the South Pacific last year. Never quite got the wandering out of my blood after my first voyage. Though I'll tell you," he cut another piece of pasty, "there are times I miss England terribly. Miss nights like this, when you can come in from the cold and find exactly what you need." "What made you start?" Joe asked, always hungry for stories. "The traveling, I mean?" Jim grinned. "Fell into it by accident when I was just a boy, helped an old sea captain at my mother's inn, and one thing led to another. Nearly got myself killed a dozen times over, but I wouldn't trade those memories for anything. Taught me that the world is bigger and stranger than we ever imagine." He raised his glass in a small toast. "And that there's no place like home when you've been gone long enough." The four of them, Joe, Cordelia, Jim, and the nearly invisible baker, existed in a small pocket of peace while the storm raged outside. The fire burned steady and bright, the bakery's warmth seeping into cold places, both physical and emotional. There was something about this night, this place, that made confidences easy, made the sharing of old stories feel natural rather than intrusive. The door opened again, admitting a gust of wind and rain and a young woman who stumbled in with her arms wrapped around herself, her glasses fogged and rain-dripped. Meg Murray pushed her wet hair out of her face and blinked around the bakery, trying to get her bearings. "Oh, thank goodness," she breathed. "I thought I was going to have to tesseract home, and I hate doing that in bad weather. It plays havoc with the space-time calculations." She seemed to realize what she'd said and laughed, a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, that probably sounds insane." "Not at all," Joe said warmly, making space at the table. "We're all refugees here. Come sit." Meg approached the fire gratefully, unwinding her soaked scarf. She was in her mid-30s, with an air of distracted intelligence and eyes that seemed to see slightly more than other people's eyes saw, as though she were looking at the world and also at something just beyond it. I was at a lecture at the university, she explained, settling into a chair and removing her glasses to clean them on her sleeve. Quantum mechanics and its implications for, well, that's boring. The point is, I lost track of time, and when I came out, the storm was already here. I've been walking for nearly an hour. What brings you warmth? The baker asked. Meg replaced her glasses and looked up, considering something with chocolate. She said finally, dark chocolate, and something to help me think. I've been working on a problem for weeks, and I'm so close to solving it. The baker returned with a thick wedge of chocolate torte, flourless, intensely dark, with a texture somewhere between fudge and cake, drizzled with raspberry coulis and accompanied by a small scoop of vanilla bean ice cream that was already beginning to melt into creamy pools. Beside it, a small French press pot of coffee, rich and aromatic, and a plate of chocolate-covered espresso beans. "Oh," Meg said reverently. "Oh, that's exactly right." Jim watched with amusement as Meg took her first bite and made a small sound of pleasure. "What field are you in?" he asked. "If you don't mind saying." "Physics," Meg replied between bites. "Theoretical physics, mostly. I work on problems of dimensional travel and space-time manipulation. It probably sounds like science fiction." "Sounds fascinating," Joe said. "I'd love to write about something like that. A woman scientist traveling through dimensions, readers would eat it up. Let me know if you do," Meg said with a smile. "I'll fact-check it for you. Most of the science in novels makes me want to scream." They laughed together, and the conversation flowed easily. Jim asking about Meg's work with genuine interest, Cordelia sharing stories of her students. She taught music to children, it turned out. Joe holding forth on the challenges of getting publishers to take women writers seriously. The baker moved quietly in the background, refreshing drinks, adding logs to the fire, ensuring that every need was met before it was even fully articulated. The final visitor arrived just as the church bells somewhere in the distance struck 8 o'clock, their sound muffled by the storm. Anne Shirley burst through the door in a flurry of wet wool and wind-tangled red hair, her cheeks flushed pink with cold and her eyes bright with the kind of irrepressible enthusiasm that no amount of bad weather could dampen. She was perhaps 25, with the kind of beauty that came more from animation and intelligence than from perfect features, and she carried an enormous leather satchel that she set down with a thump. "Oh my goodness," she exclaimed, taking in the bakery with obvious delight. "This is exactly like I imagined it would be. No, it's better than I imagined. You can't fully imagine the way firelight looks on old wood, or how cinnamon smells when it's combined with evergreen, or—" She stopped, laughing at herself. "I'm sorry. I'm Anne Shirley Blythe. I'm a teacher, and I have a terrible habit of getting carried away, but this place is wonderful." "It is rather special," Cordelia agreed, smiling at Anne's exuberance. Come join us, there's plenty of room. Anne shed her wet coat and settled in, immediately pulling out a stack of papers from her satchel. I was grading Christmas compositions from my students, she explained. 10-year-olds writing about what Christmas means to them. Some of it is absolutely beautiful, and some of it is wonderfully ridiculous. I was at the school doing paperwork when I realized how late it was, and then the storm, well, she gestured expressively. When I saw this bakery, I felt like it was calling to me. Does that sound absurd? Not at all, Joe said. I think we all felt that way. The baker appeared beside Anne. What would bring you joy? Anne's face lit up. Do you know what I've always wanted to try? Those French pastries, petites fours, I think they're called. Little cakes with beautiful icing, all different flavors. I've read about them in books, but never actually had one. And tea, something floral and lovely. What the baker brought made Anne gasp with genuine delight. A 3-tiered serving stand, each level holding an assortment of petites fours, each one a tiny work of art. There were chocolate cakes with mocha buttercream, lemon cakes with vanilla glaze, almond cakes with raspberry filling, pistachio cakes with rose water icing. Each one was decorated differently, some with delicate sugar flowers, some with gold leaf, some with intricate piped designs. The tea was served in a pot painted with violets, and smelled of lavender and chamomile and something sweeter, like honey in summer meadows. Oh, Anne breathed, her eyes actually shining with tears. Oh, they're too beautiful to eat. They're like little pieces of edible art. Then eat them slowly, the baker suggested with a smile, and appreciate them properly. Anne did just that, taking tiny bites of each cake and describing the flavors with such vivid enthusiasm that the others found themselves laughing, charmed by her unabashed joy. She poured tea for everyone, insisting they all try it, and soon the table had drawn even closer together, becoming less a collection of strangers and more a gathering of friends. It's strange, Jim mused, working on his second beer, a lighter ale this time, nutty and smooth. How we all ended up here tonight. Must be 50 other places we could have sheltered, but we all found this particular bakery. Maybe it found us, Cordelia suggested quietly. Maybe it appears where it's needed. Like something from a fairy tale, Anne added, and then blushed, though I suppose that sounds childish. Not at all, Joe said firmly. I've made my living writing stories, and I can tell you the best ones are the ones we half believe might be true. The ones where magic is just barely possible, lurking around the edges of ordinary life. Meg pushed her empty plate away and leaned back, looking more relaxed than she had when she'd arrived. There's something to be said for that, she agreed. I spend my days trying to explain the universe through mathematics, but there are moments, rare moments, when the equations align in a way that feels like poetry, like the universe is trying to tell us something beautiful. Yes, Cordelia said softly. Yes, exactly that. The conversation continued, meandering through various topics, Anne's students and their charming malapropisms, Jim's adventures in distant ports, Jo's latest novel and the battle with her editor over the ending, Meg's research and the strange, beautiful patterns she found in chaos theory, Cordelia's music students, and the unexpected wisdom of children. The baker moved among them, silent but attentive, bringing second helpings and new treats, warm scones with clotted cream and strawberry jam, slices of apple cake with caramel sauce, gingerbread loaf, so moist it was almost pudding-like, and always more tea, more coffee, more of whatever each person needed. Outside, the storm began to shift. The rain gentled to a steady patter, and through the windows they could see fat snowflakes beginning to mix with the drops, dancing in the light that spilled from the bakery windows. "It's snowing," Anne said with quiet wonder, going to the window. "Oh, look, it's turning into the kind of snow that makes everything beautiful." They all gathered at the window, these 5 disparate souls who had found themselves together on this particular Christmas evening. The street outside was transforming, the rain-slicked cobblestones being covered with white, the harsh edges of buildings softening under the accumulating snow. The storm's violence had passed, leaving behind something gentler, something that felt like grace. "We should make a toast," Jim said suddenly, "to the storm that brought us here, and to this extraordinary bakery, and to whatever magic led us all to the same door." The baker appeared with a tray holding 6 small glasses, 5 for them, and 1 presumably for the baker, filled with something amber and fragrant. "Spiced honey mead," the baker explained, "traditional for Christmas and for sealing friendships." They each took a glass, and the baker joined them, the 6 of them standing in a loose circle near the fire. "To the rainy day fireplace cottage bakery," Jo said, raising her glass. "To unexpected meetings," Cordelia added. "To warmth when we need it most," Meg contributed. "To Christmas magic," Anne said, her eyes bright. "To finding home wherever we are," Jim finished. They drank together, the mead sweet and warming, tasting of honey and herbs and something indefinable that might have been starlight or might have been time itself. The baker simply smiled, and for a moment seemed to shine slightly, as though lit from within, before returning to the usual pleasant dimness. After that, there seemed to be no hurry to leave. Anne spread her students' compositions on the table and read the best ones aloud, making them all laugh and occasionally tear up at the simple wisdom of children. Jim produced a harmonica from his pocket and played a few old sailors' tunes, surprisingly sweet and melancholy. Meg pulled out a small notebook and tried to explain tesseracts using sugar cubes and toothpicks, which worked better than anyone expected. Jo took notes on everything, her writer's mind already shaping the evening into story form. Cordelia simply listened, occasionally humming along with Jim's music in a voice that was heartbreakingly pure and lovely. The baker brought out more treats, miniature stolons studded with candied fruit and dusted with powdered sugar, Lebkuchen cookies spiced with cloves and glazed until they shone, marzipan shaped into tiny fruits and vegetables, chocolate truffles rolled in cocoa powder and sea salt, candied orange peels dipped in dark chocolate, almond crescents that melted on the tongue, and finally, just as the clock struck 10, a single enormous apple strudel, its pastry so thin you could see through it, filled with cinnamon-spiced apples and raisins, and served with fresh whipped cream. "We can't possibly eat all this," Meg protested, even as she accepted a slice. "Consider it Christmas dinner," the baker suggested, "since the storm kept you all from your intended destinations." And so they shared the strudel, passing plates back and forth, and it was better than any formal Christmas dinner could have been. There was something perfect about eating dessert for dinner, about sitting around a fire with people who had been strangers an hour ago but now felt like old friends, about the way the snow was piling up outside while inside everything was warm and safe and sweet. "I don't want to leave," Anne said softly, voicing what they were all thinking. "I know I have to eventually, but I don't want this evening to end." "All good things must end," Joe said, but gently. "That's what makes them precious." "Perhaps," Cordelia suggested, "we could come back, not just in emergencies, but deliberately. Meet here once a month or every few weeks. I feel as though I've known you all for years rather than hours." "I'd like that," Meg said immediately. "I'd like it very much." "Count me in," Jim agreed. "I'm in port often enough, and when I'm not, you can carry on without me." "Yes," Anne said firmly. "Yes, absolutely yes. We could be a sort of society, the Rainy Day Bakery Society. We could share our work and our stories and just be together in this lovely place." They all looked at Joe, who was smiling. "How can I refuse?" she said. "Besides, you're all far too interesting to let go. I'll put you all in a book someday." "Do we get to approve our characters?" Jim asked with mock seriousness. "Absolutely not," Joe replied, grinning. "That's not how it works." They laughed, and the sound was warm and genuine, filling the bakery with something more than just the sense of sugar and spice. The baker had disappeared into the back, and when they returned, they were carrying a large wicker basket covered with a red and white checked cloth. "For your journeys home," the baker explained, setting it on the table. "The storm has passed, and the snow has made the roads beautiful, but you'll want something to sustain you." They peered into the basket to find it filled with carefully wrapped packages, sandwiches made with the cranberry bread, thermoses of hot chocolate and coffee, cookies wrapped in waxed paper, small jars of jam and honey, slices of various cakes and pastries, and for each of them one special treat that seemed chosen just for them. For Joe, a small leather-bound notebook and an elegant fountain pen. For Cordelia, a music box that played a haunting melody when opened. For Jim, a brass compass with his initials engraved on the back. For Meg, a prism that split light into rainbows. For Anne, a bookmark made of pressed flowers sealed between glass. "Oh," Anne whispered, clutching her bookmark, "how did you know?" The baker only smiled, that mysterious, knowing smile, and began helping them gather their things. They left together, the five of them, stepping out into a world transformed. The storm had passed completely, leaving behind a perfect Christmas snow that sparkled under the street lamps. The night was still and clear now, the earlier violence utterly gone, and overhead the clouds were breaking up to reveal stars scattered like diamonds across black velvet. "Which way are you headed?" Jim asked Anne. "North," she said, "toward the Green Gables house. It's a boarding house I'm staying at temporarily while I look for a permanent place." "I'm north as well," Meg said. "I can walk with you part of the way." "And I'm south," Joe said, "toward the station. My train should be running again by now." "I'll go south as well," Cordelia offered. "My sister's house is just past the station. We can walk together." "And I," Jim said, "am west, toward the docks. But this is as good a parting place as any." They stood for a moment in front of the bakery, each reluctant to be the first to leave, to break the spell of the evening. Behind them the bakery glowed warmly, its windows golden, smoke still rising from its chimney. It looked exactly like the sort of place that might vanish by morning, that might only exist in the space between waking and sleeping, between one world and another. "First Tuesday of every month?" Anne suggested. 7 o'clock? "Perfect," Meg agreed. "We'll be here," Joe confirmed. They embraced then, quickly and without self-consciousness, these five strangers who were strangers no longer. And then they separated, Meg and Anne heading north with their arms linked, Joe and Cordelia turning south, Jim striking out west with his hands in his pockets and his harmonica in his hand, already playing a gentle tune that drifted back to them through the snow-muffled air. Inside the bakery, the baker watched them go, standing in the doorway with a slight smile. The fire was banked for the night, the tables cleared, the floor swept, but the warmth remained, and the scent of cinnamon and vanilla and all good things. And though the baker locked the door and turned out most of the lights, leaving only the faint glow from the banked fire visible through the windows, there was the sense that the bakery itself was not sleeping but merely resting, waiting for the next person who would need it, the next storm that would drive a weary soul to its door. The snow continued to fall, soft and steady, covering the footprints of the five friends as they made their way home through the peaceful night. And in each of their pockets or bags, wrapped carefully against the cold, were the treats and treasures they'd been given, reminders of a magical evening when the world had been exactly as kind as it needed to be, when they had found shelter and sweetness and the unexpected gift of connection. Joe, walking through the quiet streets toward the station, already had her notebook out and was scribbling by streetlight, trying to capture the essence of the evening before it faded. Cordelia hummed to herself the melody from her music box and felt lighter than she had in years. Jim played his harmonica softly as he walked, thinking about warm fires and good company and how wide and wonderful the world could be. Meg held her prism up to catch the light from the street lamps, watching rainbows dance across the snow, her mind already working on new calculations, new possibilities. and Anne simply smiled as she walked, her heart so full of joy it felt as though it might overflow, already composing in her head the letter she would write, describing this perfect, perfect night. Behind them, the rainy day fireplace cottage bakery stood solid and sure, its chimney smoke rising straight up into the clearing sky, its windows glowing faintly, waiting, always waiting, ready for the next storm, the next wanderer, the next soul in need of warmth and wonder, and the particular magic that only it could provide. The church bells rang the hour 11 o'clock, and their sound carried clearly through the cold, still air. Christmas was just hours away now, and in homes throughout the city, people were settling in for sleep, dreams of sugar plums and gift-wrapped packages dancing in their heads. But in 5 different places, 5 people lay in their beds with bellies full of wonderful food and hearts full of unexpected joy, remembering an evening that had been exactly what they needed, not the Christmas they had planned, but perhaps the Christmas they had been meant to have all along. An evening of warmth and kindness, of laughter and shared stories, of finding friends in unlikely places and magic in a simple bakery on a stormy night. And as they each drifted towards sleep, they all made the same wish, that the first Tuesday of the new year would come quickly, so they could return to that warm, welcoming place, and the people who, in the course of a single evening, had become dear to them. Outside, the snow fell and fell, blanketing the world in white, and somewhere in the distance, if you listened carefully, you could hear the faint sound of someone playing a harmonica, the melody sweet and hopeful, and full of the promise of more evenings like this one, more magic waiting to be discovered, more warmth to be found when you needed it most. The rainy day fireplace cottage bakery would be there, as it always was, as it always would be, waiting for the next storm, waiting for the next weary traveler, waiting to work its gentle magic on anyone who needed it. And that, truly, was the greatest gift of all. The end. The coziest rainy fairy godmother's cottage bakery, a Christmas bedtime story for adults. The rain had been falling since noon, that particular kind of December rain that feels like a benediction, steady, purposeful, turning the cobblestone streets into rivers of reflected lamplight. The evening had drawn in early, as winter evenings do, wrapping the neighborhood in a soft darkness punctuated by the warm glow of shop windows. And among all those windows, none shone quite so invitingly as the rainy day fairy godmother's cottage bakery. The bakery sat tucked between a bookshop and a flower seller's stall, its timber-framed exterior painted in deep forest green, the wood dark with age and weather. A hand-painted sign swung gently in the wind, depicting a plump fairy godmother with flower-dusted wings holding a tray of golden pastries. Garlands of fresh pine and holly draped the doorframe, and in each of the diamond-paned windows a candle flickered, real candles, the old-fashioned kind, their flames dancing behind glass that had gone slightly wavy with centuries of settling. Inside, the bakery exhaled warmth like a living thing. The main room was not large, but it felt infinite in its coziness. The ceiling beams, dark and ancient, were strung with dried herbs and small copper bells that chimed softly whenever someone entered. The walls were plastered in warm cream, and every available surface held something wonderful. Blue willow plates on a Welsh dresser, copper pots hanging from hooks, earthenware jars labelled in careful script, vanilla from Madagascar, cardamom from Kerala, crystallized ginger. A fireplace dominated one wall, and in it burned a fire that seemed to need no tending, flames curling contentedly around oak logs, sending out waves of amber light. Before the fire sat several deep armchairs upholstered in faded velvet, burgundy, forest green, midnight blue, each with a small table beside it bearing a lamp with a rose-colored shade. Along the opposite wall ran a long counter of polished wood, warm as honey in the firelight, and behind it rose shelves displaying the day's offerings beneath glass domes, tarts gleaming with fruit, scones fat with currants, cakes dark with spice. The scent in the air was extraordinary, cinnamon and brown sugar, yes, but also cardamom and orange zest, vanilla and toasted almonds, buttery pastry and dark chocolate, all woven together with the deeper, yeasty comfort of rising dough. Beneath it all ran the subtle fragrance of pine from the garlands, and the clean, ozonic smell of rain on stone from beyond the windows. At the back of the bakery, partially obscured by a beaded curtain that clicked softly in some unfelt breeze, lay the kitchen. From there came the occasional soft clatter of a pan, the whisper of an oven door opening, the barely audible hum of someone who might have been singing or might have been simply content. The fairy godmother herself remained mostly out of sight this evening, as was her way, but her presence permeated everything in the perfectly browned crusts, in the way the fire never needed stoking, in the sense that this small space held exactly enough magic to keep the whole world at bay. The rain drummed steadily on, and the first visitor pushed open the door. She came in with a swirl of wet silk and the scent of rosewater, pausing just inside the threshold to shake droplets from her travelling cloak. Scheherazade had been walking for hours through the rain, though she didn't quite remember why she'd started or where she'd meant to go. Sometimes, after so many years of telling stories, the boundary between tale and life grew pleasantly thin, and she found herself simply wandering, letting her feet choose the path. She was perhaps 30 now, her dark hair braided and coiled elaborately despite the weather, small golden ornaments catching the firelight. Her eyes, dark as ink, held the particular brightness of someone who has survived by her wits and learned to find beauty in survival. She unwound her cloak deep crimson, embroidered with tiny stars, and hung it on a peg by the door, where it began to steam gently in the warm air. "Good evening," she said softly to the room at large, though she seemed unsurprised to find it empty of other patrons. This was clearly a place where one might be alone together, if that made any sense. Jim lifted the tankard and breathed in the scent, apples and cinnamon, cloves and star anise, a hint of orange. He took a sip and warmth flooded through him, loosening muscles he hadn't realized were tense. The cake was extraordinary, rich and moist, each bite revealing a different dried fruit, the rum and spices creating layers of flavor that unfolded on his tongue like a map to buried treasure. "This is," he started, then just shook his head, smiling. "This is perfect, thank you." The fairy godmother beamed. "That's what we do here, dear. Now you two enjoy. I've got mince pies coming out in a bit." As she disappeared again, Jim and Scheherazade sat in companionable silence, eating and drinking, listening to the rain. After a while, Jim said quietly, "It's not that I'm not grateful to be alive. I am. It's just that the world seems smaller now, somehow." "Perhaps," Scheherazade suggested, "it's not that the world is smaller, but that you've grown larger. You contain seas and islands now. Of course, ordinary streets feel narrow." Jim considered this, chewing thoughtfully on a piece of cake studded with apricot. "That's a kind way to think of it," he said finally. "Thank you." They sat together as the fire popped and hissed, the rain outside turning the windows into rivers of light, and both felt the peculiar comfort of being understood without needing to explain. The third arrival came so quietly they almost didn't notice. The door opened just wide enough to admit a slender figure in a travelling dress of dove grey, and closed again with the softest click. Meg March stood just inside, brushing rain from her sleeves, looking around with the slightly overwhelmed expression of someone who'd been walking in the cold too long and had forgotten what warmth felt like. She was 28, the eldest March sister, and tonight she looked tired in the way that comes from giving too much of oneself for too long. She'd spent the day visiting families in her neighborhood, the sick, the struggling, the lonely, bringing what comfort she could. It was Christmas week, and she'd promised herself she'd bring cheer to every household that needed it. But now, walking home through the rain, her basket empty, her shoes soaked through, she'd found herself here instead, drawn by the light and warmth like a moth to a gentle flame. "Oh," she breathed, taking in the bakery with wondering eyes. "Oh, this is lovely. Come in, Jim called, standing. "You look frozen through. Here, take my chair, it's closest to the fire." "I couldn't," Meg started, but Scheherazade was already standing too. "Nonsense," the storyteller said firmly. "Come, sit. Let someone care for you, for once." Meg's eyes filled with sudden tears, the kind that come when kindness catches you off guard, and she allowed herself to be guided to the warmest chair. She sank into it gratefully, and Scheherazade brought over a small footstool so Meg could elevate her wet feet toward the fire. The fairy godmother bustled out almost immediately, as if she'd been waiting for just this moment. She carried a tray laden with treasures, a pot of tea in a round, cozy-covered teapot, a cup and saucer in cheerful holly-patterned china, and a plate bearing what could only be described as the Platonic ideal of Christmas cookies. "Sugar cookies," the fairy godmother explained, setting everything on the small table beside Meg. Stars and bells and trees, iced in white and silver, And this is my special Christmas tea, black tea, with vanilla, almond, and just a touch of cherry. Tastes like peace and home, if peace and home had a flavor. Meg cupped the teacup in both hands, inhaling the sweet, comforting steam. The first sip was like being wrapped in a warm quilt, and she closed her eyes, feeling the tension in her shoulders finally begin to release. You've been taking care of others, the fairy godmother said gently. It wasn't a question. Meg nodded. It's what I do, what I've always done, but sometimes. She paused, choosing words carefully. Sometimes I wonder if I've given away so much that I've forgotten what it feels like to simply receive. Then receive, Scheherazade said, settling back into her own chair. Tonight you are not the caretaker, you are the cared for. Jim raised his tankard in a small toast. To being cared for, he agreed. Meg smiled a real smile, one that reached her eyes, and selected a star-shaped cookie from the plate. The icing was smooth and sweet, the cookie beneath it buttery and delicate, with a hint of vanilla and almond. It was the taste of every good Christmas morning, every snow day, every moment of childhood joy she'd ever known. She ate 3 cookies, one after another, and felt no guilt whatsoever. The tea was everything the fairy godmother had promised. Warm, slightly sweet, with depths of flavor that revealed themselves slowly. Outside, the rain had intensified, drumming harder against the windows, but inside the bakery, the 3 visitors sat in perfect comfort, each lost in their own thoughts, but bound together by the warmth and the firelight and the generous magic of the place. The door opened once more, this time to admit a figure that made all 3 visitors blink in surprise. He was not quite 3 feet tall, covered in soft brown fur that was decidedly damp, with long ears that drooped slightly from the rain. The Velveteen Rabbit, though he'd been real for a decade now, still carried about him an air of having once been a toy, a certain wide-eyed gentleness that no amount of real living had quite erased. He pushed the door closed behind him with both paws and shook himself thoroughly, sending droplets flying. "Terribly sorry," he said in a voice that was quiet but warm. "I'm afraid I'm rather wet. Aren't we all?" Jim said with a laugh, gesturing to the row of damp coats and cloaks by the door. "Come in, friend. There's room by the fire." The rabbit hopped over, and Meg immediately shifted to make space on the footstool. "Please," she said, "your feet must be freezing." Pause. The rabbit corrected gently, but he was smiling. "But yes, they are rather cold." "Thank you." He settled onto the footstool with a contented sigh, extending his hind paws toward the fire. He wore a small waistcoat, green velvet, slightly shabby, and produced from one of its pockets a pair of spectacles, which he perched on his nose. "Much better," he declared, looking around at his companions. "I'm so glad to find company tonight. I've been walking for hours, trying to remember where I was going, and then I saw this place and thought, well, perhaps where I was going doesn't matter if where I am is here." Scheherazade laughed softly. "That's philosophy," she said, Good philosophy, too. The fairy godmother appeared with a tray, and her eyes were especially kind as she looked at the rabbit. "I made these especially for you, dear," she said, setting down a plate of small round biscuits, golden brown and fragrant, carrot cake cookies with cream cheese icing, and a pot of chamomile tea with honey. The rabbit's eyes grew very bright. "You remembered," he whispered. "Of course," the fairy godmother said, patting his head between his ears. "Some things we never forget. The cookies were perfect, moist and spiced with cinnamon and nutmeg, studded with tiny bits of walnut and raisin, the cream cheese icing providing a tangy sweetness that balanced the spice." The rabbit ate slowly, savoring each bite, and sipped his tea with evident pleasure. "You know," he said, after a while, addressing the group, "I used to think that becoming real was the end of the story, that once you're real, everything is sorted. But it turns out being real just means you get to have a whole new set of adventures, including getting lost in rainstorms and finding magical bakeries." "That sounds about right," Jim agreed. "The treasure was supposed to solve everything. It solved some things, but life kept happening anyway." "Yes," Meg said softly, "exactly that. Life keeps happening, and you keep having to choose how to meet it." The Velveteen Rabbit nodded sagely. "But meeting it in a warm bakery with good cookies and kind company, that's not a bad way to choose." They all agreed that it was not a bad way at all. The fire had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, and the fairy godmother had just added another log oak by the sweet smell of it when the door opened a final time. The man who entered did so with precision, closing the door firmly against the wind, checking his pocket watch despite the late hour, and removing his travelling coat with efficient movements before hanging it exactly parallel to the other garments on the pegs. Phileas Fogg was 42, impeccably dressed in a dark suit despite the weather, his moustache perfectly groomed. He carried himself with the upright bearing of someone who had circled the globe in 80 days, and was still not entirely sure if he should be proud or embarrassed by the publicity that followed. "Good evening," he said formally, nodding to the assembled company. "I hope I'm not intruding. I was meant to be at my club, but the cab broke down 3 streets over, and I found myself." He paused, looking around the bakery with an expression of someone encountering a variable he had not accounted for. "Here." "You're most welcome," Meg said warmly. "Please, join us. I'm afraid we've rather taken over the place, but there's room." Fogg selected a straight-backed chair. The others were perhaps too informal for his taste and positioned it at a geometrically pleasing angle to the group. He sat, consulted his watch again, then seemed to forcibly relax his shoulders by perhaps 1/4 of an inch. The fairy godmother brought out a tray bearing a cup of the darkest, strongest tea any of them had ever seen, and a plate with a single, perfect slice of something that gleamed darkly in the firelight. "Railway cake," she announced. "Very dense, very dark, made to survive long journeys in tins. Dates, treacle, strong tea, warming spices. And this is a proper builder's tea, the kind that could wake the dead or, in your case, help you finally rest. Fogg accepted the offerings with a small, stiff nod of thanks. He cut a precise forkful of the cake and ate it with the same focused attention he brought to everything. The cake was indeed dense, almost like a pudding, rich with dried fruits and dark sugar, spiced with ginger and cinnamon. It tasted like December nights and railway platforms, like journeys undertaken and destinations reached. The tea was strong enough to strip paint, sweetened with just enough sugar to take the edge off, and it was absolutely perfect. After several bites, Fogg said, "I have been everywhere." He said it not with pride, but with a kind of bewilderment. Everywhere: India, Japan, America, Egypt. I crossed the world in 80 days, and do you know what I discovered? They waited, and he continued, that everywhere is rather the same in the end. Different, yes, in wonderful ways, but the same in the ways that matter. People want to be warm. They want to be fed. They want connection. And yet I spent 40 years avoiding all of that, thinking punctuality and precision were enough. And now? The rabbit asked gently. Fogg set down his fork with uncharacteristic carelessness. Now I'm not certain what to do with the time I've saved by being so efficient. I've arrived at my destination, which is to say, the end of middle age, and find I have no idea where I'm meant to be going next. Scheherazade leaned forward, firelight playing across her face. Perhaps, she said, the destination was never the point. Perhaps it was always about the journey, about who you became while moving. But I didn't move, Fogg protested. I rushed, I calculated, I timetabled. I missed everything in the effort to arrive on time. Jim spoke up then, his young voice thoughtful. I don't think you missed everything, sir. You're here now, aren't you? In this place, on this night. That's not missing it. That's being exactly where you need to be. Fogg looked at him, then at each of them in turn, the storyteller, the sailor, the caretaker, the rabbit who became real. He picked up his tea and drank deeply, and when he set the cup down, his shoulders had loosened another notch. "Thank you," he said quietly. I believe I needed to hear that." The rain had gentled now to a soft patter, and the bakery had settled into a deep, encompassing peace. The fairy godmother emerged one last time from her kitchen, bearing a tray laden with her final offerings of the evening, a large Christmas pudding, dark and dense and studded with fruits, glazed with brandy sauce that caught the firelight, a pot of fresh cream, and 6 small plates with 6 small forks. "I thought," she said, setting the tray on the low table before the fire, "that you might share one last thing before the night ends. This pudding has been aging since last Christmas. It's traditional to make a wish when you eat it." She served each of them a generous portion, the pudding steaming gently, the brandy sauce pooling golden around it, a dollop of thick cream melting slowly on top. Then she served herself a plate and, for the first time that evening, settled into the one remaining armchair, her wings folding comfortably behind her. "2 wishes," Meg said softly, raising her fork. 2 wishes, they echoed, and ate. The pudding was everything Christmas should be, rich and dark, sweet but not cloying, with currants and raisins and candied peel creating bursts of flavor, the brandy adding warmth, the cream providing cool counterpoint. Each bite was a celebration, a gratitude, a hope. They ate in silence for a while, but it was the silence of contentment, not emptiness. Outside, the storm had passed, leaving behind a sky clearing to reveal stars. The rain had stopped entirely, and in its place came a silence so profound it felt like a blanket tucked around the world. "What did you wish for?" the rabbit asked eventually, addressing no one in particular. Scheherazade smiled. "I wish to remember that I don't always need to have a story to tell, that sometimes it's enough to simply be present in someone else's story." Jim swirled the last of his cider thoughtfully. "I wished for the courage to be still, to let the adventure find me instead of always chasing it." Meg's voice was soft but sure. "I wished to receive as graciously as I give, to know that I deserve care, too." The rabbit's ears twitched thoughtfully. "I wished to always remember what it felt like to become real, to never take the magic of ordinary existence for granted." Fogg was quiet for a long moment, then said, "I wished for time to slow down. Or rather, I wished for the wisdom to notice it passing, to savor the stations between departures." They all turned to the fairy godmother, who was finishing her pudding with evident satisfaction. She dabbed her mouth with a napkin and smiled at them over her spectacles. "I wished," she said, "that everyone who needs shelter finds it, that everyone who is hungry is fed, that everyone who is alone finds company, and that this little bakery continues to open its doors to those who need it most, on the nights when they need it most." She paused, then added with a twinkle, "But mostly, those first things happen anyway, if you pay attention and do your work with love. So really, I suppose I wished for more flour. I'm running low." They laughed gentle, comfortable laughter that had nothing to do with wit and everything to do with shared warmth and understanding. The fairy godmother rose and began collecting plates. "You're all welcome to stay as long as you need," she said. "There are books on the shelves if you'd like to read. More tea and coffee if you'd like to drink. Blankets if you'd like to sleep. This is that kind of night, and this is that kind of place." And so, as the fire burned low and the night deepened into that still, peaceful hour between storm and dawn, the visitors each found their own form of rest. Scheherazade curled into her armchair with a slim volume of poetry, reading not to perform but simply to let words wash over her like water. Jim stretched his long legs toward the fire and tilted his head back, closing his eyes, letting himself drift on memories of the sea that no longer pulled at him with such fierce urgency. Meg wrapped herself in a soft blanket the fairy godmother provided wool, dyed the color of cranberries, and sat by the window, watching the last clouds clear to reveal a sweep of stars, feeling for the first time in months that she could breathe fully. The Velveteen Rabbit found a cushion near the hearth and settled onto it, his nose twitching in contentment, occasionally reaching over to pat the stone surround of the fireplace, as if to confirm its solidity, its realness. Phileas Fogg pulled out a small notebook and began, for the first time in his meticulous life, to write something that had no schedule, no purpose, no destination, just observations about the quality of firelight, the taste of pudding, the sound of rain ending. He wrote slowly, with great care, and found he rather enjoyed having nowhere to rush to, and the fairy godmother moved between them all with quiet grace, refilling cups, adjusting blankets, adding a log to the fire, humming a tune that might have been a Christmas carol or might have been something older and more fundamental, the song of shelter, of warmth, of simple human kindness. Outside, the night had turned crystalline and cold, the streets washed clean by rain, the cobblestones gleaming under starlight. But inside the rainy day fairy godmother's cottage bakery, time had become something malleable and kind. The clocks on the walls, and there were several of various sizes and styles, all showed different times, and none of them seemed particularly concerned about it. The fire crackled softly, the candles burned steadily. The scent of Christmas spices, cinnamon and clove, orange and nutmeg hung in the air like a promise. And 6 souls, each carrying their own stories, their own weights, their own wonders, rested together in perfect peace, held by the magic of a place that knew exactly what they needed: warmth, sweetness, shelter, and the gentle understanding that they were not alone. The night deepened. The world turned slowly on its axis, and in the rainy day fairy godmother's cottage bakery all was well, and all manner of things were well, and sleep when it came would be dreamless and deep, and exactly as restorative as it needed to be. The last log settled in the fireplace with a soft whisper. The last page turned in Scheherazad's book. The last sip of tea cooled in its cup. And the rain, having done its work of bringing these travelers together, moved on to fall somewhere else, leaving behind only the peace of a winter night and the quiet breathing of those who had found, at last, exactly where they belonged, the end. The coziest rainy lantern-lit cottage bakery, a Christmas bedtime story for adults. The storm arrived just as the afternoon light began to fade, not violently, but with a steady, determined presence that settled over the village like a woolen blanket. Rain tapped against cobblestones in an ancient rhythm, and the wind carried with it the clean, mineral scent of winter water. In the gathering darkness, one window glowed warmer than all the others, the front window of the rainy day lantern-lit cottage bakery, where dozens of paper lanterns swayed gently from the rafters, casting pools of amber and rose gold light across rain-spattered glass. Inside, the bakery was a haven against the December cold. The walls were old brick, painted a soft cream that had mellowed to the color of candlelight over many years. Exposed wooden beams crossed the ceiling, and from them hung not only the signature paper lanterns each one hand-painted with delicate winter scenes of snowflakes, cardinals, and frosted pine branches, but also pomanders studded with cloves, dried orange garlands, and bundles of cinnamon sticks tied with golden ribbon. The air was thick and sweet with the scent of baking, brown sugar and butter, vanilla and nutmeg, the deep caramel notes of something coming to perfect golden doneness in the old brick oven that dominated one wall. The fire in that oven cast a flickering glow through its small glass door, adding its warm orange light to the lantern's softer tones. Near the front of the shop, a riverstone fireplace crackled quietly, the flames dancing around carefully placed logs that released the occasional pop and hiss. The floor was made of wide wooden planks, worn smooth by countless feet, scattered here and there with braided rugs in deep burgundies and forest greens. Small tables, each one different, collected over time, sat in cozy corners and along the walls, their surfaces polished to a gentle shine. Some tables held small vases with sprigs of holly and evergreen. Others bore single candles in glass hurricanes, flames perfectly still and golden. Behind the main counter, barely visible in the dimness of the back kitchen, a figure moved with practiced grace, the baker, whose face remained always half-shadowed, mysterious and kind. The baker seemed to know what each visitor needed before they spoke, and tonight, as the storm deepened and the first visitor pushed open the door, the baker was ready. The bell above the door chimed softly, not a jangle but a gentle, singing tone, and a woman stepped inside, bringing with her a swirl of cold air and the scent of rain. She paused just over the threshold, letting the door close behind her, and stood for a moment as if unable to quite believe what she was seeing. Her dark hair was pinned back with jeweled clips, though rain had loosened several strands. She wore a traveling cloak of deep purple wool, now darkened with moisture at the shoulders, and beneath it a dress of midnight blue silk, embroidered with silver thread. Her eyes, large and dark and infinitely expressive, took in the warm scene before her with something like wonder. "Welcome," said the baker quietly from behind the counter, voice gentle as steam rising. "Please, come in from the cold." The woman moved forward slowly, as if walking through a dream. "I am Scheherazade," she said, her voice accented with far countries, melodious and low. "I have traveled very far, through many stories and many years. I was told I might find warmth here, and perhaps," she hesitated, "perhaps a moment's rest." For Scheherazade had spent so many years spinning tales to save her life, night after night, story after story, that even now, long after the danger had passed, long after she'd won her freedom, through words alone she sometimes forgot how to stop. She told stories in her sleep. She wove narratives while walking. She carried the weight of 1,001 nights on her shoulders, and though she was proud of her gift, she was also, if she was honest, very tired. The baker smiled, though the expression was more felt than clearly seen in the dim kitchen. "I have something for you," the baker said. "Please, sit by the fire." Scheherazade chose a chair near the hearth, upholstered in worn velvet the color of wine. As she settled into it, the baker brought over a small plate and a steaming cup. On the plate, a pastry twisted into an elaborate knot, its surface golden and brushed with honey, studded with pistachios and rose petals. It looked like something from her own lands, from the stories she'd told, and yet somehow transformed, made Christmas sweet, with a dusting of powdered sugar like fine snow, a hint of cardamom that spoke of winter rather than desert heat. "This is a 1,000-night knot," the baker explained softly. "Each twist represents a story completed, a danger past, a dawn reached. And this," indicating the cup, "is rose and honey tea, with a touch of orange blossom, for remembering home, and for learning, perhaps, that you can rest now." Scheherazade's eyes filled with sudden tears. She took the cup in both hands, feeling its warmth seep into her palms, breathing in the familiar, beloved sense of her childhood, her heritage, her long nights of storytelling. "Thank you," she whispered, and for the first time in longer than she could remember, she simply sat, silent and still, sipping her tea and watching the fire dance. No story to tell, no need to speak, just warmth and peace, and the gentle sound of rain. The door chimed again, and a tall man entered, shaking water from his coat. He was perhaps 30 years old, with sun-weathered skin and eyes that held the perpetual squint of someone who'd spent years scanning horizons. His hair was streaked lighter on top from exposure to wind and sun, and he moved with the easy confidence of a person accustomed to ship's decks and uncertain footing. He wore a heavy wool peacoat, dark with rain, and beneath it a simple linen shirt and worn canvas trousers. Around his neck hung a faded bandana, and on one hand a thin scar ran from wrist to knuckle, an old injury, long healed. "Jim Hawkins," he introduced himself, his voice carrying the faint roughness of sea air and salt. "Former cabin boy of the Hispaniola, though that was some time ago now." He smiled, a bit sheepish. "I've been sailing a good portion of my life since then. Admiral's quartermaster these days, when I'm not charting new routes. But he glanced around the bakery, at its warmth and light. "I suppose I'm between voyages at the moment, looking for a safe harbor." Jim Hawkins had indeed spent the years since his famous adventure at sea, unable to quite settle on land after experiencing the vast freedom of the ocean. But the sea was lonely too, in its own way, and as he'd grown older, he'd begun to miss things. Simple things, like warm bread, like laughter shared over a meal, like sleeping somewhere that didn't rock and sway beneath him. He'd been walking through the storm when he saw the bakery's light, and something in him, some part that remembered being a boy in his mother's Admiral Benbow Inn, had turned toward it instinctively. "You've come to the right place," the baker said. "Please sit. I'll bring you something." Jim took a seat at one of the small tables, near a window where he could watch the rain streak down the glass and the lantern light reflect in the wet streets beyond. The baker returned shortly with a plate bearing what appeared to be a small chest made entirely of pastry, flaky golden layers, shaped and scored to look like wooden planks, with a tiny sugar-work lock and hasp. Beside it sat a small bowl of what looked like custard studded with bits of dark chocolate. Treasure chest pastry, the baker explained, setting it down. Inside you'll find cardamom-spiced apple filling mixed with toasted walnuts. Treasures worth more than gold, as you've learned. The chocolate in the custard is made from beans traded along routes you've likely sailed. And this, a large mug appeared, filled with something creamy and steaming, is spiced hot chocolate with cinnamon and a touch of rum, for warming you from the inside out. Jim stared at the pastry for a moment, then laughed a genuine, surprised sound. "It's beautiful," he said, "almost too fine to eat." But he did eat it, carefully breaking open the pastry chest and finding the warm, sweet filling inside. The taste brought back memories not of pirate gold or danger, but of simpler things. His mother's cooking, the smell of the inn on baking days, the feeling of being young and safe and home. He ate slowly, savoring each bite, watching the rain, and feeling, for the first time in months, that he was exactly where he needed to be. Scheherazade glanced over at him from her place by the fire and raised her cup slightly in a silent greeting. Jim returned the gesture with his mug, a sailor's salute, and they shared a smile, two travelers who'd found the same shelter. The bell chimed once more, and this time a young woman entered. Her curly hair wild from the wind, despite her best efforts to contain it beneath a knitted cap. She wore round glasses that had fogged immediately upon entering, and she took them off to wipe them on her sweater, a thick, hand-knit affair in shades of blue and grey. Her corduroy trousers were tucked into practical boots, and she carried a worn leather satchel over one shoulder. There was something about her, a sharpness to her gaze, an intensity in the way she looked around the bakery that spoke of a brilliant mind constantly working. "Meg Murray," she said, by way of introduction, her voice clear and slightly breathless. "Dr. Meg Murray, technically, though I still feel strange saying it. Astrophysicist. I was on my way home from a conference and I think She paused, frowning slightly. "I think I may have tessered slightly off course, or perhaps the rain confused me. Either way, I saw your light and thought I'd stop until the storm passes." Meg had spent her adult life studying the fabric of space-time, following in her father's footsteps, but carving her own path through the cosmos. She'd written groundbreaking papers on quantum entanglement and multidimensional travel. She'd won awards, earned respect in her field, proved all her childhood doubters wrong. But success was lonely too, sometimes, and the brilliant mind that had once saved her brother could also keep her awake at night, spinning through problems that had no solutions, worrying at mysteries like a dog with a bone. She'd learned to Tessa to travel through the wrinkles in time, but she hadn't yet learned to fully quiet her thoughts. "You're exactly where you need to be," the baker assured her. "Please find a seat. I have something I think you'll enjoy." Meg chose a table near the center of the room, where she could see both the fire and the rain-washed windows. She pulled a small notebook from her satchel habitual, always ready to record an idea, but left it closed on the table. The baker appeared with a plate holding what looked like a slice of layered cake, but more complex. Each layer a different color, from deep purple to blue to silver white, with a glossy dark glaze on top, scattered with edible stars made of gold leaf. Tesseract layer cake, the baker said softly. 5 dimensions of flavor: dark chocolate, espresso, cardamom, orange, and vanilla bean. Each layer distinct, but they all work together to create something greater than their parts. And this, setting down a delicate cup, is Earl Grey lavender tea with honey, for calming an active mind. Meg looked at the cake with genuine delight, her scientific mind appreciating the geometry even as her tired body craved the sugar and caffeine. "This is remarkably thoughtful," she said. "Thank you." She took a bite, and the flavors unfolded across her tongue in sequence, complex and satisfying. The tea was perfect, hot and fragrant, the lavender adding a floral note that felt like evening, like rest, like letting go. She found her shoulders dropping, the constant hum of equations in her mind growing quieter. She looked around at the other visitors, Scheherazade by the fire, Jim by the window, and felt a sense of companionable peace settling over her. The storm intensified outside, rain drumming harder against the roof and windows, but inside the bakery the warmth only deepened. The lanterns swayed gently in some unfelt breeze, their painted scenes seeming to move slightly in the flickering light. The fire crackled, the oven glowed, and into this perfect shelter came the 4th visitor of the evening. She was a woman of perhaps 25, slight and delicate-boned, with fair hair braided simply down her back and eyes the pale blue of winter sky. She wore a coat that had been mended many times carefully, with small precise stitches, but mended nonetheless. Her boots were worn but clean, and she carried herself with a quiet dignity that spoke of hardship overcome. When she stepped inside, she stood very still, as if afraid the warmth might disappear if she moved too quickly. "I'm sorry to intrude," she said softly, her voice like snow falling. "I was caught in the storm, and I saw your lights, so many beautiful lights. She stopped, and a tremor ran through her. "I'm Ellen Anderson, though I suppose most people, if they know me at all, know me as the little match girl, though I'm not so little anymore. Right as apple crumble tart," the baker explained, "made with apples from an old orchard, some tart, some sweet, all of them honest, for remembering why you started writing in the first place. The cider is mulled with whole spices, good for cold nights and long thoughts." Jo picked up her fork and took a bite, and immediately her face softened. "Oh," she said simply. "Oh, this is perfect. It tasted like home, like the orchard behind her childhood house, like her mother's kitchen on baking days, like everything good and simple and true that had somehow gotten buried under years of ambition and success." She ate slowly, savoring, and sipped the cider between bites. The warmth spread through her, unknotting muscles she hadn't realized were tense. "Are you working on something?" Meg asked, nodding at the portfolio. "Always," Joe said with a rueful smile, "though tonight I think I'll give myself permission not to. Tonight I'll just be. It's harder than it sounds, isn't it? Just being." "It is," Meg agreed. "I'm terrible at it. My mind never stops." "Perhaps," Scheherazade said from the fire, her voice thoughtful and rich, "that is why places like this exist, to give us permission to pause, to remind us that there is value in stillness as well as in motion." Jim turned from the window. "I've sailed through storms that lasted days," he said. "The only way to survive them is to lash everything down tight and wait them out. Fighting exhausts you, but waiting with trust that the storm will pass, that takes a different kind of courage." Ellen looked up from her now empty bowl. "I used to think," she said quietly, "that warmth was something I had to earn, something I could only glimpse through windows, in visions that would fade. But maybe warmth is meant to be shared. Maybe we're all meant to come inside." A comfortable silence settled over the bakery, broken only by the sounds of the storm outside and the gentle domestic noises within, the crackle of fire, the soft hiss of the kettle on the stove, the distant clatter of the baker working in the back kitchen. The lanterns swayed, their light dancing across the faces of the 5 travelers, each one lost in their own thoughts, but somehow connected by the shared space, the shared warmth, the shared understanding that they had all been seeking the same thing: refuge, rest, a moment's peace. The baker emerged from the back carrying a large tray and set it down on the counter. "I've made something for all of you to share," the baker announced softly. "If you'd like." They gathered, not hurriedly, but with the slow, dreamlike movement of people already half asleep, already sinking into comfort. The tray held an assortment of small treats, miniature versions of the pastries they'd already enjoyed, plus new ones. Tiny lantern-shaped cookies with translucent sugar windows that glowed when held up to the light. Chocolates filled with spiced ganache. Small cups of panna cotta topped with pomegranate seeds that looked like jewels. Delicate shortbread stars dusted with gold. They helped themselves, returning to their seats with plates to share and nibble. Conversations arose naturally, gently, no urgency, no performance. Jim told a story about navigating by stars, his voice low and rhythmic, almost hypnotic. Meg explained tesseracts using sugar cubes from the counter, arranging them into impossible geometries that somehow made sense. Joe read aloud from a story she'd been working on just a page or two, something funny and warm that made them all smile. Scheherazade listened to everyone with the attention she'd once demanded for her own stories, and found it was a gift to simply receive narrative, rather than always spinning it out. Ellen said little, but her presence was felt quiet, grateful, present in a way she'd perhaps never been before. The baker moved among them with a coffee pot, refilling cups, offering seconds, never intrusive but always there when needed. The fire was tended, more logs added. The lanterns continued their gentle sway. Outside, the storm began to ease the rain, softening from a drumming downpour to a gentler patter, the wind dropping from a howl to a sigh. "I think," Ellen said at one point, looking around at her companions, "this is what I saw, in the matches, this warmth, this company, this feeling of being held by kindness. I thought it was just a vision, but maybe it was a promise instead. Maybe I just had to wait for it and trust it would come." "All the best harbors are worth the journey," Jim agreed, "no matter how long the voyage." "And all the best stories," Scheherazade added, "are about finding your way home. Even if home is just a moment, just a feeling, just a place where you can rest. The equations always balance eventually," Meg said, adjusting her glasses. "Even when we can't see how. There's an elegance to it the way things work out, given enough time and space. That's what I want to write about," Jo said almost to herself. "Not grand adventures or dramatic tragedies, just this. Just people finding warmth together. Just the small, perfect moments that make life bearable, beautiful even." They fell quiet again, but it was a full quiet, rich with understanding. They stayed that way for a long time. It was impossible to say how long, as time in the bakery seemed to move differently, stretching and softening like warm taffy simply existing together in the peaceful space. Ellen eventually curled up in her chair by the fire, her eyes drifting closed. Jim leaned back in his seat, his weathered face relaxed in a way it rarely was. Meg's notebook remained closed, her always working mind finally, blessedly still. Jo stopped composing sentences in her head and just looked at the lanterns, at the light, at the beauty of the moment without trying to capture it. Scheherazade sipped the last of her tea and felt the weight of 1,000 stories lift just a little, knowing she didn't need to tell another one right now, that this silence was enough. The baker moved about the space one final time, banking the fire so it would burn gently through the night, adjusting lanterns, leaving extra blankets draped over chair backs, setting out small sachets of lavender and chamomile on each table. A grandfather clock in the corner, no one could quite remember if it had been there before or not, ticked softly, peacefully, marking time without demanding anything of it. The storm outside had become little more than a whisper now, a gentle rain that would feed the winter gardens and wash the world clean. Through the bakery windows, they could see the clouds beginning to break apart, revealing patches of deep velvet sky and the first brave stars of evening. The air in the village smelled fresh and new, full of promise. One by one, without any particular signal, the visitors began to settle more deeply into their chosen spots. The baker had, without anyone quite noticing, transformed the bakery. Subtly cushions appeared on harder surfaces, footstools materialized beneath tired feet, soft throws draped over shoulders. Books appeared on small side tables for those who wanted them, familiar favorites that opened to beloved passages. A gramophone in the corner began to play something wordless and sweet, just barely audible, like a lullaby remembered from childhood. Ellen, already half asleep by the fire, smiled slightly in her dreams. In them she was warm, she was safe, she was home. Jim's head nodded forward slightly, his sailor's ability to sleep anywhere overtaking him. His dreams were of a harbor he'd never found in his waking travels, a perfect bay with calm waters and a welcome waiting. Meg's breathing deepened, her brilliant mind finally quiet. She dreamed of equations that solved themselves beautifully, of tesseracts that led not to danger but to cozy rooms full of light. Joe's hand, which had been resting on her portfolio, relaxed. She dreamed of writing a story that needed no editing, that came out perfect the first time, that captured exactly what she meant to say about love and family and home. Scheherazade, her head resting against the velvet of her chair, finally stopped telling stories even to herself. She dreamed of listening, of being the audience for once, of receiving tales instead of spinning them, and in her dream she was content. The baker stood for a moment in the center of the bakery, looking at the 5 sleeping travelers with something like tenderness. Outside, the last of the storm rolled away across the dark countryside, leaving the village washed clean and peaceful. Inside, the lanterns continued to glow, their light soft and steady and true. The fire in the hearth burned low but warm, its embers glowing like small treasures in the ash. The oven's heat faded to a gentle ambient warmth that wrapped around the sleeping visitors like an embrace. The lanterns, dozens of them, each unique, each beautiful, cast their light in overlapping circles that met and blended, creating pools of amber and gold and rose that filled every corner of the bakery with welcome. On the counter, the last of the Christmas winter lantern-lit treats sat on cooling racks, their sweetness perfuming the air. Cinnamon rolls spiraled like shells, gingerbread shaped like lanterns, shortbread stars waiting to be discovered in the morning. The gramophone continued its quiet song. The clock ticked its peaceful rhythm. The rain became nothing more than a memory of water against glass. And in the rainy day, lantern-lit cottage bakery, 5 travelers from 5 different tales slept deeply and well, dreaming of warmth and safety and the certain knowledge that they had found, at least for this one perfect night, exactly what they needed. The storm had passed, the warmth remained, and in the morning there would be fresh bread, hot coffee, and the promise of another day. But that was for morning. For now there was only this, the gentle dark, the glowing lanterns, the sound of peaceful breathing, the smell of sugar and spice and all things kind. There was only rest and comfort and the deep, settled peace of knowing you are safe, you are warm, you are welcome, you are home. The last lantern swayed gently one final time, casting its painted snowflakes across the ceiling like a blessing. And outside, between the parting clouds, the stars came out one by one, distant lanterns themselves, keeping watch over the sleeping world below. All was well, all was warm, all was at peace. Sleep, weary travelers. The bakery will still be here when you wake. The light will still be burning. The door will still be open. You are safe. You are home. Rest now. Rest. The coziest rainy storybook bakery. A Christmas bedtime story for adults. The Rainy Day Storybook Bakery stood on the corner of Cobblestone Lane and Whisper Street, its windows glowing like amber jewels against the darkening winter evening. Outside, the weather couldn't quite decide what it wanted to be. Snow had fallen throughout the afternoon, blanketing the neighborhood in soft white silence. But now, as twilight deepened into night, the temperature had shifted just enough to turn the snow to rain. It fell in gentle sheets, pattering against the bakery's mullioned windows, washing the accumulated snow from the steep gabled roof and sending tiny rivers trickling along the gutters. Inside, the bakery was everything the storm was not. Warm, steady, glowing with golden light and the indescribable comfort of fresh baking. The space stretched deeper than seemed possible from the outside, with exposed wooden beams crossing the ceiling and walls painted the color of fresh cream. Strings of tiny white lights draped between the beams, not blinking or flashing, but holding their soft glow constant as stars. In the corner, a fireplace crackled with a steady, mesmerizing flame, and before it sat two deep armchairs upholstered in burgundy velvet, with a small round table between them. The glass display cases ran along one wall, lit from within so that every pastry, every loaf, every delicate confection seemed to glow with its own inner light. Tonight, the cases were filled with Christmas specialties, stolen dusted with powdered sugar, their centers rich with marzipan and dried fruits, gingerbread houses far too beautiful to eat, though their scent perfumed the air with molasses and spice, cinnamon stars with edges so perfect they might have been cut by elves, and deep dish mince pies that released ribbons of steam when broken open. Behind the counter, deeper in the bakery where the ovens hummed with steady warmth, the baker worked quietly. You rarely saw the baker clearly, just glimpses of floury hands, the corner of an apron, the swift, efficient movements of someone who knew their craft so well it had become a kind of magic. The baker seemed to know, always, what was needed, what each visitor hungered for, and it was never quite as simple as bread or cake. The bell above the door chimed softly, a gentle, musical sound that blended with the rain, and the first visitor of the evening stepped inside. She was a woman in her late 20s, with honey-colored hair pinned up beneath a wool scarf that sparkled with raindrops. She wore a forest green coat that came to her knees, and as she unwound her scarf and shook it gently, she breathed in deeply, closing her eyes for just a moment. When she opened them, they were bright with something like recognition, or perhaps relief. "Good evening," she said softly. To the baker or the bakery itself, it wasn't quite clear which. What a night to be out. But I saw your lights from down the street, and She trailed off, smiling. "Well, I followed my nose, I suppose." She approached the counter slowly, unbuttoning her coat to reveal a simple wool dress the color of nutmeg. Her eyes traveled over the displays, taking in each item with the careful attention of someone who understood good baking, who knew what went into creating these things. "You're Gretel," the baker's voice came from the back, warm and knowing. It wasn't a question. The woman Gretel laughed softly. "I am. Does it show so clearly, even after all these years? You look at the pastries," the baker said, moving into view just enough to slide a cup of something steaming onto the counter. The way someone looks at old friends, or old memories. Gretel wrapped her hands around the cup, mulled cider, fragrant with cinnamon and cloves, and breathed in the steam. "I suppose I do. My brother and I, we run a bakery now. Did you know? In the village where we grew up. Full circle, in a way." She took a sip, closing her eyes. "But sometimes I still need to visit other bakeries, to remember that they can be places of warmth, of safety. Not all forests are dark," the baker said gently, "and not all ovens are meant for harm." "No," Gretel agreed, settling onto one of the tall stools near the counter. "No, they're not. Most are meant for this." She gestured with her cup at the cases full of beautiful things, at the warm room, at the gentle sound of rain, for creating comfort, for feeding people, body and soul. The baker placed a small plate on the counter, 3 perfect Lebkuchen, the traditional German spice cookies glazed with chocolate on one side. Gretel's eyes misted slightly. "Thank you," she whispered. She ate slowly, savoring each bite, letting the spices, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, cardamom roll across her tongue. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming harder against the windows, and Gretel drew her shawl closer around her shoulders, grateful beyond measure to be exactly where she was. The door chimed again. This time, a tall young man entered, shaking rain from a heavy oilskin coat. He had the weathered look of someone who'd spent considerable time at sea, tanned skin, dark hair curling from the dampness, and sharp eyes that took in the whole room in an instant, cataloguing exits and occupants with unconscious efficiency. He was handsome in a rough sort of way, with strong hands and the easy, balanced stride of someone accustomed to rolling decks. "Evening," he said, his accent marking him as English, though with the slight lilt of someone who'd spent time in the Caribbean. He hung his coat on the rack by the door, revealing a simple linen shirt and wool vest. "Miserable night out there. Saw your light and hoped you might still be open." "Always," the baker said simply. "Welcome, Jim." The young man, Jim Hawkins, now nearly 30, and captain of his own merchant vessel, grinned. "Word travels fast. Or do you just know everyone who walks through that door?" "Something like that," the baker replied, already preparing something at the back counter. Jim noticed Gretel and nodded politely. "Ma'am, hope I'm not intruding." "Not at all," Gretel said warmly. "There's room for everyone here, I think. That's the nature of the place." Jim pulled up a stool, leaving one between himself and Gretel close enough for companionship, far enough for privacy. "I've been at sea for 3 months. he said to no one in particular, or perhaps to both of them. Made port 2 days ago. The ship needs repairs before we head back out after the new year, so I find myself with rare time on my hands. And do you know what I wanted more than anything? What's that? Gretel asked gently. Something that tastes like home, Jim said simply. Not the grand meals you get at fancy establishments, but the kind of simple, honest food that reminds you what you're sailing home for in the first place. The baker placed before him a deep bowl of bread pudding, still warm from the oven, rich with cream and studded with rum-soaked raisins. Beside it, a small pitcher of vanilla custard and a mug of dark coffee that smelled of distant mountains and careful roasting. Jim stared at the bowl for a long moment. My mother used to make this, he said quietly, before everything changed, before treasure, islands and adventure and all of it. He picked up the spoon. Sometimes I miss the version of myself that had never left home. Does that make sense? Perfect sense, Gretel said. Adventure changes us. Sometimes we're grateful for it, and sometimes we miss the simpler people we used to be. Jim took a bite of the pudding and closed his eyes, and for just a moment he looked not like a seasoned ship's captain, but like the teenage boy he'd been, working at the Admiral Benbow Inn, dreaming of the sea without quite understanding what those dreams would cost. They sat in companionable silence for a while, Gretel with her Lebkuchen, Jim with his bread pudding, while the rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, and the fire crackled softly in its stone hearth. The door chimed a third time. The woman who entered seemed to bring a shift in the very air, something exotic and mysterious, though she moved with quiet grace and wore relatively simple traveling clothes. She was perhaps in her early 30s, with dark hair elaborately braided and coiled, dark eyes that held entire worlds of stories, and skin the color of desert sand at sunset. She carried herself with the poise of royalty, though her clothes were those of a traveler, a long wool coat over layers of skirts, a scarf embroidered with golden thread. "Forgive me," she said, her voice melodious, accented, mesmerizing in its cadence. "I am traveling through and saw your lights. The storm caught me unprepared, and I wondered if you might have—" "Tea," the baker said, already setting a copper pot to boil, "and something sweet. Please, sit. You're most welcome." The woman's face broke into a smile of such warmth that the whole bakery seemed to brighten. "Thank you. I am called Scheherazade." Gretel straightened with interest. "The Scheherazade? The storyteller? One and the same," Scheherazade said, settling gracefully onto a stool. "Though those days are long behind me, my husband and I have been married now for many years. The storytelling was—" she paused, choosing her words carefully, "necessary. Once. Now it's simply what I love to do." "You're traveling alone?" Jim asked, something protective in his voice. "My husband is visiting family in the north," Scheherazade explained. "I'm on my way to meet him, but I wanted to stop and collect more stories." That's what I do now. I travel and gather tales from different places, different people. Every bakery, every inn, every village, square has its stories. She looked around the rainy day storybook bakery with evident appreciation. And this place, oh, this place has stories in its very walls, doesn't it? The baker placed before her a delicate glass cup of golden tea, fragrant with cardamom and rose, and beside it a small selection of pastries. Baklava dripping with honey and pistachios, marmoul filled with dates and dusted with powdered sugar, and something that looked like a cross between a French palmier and a Persian rose cake. Scheherazade lifted the tea to her lips and sighed with deep contentment. Perfect, exactly perfect. I've always wondered, Gretel said hesitantly, if you don't mind my asking, after everything you went through, all those nights of storytelling, did you ever tire of stories? Did they ever become a burden? Scheherazade considered this, sipping her tea thoughtfully. There were moments, she admitted, when stories felt like chains, when I resented the need for them, but then I realized stories saved my life. Yes, but more than that, they connected me to every person who had ever lived, every joy, every sorrow, every adventure and quiet moment, they're all preserved in stories. How could I resent something so powerful? Like bread, the baker said quietly from the back, made daily out of necessity, but also made with love, transformed into something that nourishes more than just the body. Exactly so, Scheherazade said, selecting a piece of baklava. The making of a thing with care transforms both the thing and the maker. Jim nodded slowly. On the sea we tell stories too, long watches, longer voyages, the same tales, over and over, ghost ships, mermaids, lost treasures. But every telling is different. Every storyteller adds something of themselves, and every listener receives something unique, Scheherazade added. The same story, heard at different moments of your life, becomes a different story entirely. The three of them fell into an easy conversation, sharing their own tales. Gretel spoke of the bakery she ran with her brother, of the children who came in wide-eyed to buy their first cookies with coins saved in jars. Jim told of a pod of dolphins that had raced his ship for 3 hours straight, leaping and playing in the bow wave like pure joy given form. Scheherazade described a village she'd visited where every building was painted a different shade of blue, and how the whole place seemed to shimmer like a mirage. The door chimed again, so softly it was almost lost in the sound of rain. The young woman who entered was small and slight, with pale blonde hair and eyes the color of winter ice. She wore a coat that had seen better days, though it was clean and carefully mended, and she carried herself with the careful dignity of someone who had known poverty but refused to be defined by it. She couldn't have been more than 25, but her eyes held an ancient weariness. She stood just inside the door, dripping, uncertain. "Please," the baker said, voice infinitely gentle. "Come in, you're safe here." The young woman, Karen, though she rarely used the name people had once called her, the little match girl, took a tentative step forward, I can't. I don't have much money, but it's so cold outside and I thought perhaps I could just warm myself for a moment. No payment needed, the baker said firmly. Not tonight, not here. Come, sit by the fire. Gretel immediately rose and guided the young woman to one of the deep armchairs by the fireplace, settling her in gently. Here, let me take your coat. You're soaked through. Karen allowed herself to be fussed over, clearly unused to kindness but desperately in need of it. Jim brought over one of the thick wool blankets that had been draped over the back of the second chair, tucking it around her shoulders. Scheherazade poured fresh tea from her own pot into a new cup and pressed it into Karen's cold hands. Drink, she urged gently. Let the warmth work its way in. The baker appeared with a tray, a bowl of rich, creamy soup potato and leek, with chunks of good bread on the side, and a small plate of butter cookies shaped like stars. Simple food, but made with such care that it seemed to glow. Karen stared at the tray, then up at the faces around her: Gretel, Jim, Scheherazade, and the baker's retreating form, and her eyes filled with tears. I used to stand outside places like this, she whispered, watching through windows, smelling the food and warmth, but never, never inside. Always outside, in the cold. Not tonight, Gretel said firmly, kneeling beside the chair. Tonight you're inside. Tonight you're warm. And no one is going to send you back out into that storm. Karen ate slowly, reverently, as though each spoonful of soup was a prayer of thanksgiving. The others returned to their seats, giving her space but maintaining their comforting presence. The fire crackled. The rain drummed. The bakery held them all in its gentle, unwavering warmth. After a while, when Karen had finished eating and some color had returned to her cheeks, she spoke again. I work now, she said quietly, at a children's home, taking care of orphans, making sure they have warm beds and full bellies, making sure no child has to stand outside in the cold, trying to keep warm with matches. Her voice was fierce with determination. I survived that night for a reason, and now I know what that reason was. The best stories, Scheherazade said softly, are the ones where we transform our pain into purpose. Karen smiled, a small, genuine expression that lit her whole face. Yes, yes, exactly that. The door chimed once more, and the snow, which had turned to rain hours ago, was turning back to snow-soft, lazy flakes that drifted past the windows like feathers from some celestial pillow. The man who entered was middle-aged and distinguished, with grey threading through his dark hair, and clothes that marked him as someone of means, not ostentatious wealth, but solid, respectable prosperity. He had kind eyes and work-worn hands that spoke of someone who had built his success rather than inherited it. Mr. Pirrup, the baker called warmly. It's been too long. The man Pip, who had journeyed from blacksmith's apprentice to gentleman and finally to something wiser than either, smiled broadly. I was visiting relatives in the city and couldn't pass by without stopping in. Your bakery appears in my dreams sometimes, you know. I'm always trying to find it, and when I finally do, I wake up. So when I saw your lights tonight, I thought this time I'm actually awake, I'd better not miss my chance. He shook the snow from his coat and moved into the warm space with the ease of someone who had finally learned to be comfortable in his own skin. Good evening, everyone. Don't let me interrupt, I'm just here for whatever the baker recommends and the pleasure of being somewhere that feels like home. Jim gestured to an empty stool at the counter. Plenty of room, though I warn you, the conversation has been exceptional. You'll have to contribute. I'll do my best, Pip said amiably, settling in. Though, these days I find I'm more interested in listening than talking. In my youth, I was so busy trying to be someone I thought I should be that I rarely stopped to appreciate the people I was actually with. The baker placed before him a slice of Christmas cake, the traditional English kind, dark with fruits and rich with brandy, topped with marzipan and royal icing. Beside it, a small glass of port. Pip took a bite and closed his eyes. Oh, that takes me back. My sister used to make a cake like this every Christmas. I was too young and foolish to appreciate it properly then. He took another bite, savoring it. Isn't it strange how we spend our youth racing toward the future, and our maturity wishing we could tell our younger selves to slow down and pay attention? Not strange at all, Karen said quietly from her chair by the fire. I think it's the most human thing there is. We learn by living. We can't skip to wisdom, we have to walk the whole path. Even the dark parts, Gretel added, especially the dark parts maybe. They teach us to appreciate the light. And the storms teach us to be grateful for shelter, Jim said, raising his coffee cup in a small toast. Here's to warm bakeries on cold nights. They all raised their cups and glasses in agreement, a small ceremony of gratitude. The door chimed one final time. The young woman who entered was perhaps 27 or 28, dressed in a practical traveling suit in shades of burgundy and cream. She had brown hair pinned up sensibly, a face that was pretty in an understated way, and an air of capable competence. But her eyes held something else, a hint of wildness, of distant islands and eternal youth, tempered now by the wisdom of someone who had chosen to grow up. Wendy, the baker said, and there was particular warmth in the greeting. Welcome back, Wendy Darling smiled, a complex expression that held both joy and something like melancholy. I'm in town for the holidays, visiting my brothers. John is a banker now, very serious. Michael is at university, studying literature. He wants to write adventure novels. Can you imagine? Her smile widened. I suppose he comes by it honestly. She moved to the counter, and the others made room for her naturally, as though she'd always been part of their company. I used to think, Wendy said, accepting a cup of hot chocolate topped with real whipped cream and a dusting of cinnamon, that growing up was the worst thing that could happen to a person, that being an adult meant losing all the magic. And now? Scheherazade asked with interest. Now I know that growing up doesn't mean losing magic, it means learning to create your own. Wendy took a sip of the chocolate, leaving a small foam moustache that she wiped away with an embroidered handkerchief. I'm a teacher now. I teach literature and creative writing to children, and every day I get to watch them discover the magic of stories, of imagination. I get to help them learn to fly with words instead of pixie dust. That's beautiful, Karen said. Truly. The boy I once knew, Wendy continued, her voice growing softer, he chose to never grow up. And I chose differently. Sometimes I wonder if I made the right choice. Growing up has been harder than I imagined, loss, responsibility, disappointment. But it's also given me things I never could have had otherwise: love, purpose, the ability to help others. Real friendship. Not just adventure friendship, but the kind that weathers ordinary life. The baker placed a selection of small pastries before her, tiny mince pies, each one perfect, chocolate truffles dusted with gold, candied orange slices dipped in dark chocolate, and something that looked like a star, a pastry made with layers of thin dough, filled with cream and winter spices. In my travels, Scheherazade said, I've learned that there are two kinds of magic. There's the magic of eternal youth, of never-ending adventure, of flying away from anything difficult. And then there's the magic of growing things, of commitment, of transforming ordinary life into something extraordinary through care and attention. Both are real, but only one leads to wisdom. And only one leads to this, Pip added, gesturing around the bakery, to moments like these. Strangers gathered in a warm place, sharing food and stories. This is grown-up magic. This is what we gain when we choose to stay and build instead of fly and flee. Wendy's eyes shimmered with tears that didn't quite fall. Thank you. I needed to hear that. Especially tonight. Especially during Christmas, when part of me still listens for the sound of tapping at the window. But now, Gretel said gently, you have the wisdom to know that what's inside this warm room is just as magical as anything outside that window. More so, even. Yes, Wendy agreed. Yes, I think I do. Outside, the snow was falling more heavily now, but the rain had stopped entirely. The storm was transforming into something quieter, gentler, a Christmas snowfall that would blanket the city in white silence. Inside the rainy day storybook bakery, the 6 visitors and their mysterious host settled into the deepest kind of comfort. The baker moved among them quietly, refilling cups, bringing fresh treats, ensuring the fire was fed and the lights remained soft and golden. No one seemed inclined to leave, and the baker made no move to hurry them. This was the true magic of the place. It existed outside of normal time, outside of rushing and schedules and the demands of ordinary life. Jim pulled out a small harmonica and played a gentle tune, something old and sailing inspired, slow and rhythmic as waves. Scheherazade began to tell a story, not one of her famous tales from the Arabian Nights, but something simpler, a folk tale from a village she'd visited, about a family of mice who lived in a bakery and considered the baker their patron saint. Gretel laughed at all the right moments, adding her own details about the mice she'd discovered in her own bakery's storeroom. Karen curled deeper into her chair, the blanket pulled close, her face peaceful in a way it probably rarely was. Pip shared memories of Christmas dinners past, both the grand ones from his gentleman days and the simpler ones from his youth, and how he'd finally learned that love and plenty were not measured by the elaborateness of the meal. Wendy listened to it all, contributing her own stories when the moment felt right, and gradually the tightness that had been in her shoulders when she entered began to ease away. The fire burned low and was built up again. The snow continued to fall, and the rainy day storybook bakery held them all in its gentle, steadfast embrace. "I think," Karen said at one point, her voice drowsy and content, "that this must be what heaven feels like. Just this warmth, safety, good food, good company, nothing more needed. Perhaps heaven isn't a place we go when we die," Scheherazade mused. "Perhaps it's moments like these, scattered throughout our lives, reminding us what we're meant to treasure. Islands of warmth in the sea of existence," Jim added softly. "Crumbs of grace in our daily bread," Gretel said. They fell silent then, but it was the comfortable silence of people who had found exactly where they needed to be. The baker moved quietly in the background, washing dishes with unhurried movements, occasionally humming a tune too soft to quite make out. As the night deepened toward true late evening, the baker began to bring out special treats, different for each person, not asking, simply knowing. For Gretel, a small loaf of dark rye bread, still warm, wrapped in cloth. For Jim, a tin of ship's biscuits, but elevated, made with butter and honey and love instead of hardtack's usual grim practicality. For Scheherazade, a small box of rose Turkish delight, each piece perfect and jewel-like. For Karen, a bag of the star-shaped cookies, enough to share with the children at the home where she worked. For Pip, a smaller cake to take to his relatives, something to share, to bring people together. And for Wendy, a small wooden box containing what looked like pixie dust but was actually gold-dusted sugar for sprinkling on morning toast, a reminder that magic existed in everyday things. Each person accepted their gift with quiet gratitude, understanding without being told that these were blessings, provisions for the journey, ways of carrying the warmth of this place back out into the world. "We should go," Pip said eventually, though no one moved immediately. "The snow is easing, and I suppose our ordinary lives are waiting for us." "They are," the baker agreed, "but they'll be there when you arrive. No need to rush just yet." So they remained a while longer, finishing the last of their drinks, savoring the final moments of perfect peace. When they finally began to gather their coats and scarves, wrapping themselves back up against the winter night, they moved slowly, reluctantly. At the door, each person paused to thank the baker, some with words, some with gestures, all with genuine warmth. The baker accepted each thanks with a small nod, a gentle smile, and sometimes a brief touch to the shoulder or hand, a blessing, a benediction. Wendy was the last to leave. She stood at the door, looking back at the golden interior of the bakery. "Will this place always be here?" she asked. "When we need it?" "Always," the baker said simply, "for those who need to find it." "Good," Wendy said. "That's very good indeed." She stepped out into the snowy night, joining the others who had gathered on the street outside, all of them marveling at how the city had been transformed, white and clean and peaceful, with the storm completely past. They stood together for a moment, these 6 souls from such different stories, brought together by chance and a warm bakery and a stormy night. "Perhaps we'll meet again," Scheherazade said, "in another bakery, another warm place." "I'd like that," Karen said shyly. "So would I," Jim agreed. They went their separate ways then, into their separate stories, each carrying with them the warmth of the rainy day storybook bakery in the treats they held, in the full bellies and restored spirits, in the memory of connection and safety and perfect, peaceful comfort. Inside the bakery, the baker extinguished the lights one by one, banked the fire to glowing coals, and wiped down the counters with slow, meditative movements. The cases were already filling with fresh goods for tomorrow, for there would be a tomorrow, and other travelers, other storms, other souls in need of warmth. The baker looked out the window at the snow-covered street, at the lamp-posts glowing like gentle moons, at the occasional lighted window of someone else still awake in the late evening. Somewhere out there, Gretel was walking toward her brother's house, already planning the breads she'd bake tomorrow. Jim was heading to his inn, his heart quiet in a way it rarely was at sea. Scheherazade was penning notes in a small journal, capturing the evening stories before sleep took her. Karen was riding a late tram toward the children's home, imagining the faces of the orphans when she'd share the star cookies with them. Pip was arriving at his relative's door, bearing cake and carrying with him a renewed appreciation for the simple act of gathering together. And Wendy was climbing the stairs to her childhood bedroom in her parents' house, understanding finally that the best adventures were often the quietest ones. The baker smiled, locked the door, and turned off the final light. Outside, the snow continued to fall, soft as a lullaby, blanketing the world in peace. The rainy day storybook bakery settled into its foundations, warm and content, ready to open its doors again when the next storm came, when the next weary traveler needed shelter, when the next soul required exactly what only a magical bakery on a winter's night could provide. And if you listen very carefully, even now, you can almost hear it, the gentle crackle of the fire, the soft hum of the ovens, the whisper of snowflakes against old windows, and beneath it all, the steady, comforting heartbeat of a place built on warmth, on welcome, on the simple magic of bread and kindness and shelter from the storm. Sleep now, dear traveler. The bakery will be there when you need it. It's always there, just around the corner, just beyond the next turn, waiting with warm lights and open doors, and exactly what you've been seeking. You need only find your way through the storm, and you will. When the time is right, you will. Rest easy now, rest well. The story has ended. The night is gentle, and all, for now, is well. The coziest, rainy warm, cinnamon bakery, a Christmas bedtime story. The storm had been gathering all afternoon, rolling in from the east with the kind of patient inevitability that winter storms possess. By evening, fat snowflakes had begun to fall, quickly turning to freezing rain that tapped against windows like gentle, insistent fingers. The streets grew quiet as people hurried home, collars turned up against the wind, breath misting in the cold December air. But on the corner of Maple and Third, where the old brick buildings leaned companionably together like old friends sharing secrets, warm golden light spilled from the frost-traced windows of the rainy day warm cinnamon bakery. Inside, the air was thick with sweetness, cinnamon and brown sugar, vanilla and butter, the deep, comforting scent of bread baking slowly in a brick oven that had stood in that same spot for longer than anyone could remember. The bakery was small, intimate in the way that only the very best places can be. Exposed brick walls held the warmth like a gentle embrace. Wooden beams crossed the ceiling, dark with age and strung with tiny white lights that glowed like earthbound stars. A fireplace crackled softly in the corner, its flames dancing behind a wrought iron screen, casting shifting shadows that seemed to move in time with some unheard music. Small round tables, each with 2 or 3 mismatched chairs, were scattered throughout the space, and in the corner nearest the fire stood a small Christmas tree, simply decorated with wooden ornaments and strings of dried orange slices that filled the air with their subtle, citrus-sweet fragrance. Behind the counter, flour-dusted and patient, the baker moved with the unhurried grace of someone who had baked 10,000 loaves and would bake 10,000 more. The baker's hands were sure and gentle, shaping dough, brushing pastries with egg wash that would bake to a perfect golden sheen, checking the temperature of the ovens with the kind of attention that comes from true care. No one who entered the rainy day warm cinnamon bakery ever quite remembered the baker's face, only the feeling of being welcomed, of being expected, of finding exactly what they needed at exactly the right moment. Tonight, as the storm settled in for a long, cold evening, the bakery seemed to glow even more warmly than usual. Steam rose from pots of spiced cider warming on a back burner. Fresh cinnamon rolls, each spiral perfect and generous, cooled on wire racks, their cream cheese frosting just beginning to melt into the crevices. Loaves of bread, cardamom spiced and studded with dried cranberries, rested beneath clean linen cloths. And in the window, arranged with simple artistry, sat the bakery's specialty Christmas winter treats. Snowflake cookies dusted with pearl sugar that caught the light like actual snow, gingerbread scones with crystallized ginger, and miniature bundt cakes rich with warm cinnamon and topped with a whisper-thin glaze of maple icing. The bell above the door chimed softly, and the first visitor of the evening stepped inside, bringing with her a gust of cold air and the scent of winter. Dorothy Gale shook the rain from her dark wool coat and unwound the crimson scarf from around her neck. Her cheeks flushed from the cold. She was in her late 20s now, though her eyes still held that peculiar quality of someone who had seen impossible things and chosen to believe in them anyway. Her dark hair was pinned up practically, and she wore sturdy boots better suited to Kansas farmland than city streets. But she'd learned long ago that practicality served her better than ruby slippers ever had. "Oh," she breathed, pausing just inside the doorway to take in the bakery's warmth. "Oh, this is exactly what I needed." The baker looked up from behind the counter and smiled, that knowing, gentle smile that made every visitor feel like they'd come home. "Welcome. Terrible evening to be out. I was visiting a friend across town," Dorothy explained, approaching the counter slowly, her eyes drawn to the display of treats like a child's to a toy shop window. "The storm came up faster than I expected. I saw your lights and—" She trailed off, breathing in deeply. "Is that cinnamon and cardamom?" "Cardamom cranberry bread," the baker confirmed, already reaching for a loaf with gentle flour-dusted hands. "Just out of the oven 20 minutes ago. And I think—" The baker paused, studying Dorothy with the kind of attention that felt less like scrutiny and more like recognition. "I think you'd appreciate a cinnamon roll. The cream cheese frosting has just a touch of vanilla, and there's extra cinnamon swirled through the center." Dorothy's smile was soft and grateful. "That sounds perfect. And maybe some tea? Something warm?" "Spiced apple cider," the baker suggested, already preparing it. "With a cinnamon stick and a slice of orange. It'll warm you from the inside out." While the baker prepared her order, Dorothy settled at a table near the window, watching the rain streak down the glass in wavering rivulets that caught and scattered the golden light from inside. She thought about home, about Kansas and the farm and Aunt Em, who wrote letters every week in her careful, slanted handwriting. She thought about how she'd spent her early 20s trying to convince people that yes, she really had been to Oz, and no, it wasn't a dream, before finally learning that some truths were meant to be held quietly, like treasures kept in a pocket, brought out only in private moments, to remind yourself that magic was real. The baker brought her order on a simple ceramic plate, the cinnamon roll, generous and still radiating warmth, its frosting melting into perfect sweetness, and beside it, a thick slice of the cardamom cranberry bread, butter melting into its tender crumb, the cider steamed gently in a hand-thrown mug, the orange slice floating like a tiny sunset. "Thank you," Dorothy said, and meant it with her whole heart. "Stay as long as you like," the baker replied. "Nights like this are for taking shelter." Dorothy took a bite of the cinnamon roll and closed her eyes. The cinnamon was warm and bold, the frosting perfectly balanced between sweet and tangy. It tasted like comfort, like safety, like everything she'd been searching for that night. Outside, the rain fell harder, but inside, wrapped in warmth and cinnamon-scented air, Dorothy felt herself begin to relax, her shoulders dropping, her breathing deepening. She had just started on the cardamom bread, which was extraordinary, the cranberries adding bursts of tartness to complement the aromatic spice, when the bell chimed again. The man who entered was tall and lean, perhaps 35, with sun-weathered skin and eyes that held the restless quality of someone who'd spent years scanning horizons. Jim Hawkins stamped his feet on the mat and ran a hand through his damp hair, looking around the bakery with the cautious appreciation of someone who'd learned young that shelter wasn't always guaranteed. He'd spent his 20s at sea, following that first adventure to Treasure Island with years of sailing that took him to every port that mattered and dozens that didn't. He'd been a merchant sailor, a navigator, even briefly the captain of his own small vessel, before realizing that what he'd been searching for all those years wasn't at sea at all. These days he ran a maritime museum back in Bristol, telling stories to school children about navigation by stars and the age of wooden ships, trying to find purpose in preservation rather than adventure. But sometimes, on winter evenings when the rain fell just so, he felt that old restlessness rise up the urge to find a ship, any ship, and sail away from the ordinary world. "Evening," he said to the baker, his voice carrying the faint roughness of someone who'd spent years shouting over ocean winds. "Good evening," the baker replied warmly. "You look like you've been walking a while." Jim glanced down at himself. His jacket was thoroughly soaked, his boots leaving small puddles on the worn wooden floor. "Got turned around in the storm," he admitted. "Saw your sign and hoped you might still be open." "Always open when someone needs us," the baker said simply. "What can I get you?" Jim studied the display case, his eyes lingering on the Christmas treats. "What would you recommend?" The baker thought for a moment. "The gingerbread scones are exceptional tonight. Made them with crystallized ginger and a touch of blackstrap molasses. Hearty, warming. And perhaps some hot chocolate, the real kind, made with actual melted chocolate and cream, not powder, with cinnamon, of course." "Sounds like exactly what I need," Jim agreed, and the baker set to work while Jim found a seat at a table near the fireplace, stretching his hands toward the warmth. From her spot by the window, Dorothy watched him settle in. There was something familiar in the way he carried himself, that quality of someone who'd traveled far and seen much, who'd learned that the world was bigger and stranger than childhood had promised. The baker brought Jim his order, 2 large scones, their tops crackled and dark with molasses, studded with chunks of crystallized ginger that promised heat and bite. The hot chocolate was served in a deep bowl-like mug, its surface dusted with cinnamon, a small mountain of whipped cream threatening to overflow. "Thank you," Jim said, and took a careful sip of the chocolate. It was transcendent, rich and dark and complex, the cinnamon adding warmth without overwhelming the chocolate's deep bitterness. He took a bite of the scone and nearly groaned with pleasure. It was exactly right, dense without being heavy, the molasses providing a deep, almost smoky sweetness, the ginger sparking heat on his tongue. "This is incredible," he said, looking up at the baker with genuine appreciation. "Recipes passed down," the baker replied with a modest smile. "Some things improve with age." As Jim ate, savoring each bite, the storm outside intensified. The rain drummed harder against the windows, and the wind picked up, howling around the corners of the building like it was searching for a way in. But inside the rainy day warm cinnamon bakery, the fire crackled steadily, the lights glowed warm, and the air smelled of cinnamon and chocolate and fresh bread. The bell chimed a third time. The woman who entered moved with quick, economical grace, shaking off the cold with a brisk efficiency. Meg Murray was 31 now, her hair still prone to wildness in humid weather, her glasses slightly fogged from the temperature change. She wore a practical wool coat over a sweater and jeans, and she carried a leather satchel that looked heavy with books or papers. She'd spent her 20s studying theoretical physics at universities across the country, trying to understand and replicate what had happened that night when she tessered through space and time to save her father. The equations were there, tantalizingly close, but the human element, the love, the connection, the sheer impossible will of it, remained stubbornly outside the realm of mathematics. Eventually, she'd made peace with the fact that some things couldn't be proven, only experienced. Now she taught physics at a small college, encouraging students to question everything while secretly believing that the universe was far more magical than any equation could express. "Sorry," she said immediately, addressing both the baker and the other patrons. "I'm dripping all over your floor." "That's what floors are for," the baker said kindly. "What brings you out on such a night?" "Late meeting with a colleague," Meg explained, approaching the counter. "Ran longer than expected, and then this storm just—" She gestured vaguely at the windows. "Anyway, I was hoping maybe you had coffee, or really anything warm." The baker tilted their head, considering. "I have something better than coffee for tonight. Do you trust me?" Meg blinked, surprised by the question. Then she smiled that warm, slightly lopsided smile that made her look suddenly younger. "You know what? Yes, yes I do." "Excellent." The baker began preparing something, moving between the counter and the back area with assured purpose. "The storm's going to last a while longer. Make yourself comfortable." Meg chose a table between Dorothy's window seat and Jim's fireside spot, setting down her satchel and pulling out a worn paperback book, something about quantum mechanics and probability, though she found herself too distracted by the bakery's warmth to actually read. The baker brought her a thick slice of something that looked like spice cake, dark and dense, with a cream cheese frosting that had been swirled rather than smoothed. Beside it sat a mug of something that steamed invitingly. "This is a brown butter cinnamon cake," the baker explained. "The butter's browned until it's nutty and rich, then mixed with cinnamon, nutmeg, and just a whisper of cardamom. And this indicating the mug, is a cinnamon cafe con leche. Strong espresso, warm milk, vanilla, and cinnamon. It'll keep you alert enough to read, but calm enough to relax. Meg took a bite of the cake and made an involuntary sound of delight. The brown butter added an incredible depth of flavor, almost caramel-like, while the spices provided warmth without sweetness. The cream cheese frosting cut through the richness perfectly, and the coffee drink was exactly as promised, strong enough to taste like real coffee, but mellowed with milk and made cozy with cinnamon. "This is incredible," she said, echoing Jim's earlier words. "Thank you." "My pleasure," the baker replied, and meant it. For a while, the three visitors sat in companionable silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts, their own treats, the simple pleasure of being warm and dry while the storm raged outside. Dorothy finished her cinnamon roll and started on her bread, savoring each bite. Jim worked his way through both scones, the crystallized ginger leaving a pleasant burn in his throat that the hot chocolate soothed perfectly. Meg alternated between bites of the dense, complex cake and sips of her cinnamon coffee, feeling tension she hadn't even known she was carrying begin to dissolve. The bell chimed again, and this time the man who entered brought with him an air of such profound dignity that everyone looked up. Captain Nemo was perhaps 50 now, though his dark hair showed only a few threads of silver at the temples. He wore a long coat that belonged to no particular era or nation, and his eyes held the deep, contemplative quality of someone who'd spent years in the ocean's depths, witnessing wonders that surface dwellers could never imagine. He'd finally left the Nautilus behind a decade ago, finding that isolation, even peaceful isolation, eventually became its own kind of prison. Now he worked as a marine conservationist, fighting to protect the oceans he loved, speaking at international conferences with the same passionate conviction he'd once directed toward rebellion. "Good evening," he said, his voice carrying a faint accent that suggested a dozen different places of origin. "I apologize for the intrusion." "No intrusion," the baker assured him. "Welcome to the rainy day warm cinnamon bakery. Please, come in from the cold." Nemo stepped fully inside, taking in the space with the kind of careful attention he'd once used to study underwater grottos and ancient shipwrecks. His gaze lingered on the other patrons, Dorothy, Jim, Meg, and something in his expression softened slightly. "I confess, I am not usually drawn to such cheerful establishments," he said, approaching the counter, "but tonight the storm reminded me of other storms, darker ones, and I found I did not wish to be alone with those memories." The baker nodded with understanding. "Sometimes the best shelter is one we share with others. May I suggest something for you?" "Please," Nemo said simply. The baker moved to the display case and carefully selected one of the miniature bundt cakes, the ones glazed with maple icing that shimmered in the soft light. "This is a maple cinnamon bundt cake, dense but tender, rich with butter and warm spices, finished with real maple syrup from Vermont. And for you, the baker paused, then smiled. I think a traditional chai, black tea with cinnamon, cardamom, cloves, ginger, and black pepper, made with milk and honey. It's warming and complex. I think you'll appreciate its depth. Nemo accepted the plate and mug with a slight bow of his head. Thank you. Your intuition is appreciated. He chose a table slightly apart from the others, not isolating himself, but maintaining that sense of self-contained solitude that had become his nature. But as he sat and took his first bite of the cake, his eyes closed briefly in what might have been pleasure or relief or something close to peace. The cake was extraordinary. The cinnamon wasn't overpowering but woven throughout like a golden thread, and the maple glaze added a sweetness that was complex rather than cloying. The chai was equally perfect, robust and spiced, the milk making it smooth, the honey adding a sweetness that felt almost medicinal in its comfort. For the first time in days, Nemo felt the tight knot of tension in his chest begin to loosen. The storm continued its patient assault on the city. Rain lashed the windows in waves, and somewhere in the distance, thunder rumbled like a giant turning in its sleep. But inside the bakery, warmth held steady. The fire crackled. The ovens hummed their gentle heat. The lights glowed like captured starlight. Dorothy found herself watching the other patrons with quiet interest. There was something in their faces, in Jim's weathered features, in Meg's sharp intelligence tempered with something softer, in Captain Nemo's careful reserve that felt familiar. These were people who'd traveled, who'd seen things, who'd learned that the world was bigger and stranger than it first appeared. Almost without thinking, she spoke. "This storm reminds me of another one," she said quietly. "Years ago, in a different place." Jim looked up from his hot chocolate, curious. Meg marked her page with a finger. Even Nemo turned his attention toward her, though his expression remained carefully neutral. "Kansas storms are different," Dorothy continued, her voice soft and dreamy, almost hypnotic in the cozy warmth. "They come across the plains like armies. You can see them forming on the horizon, watch them build and build. The one I remember most turned the whole sky green, like the world was underwater, or—" She paused, then smiled slightly. "Well, it changed everything. I knew a storm like that," Jim said slowly, "at sea. I was just a boy, really maybe 19. The sky turned black as pitch, and the wind came from every direction at once. We thought we'd go down, thought that would be the end." He took a sip of his chocolate, his eyes distant. "Changed everything for me too." Meg laughed softly. "I was terrified of storms when I was younger. Used to think they were tears in the fabric of reality, places where the universe got thin and anything might slip through." She pushed her glasses up her nose. "Turns out I wasn't entirely wrong about that." Nemo set down his teacup with careful precision. "The worst storms are underwater," he said quietly. "Surface dwellers don't realize there are currents far below that can crush a vessel like paper. Darkness so complete that light becomes meaningless. And yet," he paused, his expression softening almost imperceptibly. There is also beauty there, bioluminescence, creatures that make their own light in the darkness, gardens of coral and fish in colors that have no names. I've always wanted to see that, Jim said suddenly, leaning forward. The deep ocean. Spent 20 years sailing on top of it, but never went down into it. Most don't, Nemo replied. Most are afraid. Why you? Meg asked, genuinely curious. Afraid, I mean? Nemo considered the question seriously. Not of the ocean itself, of what I might become if I stayed too long in the darkness, yes. That frightened me. He picked up his chai and took a long sip, as if the warmth could chase away old ghosts. So I came back to the surface, found different ways to serve what I love. The baker moved quietly through the space, refreshing drinks without being asked, bringing small additional treats, a plate of those snowflake cookies dusted with pearl sugar, set in the center of the room where anyone could reach them. Another slice of the cardamom cranberry bread for Dorothy, a third gingerbread scone for Jim, who'd clearly loved the first two, a small dish of candied orange peel for Captain Nemo, who accepted it with surprised gratitude. The bell chimed one more time, and the final visitor of the evening stepped inside. Wendy Darling was 32, dressed in a practical navy coat with silver buttons, her brown hair pinned up in a style that was professional but not severe. She carried an umbrella that had clearly lost its battle with the wind, its spokes bent at odd angles. But her face, when she looked around the bakery, transformed with delight. Oh, she breathed. Oh, this is perfect. She'd spent her 20s writing stories for children about far-off places and impossible adventures, trying to capture on paper the feeling of flying, of starlight, of belief so strong it could make anything possible. Her books did well enough, though critics sometimes called them nostalgic or sentimental. Words she'd learned could be daggers wrapped in velvet. But children wrote her letters saying her stories made them feel brave, made them believe in magic, and that was worth any number of dismissive reviews. Now she worked as an editor at a small publishing house, championing other writers' impossible stories, helping them find the words to make magic feel real. Welcome, the baker said warmly. You're just in time. For what? Wendy asked, but she was smiling as she said it. For whatever you need, the baker replied. Let me guess, something sweet, something that tastes like childhood, but with the complexity of now? Wendy laughed, surprised. Yes, exactly that. The baker moved with practiced grace, preparing something special. When they returned, they carried a small plate with what looked like a cinnamon sugar cookie, but topped with something that sparkled like frost or like fairy dust, if one were inclined towards such fancies. Beside it was a small cup of something that steamed and smelled of vanilla and cinnamon and something else, something Wendy couldn't quite name, but that made her think of flying. This is a brown sugar cinnamon cookie with vanilla cinnamon glaze, the baker explained. The sugar is slightly caramelized, which gives it depth. And this is a vanilla cinnamon steamer, steamed milk with vanilla bean and cinnamon, topped with just a touch of whipped cream. It's sweet without being childish, complex without losing its sense of wonder. Wendy found a table near the others, not quite joining them, but close enough to feel part of something. She took a bite of the cookie and closed her eyes. It tasted exactly like the baker had promised, like childhood memories filtered through adult understanding, like stories that mean different things at different ages, like magic that doesn't disappear just because you grow up, it just becomes harder to name. For a long moment, the bakery held 6 souls, 7, counting the baker each lost in their own thoughts, their own treats, their own quiet peace. The storm outside had reached its peak, rain drumming steadily against the windows, wind howling like it was singing some ancient, wordless song. But inside, warmth held steady. Meg was the one who broke the silence this time, looking up from her book with a slightly sheepish expression. "Can I ask something that might sound strange?" "By all means," Nemo said, and there was almost amusement in his deep voice. "Do you ever feel like—" Meg paused, searching for words. "Like you've lived 2 different lives? Like there's the person you are in your everyday world, and then there's this other person, this other version, who experienced something impossible, and you have to carry them both?" Dorothy's breath caught. "Yes," she said immediately. "Yes, exactly that. I spent 10 years at sea trying to figure out which version was real," Jim admitted. "The boy who found treasure and fought pirates, or the man who had to pay bills and fix leaky roofs and live an ordinary life. I chose the impossible life," Nemo said quietly, "and found it was possible to be too isolated, even in wonders. Now I try to find balance." Wendy set down her cookie and looked at each of them in turn. "I write stories about children who have adventures, and every single story is about trying to answer one question. What do you do after the adventure ends? How do you come home? Do you have an answer?" Dorothy asked softly. Wendy smiled. I think you bring the magic back with you. Not the obvious kind, not flying or treasure or—" she gestured vaguely, "whatever impossible thing you experienced, but the belief, the wonder, the knowledge that the world is bigger and stranger and more magical than it seems. And you find places like this," Jim added, gesturing around the bakery, "places that remember, places that understand." The baker, who had been working quietly behind the counter, looked up and met each person's eyes in turn. Their expression was knowing, gentle, perhaps a bit mysterious. "Stories find their way to each other," they said simply, "and so do the people who carry them." For a moment, something passed between them all, a recognition, an understanding, a sense of shared experience that went beyond words. Then Meg laughed, breaking the spell gently. "This is the strangest and most wonderful evening I've had in years." "To strange evenings," Jim said, raising his mug of hot chocolate. The others raised their own drinks, Dorothy her cider, Meg her cinnamon coffee, Nemo his chai, Wendy her vanilla cinnamon steamer. To strange evenings, they echoed. The baker brought out more treats than a whole tray of them, arranged with simple artistry, more of the snowflake cookies, slices of the various breads and cakes, small tartlets filled with spiced apple and topped with crumble, miniature cinnamon rolls, perfect for 1 or 2 bites. Everything infused with that warming, comforting presence of cinnamon that had become the evening's signature. On the house, the baker said when they tried to protest, nights like this are rare, might as well make the most of them. So they did. They shared treats, passing plates, and trying different combinations. The snowflake cookies were buttery and delicate, melting on the tongue. The apple tartlets were perfectly balanced, tart fruit against sweet crumble, warm cinnamon throughout. Someone started a pot of fresh coffee, and someone else found a deck of cards tucked into a shelf. And soon they were playing a casual game of something no one could quite remember the rules. But it didn't matter. Stories emerged gradually, comfortably. Not the dramatic parts, not the tornadoes or the treasures or the underwater kingdoms, but the small moments. The way light looked at certain times of day, the taste of a particular food that meant home, the friends they'd made, the lessons they'd learned, the ways they'd grown. Dorothy talked about the farm, about early mornings milking cows and late evenings watching thunderstorms roll across the plains. Jim described ports of call, Istanbul at dawn, Barcelona at sunset, the way Singapore smelled of spices and salt. Meg explained quantum entanglement in terms so clear and simple that even Nemo, who understood more physics than he let on, nodded with appreciation. Nemo spoke of coral reefs and bioluminescent creatures, his voice taking on a quality almost like poetry when he described the ocean's beauty. Wendy read a paragraph from her current manuscript, a story about a girl who learned to sail on clouds, and everyone listened with the kind of attention usually reserved for sacred things. The baker moved among them like a gentle ghost, refilling cups, bringing fresh treats, stoking the fire when it burned low. Sometimes they hummed a tune with no clear melody, just a thread of sound that seemed to weave through the conversation and make everything feel more connected, more whole. Outside, the storm began to ease. The rain gentled from a downpour to a steady patter, then to an occasional tap against the windows. The wind died down from a howl to a whisper. The clouds, which had been solid black, began to thin and tear, showing glimpses of stars between the rifts. But inside, no one moved to leave. It was too comfortable, too peaceful, too rare to find this kind of companionship, this sense of being understood without having to explain. Dorothy found herself thinking that this was what she'd been searching for all these years. Not a way back to Oz, she'd known for a long time that some places could only be visited once. But this feeling of belonging, of being seen and accepted for all her strange experiences and impossible memories. Jim realized that what he'd been chasing across all those oceans wasn't adventure at all, but connection. the sense of being part of something, of mattering to people who mattered to him. Meg, who spent so much time in her head with equations and theories, felt herself fully present in her body for the first time in weeks, aware of the warmth of her coffee mug, the sweetness of the cake, the sound of laughter around her. Nemo, who had isolated himself for so long in the name of principle, understood that solitude and loneliness were not the same thing, that he could maintain his independence while still choosing sometimes to be part of something larger. And Wendy, who'd spent years trying to capture magic in words, realized that magic wasn't something you captured at all. It was something you recognized when it appeared in a warm bakery on a cold night, in the company of strangers who understood, in the simple, perfect taste of a cinnamon cookie made with care. The baker brought out one final offering as midnight approached, a large cinnamon babka, its dough braided and swirled with cinnamon sugar, baked until golden, and brushed with a honey glaze that made it shine. They sliced it into generous pieces and set it in the center of the largest table, where everyone had gradually migrated to sit together. This, the baker said, is for sharing, for endings that are also beginnings, for journeys that circle back home. They each took a piece. The babka was transcendent, tender and rich. The cinnamon swirled throughout in perfect spirals, the honey glaze adding just enough sweetness to balance the spice. It was the kind of food that demanded to be eaten slowly, savored, appreciated with full attention. As they ate, the conversation drifted into comfortable silence. The fire crackled softly. The last of the rain pattered against the windows. The Christmas tree lights twinkled in the corner, and everyone felt deeply and completely at peace. Dorothy yawned first, covering her mouth with one hand. I should probably think about finding my way home. I have a spare umbrella, the baker offered. Several, actually, and the rains mostly stopped. But no one moved. Not quite yet. Thank you, Jim said, looking around at all of them, the other patrons, the baker, the warm, glowing space of the bakery itself. This has been, I didn't know I needed this, but I did. We all did, Meg agreed softly. Nemo inclined his head in agreement. Wendy smiled, that warm, knowing smile of someone who'd just experienced exactly the kind of moment she tried to capture in her stories. Eventually, reluctantly, they began to gather their things. Coats were retrieved. The baker provided umbrellas sturdy, practical ones that would actually stand up to wind. Scarves were wrapped, buttons fastened. But before they left, they exchanged information, phone numbers, email addresses, a promise to meet again, maybe not here, maybe not soon, but someday. Because finding people who understood, who'd traveled similar strange roads, was too rare to let slip away. Dorothy was the last to leave. She paused at the door, looking back at the baker. "Thank you," she said, for everything." The baker smiled. "The bakery is always here when you need it. Remember that." Dorothy nodded, understanding something unspoken in those words. She stepped out into the night, which had gone still and quiet. The storm had passed completely now, leaving the air washed clean and smelling of winter and possibility. Stars shone between the breaking clouds. She walked home slowly, savoring the lingering taste of cinnamon on her tongue, feeling warm despite the cold. Behind her, the lights of the rainy day warm cinnamon bakery glowed steady in the darkness. Inside, the baker cleaned up slowly, methodically, humming that same tuneless melody. The fire burned down to embers. The ovens cooled. The last of the snowflake cookies were packed away in a tin for tomorrow, and somewhere in the night, 5 people walked to their separate homes, each carrying with them the warmth of the evening, the taste of cinnamon and chocolate and brown butter, the sound of genuine laughter, the feeling of being understood, each carrying a small piece of magic back into the ordinary world. The rainy day warm cinnamon bakery stood quiet and dark now, but not empty, never empty, because some places hold more than just bricks and mortar. Some places hold stories, hold memories, hold the promise that whenever you need shelter from the storm, whatever storm you're facing, there will be a warm light waiting. There will be the scent of cinnamon and fresh bread. There will be exactly what you need, served with care by hands that understand. And there will be others like you, carrying their own impossible stories, their own hard-won wisdom, their own quiet magic, all seeking the same things: warmth, comfort, connection, and the simple, profound grace of a perfect cinnamon roll on a cold winter night. The night deepened, the stars brightened, the city slept, and in the morning, the rainy day warm cinnamon bakery would open its doors again, ready to offer shelter to whoever needed it next. Because some places exist outside of ordinary time, in that soft space between waking and dreaming, between story and truth, between the impossible adventures of our past and the quiet contentment of now. The bakery would be there, patient and steady, smelling of cinnamon and welcome, always. Sleep well, dear traveler. The storm has passed. Tomorrow is a new day, and somewhere in a bakery on the corner of Maple and Third, fresh bread is rising, cinnamon is warming, and the door is always open when you need it. Good night.